You're listening to the first Legendary Beast Master chapters 601 through 650, brought to you by Cheney Audiobooks. Please like and subscribe. Karl stared at the small platform and tried to determine what might be just the right thing to combine to make a new skill. His first thought was Skill Master, Evolution, and Skill Merger. Those three together had to create some sort of fun effect for new people. You know, trying to combine Bone Crusher and Disintegration to make the perfect slap skill is still an option. Kara reminded him. No, Spicy Tornado. Hawk insisted. Ray sounded like she had put more thought into her answer. If you combine your new Iron Within skill with Limited Invulnerability and Ghost Fire Body, you could make something awesome, she suggested. Karl focused on the three skills using Skill Merger to see if he could get an idea of what might happen. Lord of Destruction, Totem Rank Transformation Skill. Ignores most damage types, incorporeal. Deals fire damage to both physical and metaphysical targets. Currently unavailable, Kara was practically drooling in her space. I want it. I can be a totem, I'm certain of it. Perhaps we should go with something more realistic? A skill that we might be able to actually combine is what we need here. Next, Karl moved on to his first idea. Skill Master, Evolution, and Skill Merger. When combined, the three made a skill called Randomize. Randomize, may the odds be occasionally in your favor. Creation of this skill book requires ground pulp of 10 different commander rank or higher plants and 10 different elemental stones, set in the blood of the writer. That was not a description at all. But at least he knew how to make it. Oh, this is the right skill. I need some of your blood anyhow. How fast did you regenerate? Ray asked. Fast enough. Have you picked the other blood types that you wanted for your bath? Karl asked. We're a bit limited. I have a lot of Monarch rank Cyclops. I'll get a bunch of yours to go with that for. The earthy sighed. Then I've got some Royal rank Drake and 5 drops of Totem rank Troll blood from that little fuss with Leafa. But I also got a bunch from Monarch rank Whack-A-Mole Lady. It doesn't smell great, but I think if I add some other stuff it should be alright. She sounded dubious about that. Everyone knew Ray wouldn't take the bath if it was going to make her smell bad, no matter how many cool skills the zombie summoner had. Well, you can work on that tonight after the trial. First, we need a core for the temple. I will get the plants. Thor insisted. I have lots of stones from the trial. I will pick 10 that we have a lot of. Remy added. Let me stab you. Ray insisted. You can't leave the space in the trial. I will give you the blood. Karl deactivated Void Body and Limited Invulnerability so that he would actually bleed, but left Trollish Regeneration active so that he could continually funnel blood to Ray. With the Haint Claw on his left hand and a bull set under his right hand, Karl was ready to start. With the claw, he punctured the large vein in his wrist and let it bleed down the claw into the bowl, where Ray claimed it for the pool in her space. The Haint Claw seemed happy with the arrangement, as did Ray, who had already portioned some off for Remy to make the ink mixture for the skill book. The problem was that Karl didn't bleed quickly, even with a major artery punctured, and the blood was thick and metallic. Don't worry, I don't need too much. It would make me smell like Void Badger. I have a plan for this time. It's all about the compound blend. Once I get the scent right, I'll know it. You see, Karl smells like Kara and metal. Cyclops' blood smells like fire and earth. Then I have this nice splash of troll to put in with a strong plant and healing energy refreshing scent. Trust the process. Karl let the process go on for another 5 minutes while Remy finished the ink for the book, and then Ray finally decided she had enough blood. Alright, that should do. I will work on it after we finish here, so it doesn't get stale before my bath. Karl took out a clipboard and set it on a nearby stone, then settled in for a long writing session. The Randomize skill book was incredibly long and utter gibberish, unlike most of the books, where Karl had actually understood what he was doing as he wrote it. The hours seemed to flow from one into another, but the sun never moved from its spot high in the sky, no matter how long Karl wrote for. Finally, the book was finished. It bound itself into a golden tome covered in dragon scales, with a spine that looked like the clay tile roof of the oldest buildings. Currently, flat slate tiles were in fashion, and the clay tiles were rarely used. Book of Randomize cannot be learned. Use now. Y/N no. You are going in the obelisk. Karl informed the system, just to be 100% clear, that he didn't want to randomize himself. With that sorted, he placed the book in the hollow and stepped back as a powerful barrier formed over the stone. Monarch rank, epic grade core detected, the system informed him. The stones of the temple began to move, and Karl jumped down to a spot on the temple that was already completed. The top of the building was rearranging itself, creating a completed temple. The closer to complete that it became, the more powerful the magic surrounding it grew. Then it faded to a steady thrum, and between one breath and another, Karl found himself back outside, holding a small golden loop in the shape of a dragon. It's a crown! You got your own crown, that is awesome. Remy cheered. The Archbishop stared at the loop in Karl's hands, then at the trial building, which was giving off an incredibly powerful aura. Welcome back. I can see that you succeeded, though I do wonder what sort of trial did it give you? The aging cleric asked. It wanted me to make a core item for a new temple under construction. I take it that the time flow isn't the same on the outside? Because I was there for at least a half a day, and you're still standing. Here, Karl replied. Yes, you have been gone about 5 seconds, and you are the first one back. The Archbishop replied vaguely, more concerned with the trial building. Then something seemed to sink into his mind. Did you say that it asked you to make a new core item for a temple? What did you make it? Karl shrugged. A skill book called Randomize. It's a combination of my skill learning abilities and evolution. It can't be learned, only used. But the trial accepted it as the core of the temple, so it must have passed the power verification. The elderly representative from the Green Dragon smiled as he took a few steps, Karl's way, using a walking stick to remain upright. I doubt it was about power. The trial knew what your rank was as soon as you entered. I believe that you passed the vibe check. The Red Dragon High Priest chuckled as his counterpart continued to the trial ground, while the Archbishop shook his head in dismay. You're not going to try that skill, are you? The Archbishop asked the Green Dragon Cleric. Of course I am. If I don't, then the first one to find out if the new monarch made a core for the trial will be a blue dragon, and they always get to do the fun stuff. The old man grumbled. They really didn't ever change, Karl decided. They were both giving him concerned looks, but neither of the priests was trying to stop him from going in to verify if Karl's trial really had made a new core for the temple. It certainly felt like it. Nacht walked over in human form and nodded politely at the others as they watched the old man totter his way to the temple. Where's he going? The ancient dragon asked. I may have created a new core for the temple during my trial, and he wants to go try it. Karl informed him with a wink. The dragon sighed. And what might that core be? Please say you didn't put a weapon at the core of a trial temple. A skill book for the skill Randomize. Is that skill usable by clerics? The dragon replied. Karl shrugged. I don't see why not. It's just a combination of skill master and evolution, which are both training and advancement type skills. It's not a skill that anyone can learn, but it's a book that everyone should be able to use. At least everyone with an affinity for the system. Lord Nacht chuckled, and a cold aura of death magic surrounded him. I will pray to my goddess to send him back alive. That is the best we can hope for. Karl put his hands over his heart and faked his best wounded expression. You make it sound like I did something sinister. I assure you, that skill is not intended to cause damage to anyone. It's just for helping system users advance. He pleaded. The Black Dragon and the 2 remaining clerics all gave Karl identical knowing smiles. That assumes you didn't let a nature cleric use them. There is nothing that they can't use improperly, and if that thing gives him the chance to evolve into a butterfly, I can't guarantee that he won't take it, even if it's got a 1-week lifespan. The Archbishop replied. He made a most excellent point. But more concerning, Karl's nature priestess was still in there. Who knew what Lotus would do if the trial updated and let her pick random options? Perhaps this was not as well thought through as Karl had believed. When it was a theoretical solution for a problem in a trial, there was no reason to think about real-world consequences. He hadn't expected his trial to have any effect on reality, and there was a chance that it still wouldn't. But the faint trial energy was significantly stronger now than it had been when he entered. Not long after the high priest vanished into the trial, the first person exited the doors. That was when Karl knew that he was in trouble. For the person who came back out was a small gnomish girl in a pretty green dress, and Karl didn't know which of the nature clerics it was likely to be. The little girl was royal rank, which narrowed it down to Lotus and the old man. But then the girl took out a walking stick and took a few steps before stopping and staring up at everyone. "I got short," she announced in a squeaky voice, then froze and cast a spell that created a mirror out of water. "What did you do to me?" the little girl shouted, running over to Karl and pounding on his legs before yelping in pain and holding her hand. "Sorry, I'm quite sturdy. You should be careful of that until you grow up. You didn't happen to say yes when it asked if you wanted to randomize, did you?" Karl asked. Lord Nacht burst into silent laughter, doubled over and holding his sides in what was clearly magical silence. But the Red Dragon High Priest had a look on his face like a deer in the headlights. He was frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What do you mean, did I randomize?" "Of course I did. I wanted the random skill." "Now, what did you do to me?" the cleric complained. "Randomize doesn't grant you a random skill. At least not always." Karl began, then double-checked to ensure the gnome was still a royal rank cleric. Fortunately, that part hadn't changed, and even in a new body, they were still a high priest, no make that priestess of the nature god. Randomize randomly changes something about you if you don't have a fully operational system interface and presents you a random option if you do. At least, I think that's how it works. I haven't been brave enough to choose the random option on my own, though I have been given a few random rewards. The gnome glared up at him. "And what am I supposed to do with this? I can't even reach the counter anymore." Karl shrugged. "No offense, but when she gets back out, Royal High Priestess Lotus might be able to help you with that. She also struggles with counter heights. That is, of course, assuming that she didn't turn herself into something strange." The next ones out were a few of the new acolytes, and with his system interface active, Karl could see that they were all now clerics and common rank. The transformed nature cleric gestured to them as they stood around, confused as to what they should be doing. "Come over and make your report. Don't dally." One of the boys laughed. "You talk just like the high priest, but we're real clerics now. We don't take orders from a little girl." Light flashed, and the boy jumped as a smite spell hit him on the backside. "I am the high priest. Now, what did you see in the trial? Don't keep me waiting, I have better things to be doing." The red-robed cleric made a get-on-with-it gesture, and the confused acolytes began describing various trials where they had to accomplish a task and then got a reward. They were all quite normal, as were the rewards, which sounded a lot like the default skill for the different aspect gods. Karl turned to Lord Nacht. "At least it sounds like nothing strange happened with the kids." Nacht winked at him. "It's supposed to be a standardized test of their healing ability to prove that they're up to entry standards. It was the same test for common-grade acolytes for a century. Only the higher ranks, who have chosen a god to devote themselves to, got individual trials. I don't see it in their information, but I suspect that they have already been sorted by patron deity, and they just don't know it yet." The archbishop rubbed his temples as he took in the news. Things were changing too fast lately, and it was giving him headaches. He was already well over 100 years old, and this was not in the plans for his retirement years. Why had the trial asked for a new core? Why no? Why a monarch-ranked elite who wasn't even a cleric? None of it made any sense at all, but the fact remained that the temple had been renewed, and the level of power that it possessed now made it a truly magnificent relic. What he hadn't realized yet, as he was a naturally awakened cleric of the world dragon, was that the system was now fully active within the temple, and that it was fully capable of handling system users up to monarch rank. That lack of knowledge would be corrected much sooner than he would have preferred. There was another group of people coming, these ones in the white robes of visitors looking for an advancement test. They were led by a cleric in a doctor's coat, so they must have come from the hospital for the test before their discharge back to regular duties. One of the elites waved at Karl, then did a double take. Not only for the fact Karl radiated power, but that the archbishop and someone terrifying were there as well, just casually chatting with him. Karl looked over and saw James, who had entered the academy at the same time Karl had, and who specialized in avoidance tanking with a two-handed blade. Or at least he had in the first year when Karl had seen him last. Now, he had a huge scar down his face that was freshly healed, and the soul aura around one of his arms was weak, so it was likely reattached or regrown in the last few months. The small group stopped and bowed politely with their hands over their chest, fingers spread in the sign of the dragon. The archbishop smiled at the group. "Good morning, young friends. Are you here for a rank confirmation?" The doctor answered for them. "Yes, Your Eminence. These young faithful have reached the ascended rank, and they would like the confirmation before they return to battle. I'm sure you're aware of the change in policy. As new ascended, they would be reassigned to a commander-led group for their next mission, instead of serving in the lines with the other awakened." Karl chuckled, and everyone turned to look at him. "My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt. But the Ascended with a commander-led team also have the chance to be assigned to the Hill Giant Front instead of serving along the Frost Giant Front with the artillery. The weather is significantly better." The Archbishop smirked at Karl and chuckled, then nodded at the newcomers. "In that case, you have my best wishes for success and a warmer deployment." The doctor led everyone into the trial as the first round began to return, along with Ophelia, the first of Karl's team other than Karl to return. Well, that was different. It didn't test me in any way that I could tell. I entered, Kara poked me with a stick, and I chased her around for a couple of minutes, then I was back here. Lord Nacht began to laugh. "Oh, it tested you all right. The Void Badger is out here, and has been out here. I think the trial tested your suitability to advancement as a berserker. She poked you with a stick, and you raged, then chased her around for messing with the trial, right?" The Black Dragon asked. Ophelia nodded, then turned to stare at the temple. What an evil test. But it gave me a thing. She held up a small purple stone carved to look like a panda. Well, that's a mark of success in a royal rank trial, so there is no doubt that the trial approves of you. Congratulations, Princess Ophelia. Nacht replied. The Archbishop smiled at her, while the doctor looked confused. That is the strangest test I have ever heard of. Did you upgrade the testing for personality? He asked the Archbishop. The old man shook his head. No. For some reason, the trial asked this monarch for a new core. The changes seem to be the result of that. Another cleric arrived with a group of applicants, all in suits that said they were businessmen, not the soldier sort of elites. They all bowed deeply to the Archbishop, who gestured for them to go ahead. There was one commander with this group, or very close to it by Karl's estimation. Now that he had soul sight, there wasn't much question. He could just look at them and tell the answer without having to wonder if they were hiding their power or waiting for them to use a skill at full power. He was good at guessing before, as were most beasts, but now it was almost as clear as if rank were part of their basic visible information. Tessa and Lotus both came out with small trinkets in their hands before the second group reached the door, followed closely by Dana, who was wearing a new set of mage robes with loose fitting pants underneath for ease of movement in combat. She quickly changed back to her usual hoodie and pants, but not before Karl was certain that it was one of her class skills, as it was royal rank armor, though probably not epic grade like bestial raiment. They all held up small stone trinkets, and the bystanders quietly cheered them on. More royals was a huge thing, but with the Archbishop here, some measure of decorum was necessary. "I know what you did," Tessa announced, staring at Karl. "I have no idea what you mean. I've been standing right here since my trial ended. I have witnesses." She put her hands on her hips in a gesture that made the old red dragon priest laugh. It was the same one that orphanage matrons used when the kids were in trouble. Oh, and when you were in the trial, you didn't happen to completely ignore the detailed instruction text and give it a skill book designed to troll users with random outcomes instead? She demanded. Instructions? There were no instructions. Just the incomplete temple. Now she had the attention of all the other clerics. When I entered the trial, you were standing at the top of an unfinished temple. Then a voice announced that the trial was to find the perfect holy relic to reactivate the system in the temple. I went up and tried to talk to you, but we couldn't interact. I had suggestions, but you couldn't hear them, but I could hear you. Even the inside thoughts you shared with your beasts. I know that you put a custom-made skill book designed to create random options in the core, then finish the temple. Tessa explained. Lotus frowned. You got to see all that? It made me plant trees. Not even fun trees, just the same one over and over. I filled a whole clear cut with trees. It's much prettier now, but I could have used a few more varieties. Dana just shrugged. I only had to duel myself. The Archbishop nodded as Dana confirmed Karl's words. A skill for randomization is how he described it as well. Though, he didn't mention that the skill was designed to troll users. Give them a random option from the system. It's a thing, I swear it. Karl corrected him quietly. The last of the first group came out just after that, and the answers were all different, but all quite mundane. But now that they knew what was likely to happen, the clerics were much more interested in what the others would say. Oddly, the commander from the final group was the next out after the last of the first group, and he looked just as confused as everyone else. What did you see, friend? The Archbishop asked. It gave me the option to advance my class. A random class upgrade, it called it. I am a paladin now, see? He held up his arm, showing off the mark of a glowing shield with a lightning bolt on it, the sign of a paladin. Nacht rapidly shifted to dragon form and picked the man up, holding him in front of one massive golden eyeball for closer inspection. The first advancement trial. He really did change classes at commander rank. How fascinating. Then he dropped the paladin and began to wander away, pacing as he was lost in his thoughts. The baffled commander dusted himself as he got back to his feet, but nobody else was concerned about his state. The fact that the trial temple had advanced his class was much more important in the grand scheme of things than a bit of dirt on his backside or a bruised ego. In fact, he was so overjoyed about the situation that he wasn't even made about being accosted by the dragon. He had advanced from being a basic warrior to a paladin, and he had a whole selection of new skills to choose from, on top of what he already knew. That was the greatest thing that he could have possibly hoped for, and he got it just from showing up here to have his rank verified. I think that I missed something. Can someone explain what is going on and why I have such a great opportunity? The commander asked once it was clear that nobody intended to explain. Karl gestured toward the temple. It asked me for a strange thing when I was in there earlier, and because the system is so much more active for me than for others, it began to activate the old system functions within the temple. One of the functions that these temples used to have was to allow those who had reached sufficient level to choose an advanced class, as they would have worked their way through all the skills that their starting class had. So, you are a commander, and you should have learned all the skills of a warrior, which means that now you are ready to be a paladin. If you check your system interface, you should have at least a few skill points available that you can use to choose paladin skills. It's an instant learning function, and you will become quite the formidable combatant once you have chosen some of the new options. The commander's eyes went blank as he searched through his interface, and a smile slowly grew as he discovered all that he could potentially learn now that he had advanced. All right. I have a number of new defensive abilities, plus Holy Light, an area damage and protection type combination skill. Man, it's good to be a paladin. I even got Lay on Hands, healing as a class skill. It's not one of the remarkable heals of the white clerics, but it's much better than nothing. The commander cheered as he finished using up his points. Excellent. Now, when the others come out, we will be able to check if they also can now access their skill tree. We know that you can, as it upgraded your class. But for those who were partially awakened by the serum, we don't have enough data yet. Nacht explained, as he transformed back to human after his walk around the area. The Archbishop nodded happily. Yes, This is a wonderful day, and I am greatly looking forward to seeing what else the elites will manage with a bit of assistance. At first, the randomness appeared to be a drawback, but perhaps it's not. If it's just the best way to give the users an option, then the church can count it as a boon. Karl shushed Tessa, who was about to remind the archbishop that Karl actually had no idea what he was doing at the time, so he could hardly be given credit for a positive outcome. The old man was happy, and that was all that really mattered. Slowly, the rest of the elites who had gone into the trial began to come back out again, and the clerics on duty got to work taking their reports, while Karl tried to determine just how long it was polite to remain here before they ran away once more. Fortunately, the clerics had that covered for him. Monarch Karl, if you would like to return to your apartment, we can bring the acolytes by later in the day, perhaps a few hours after lunch. That should be enough time to get to know them this afternoon, and then you can begin training them. After your visit with the doctors tomorrow, just routine diagnosis, making sure that you are not suffering from your extended time in the field. The Red Dragon cleric suggested as they waited for the rest of the trial takers to finish. Yes, that would be perfect. I will go prepare for their arrival, and then once we meet I can develop a training regimen based on their specialties. I have high hopes for our options here. Karl agreed, then gestured for everyone to follow him back to the apartment. With some luck, they could cook a proper meal and get a nap in before they had to meet new people, and that would make the day nearly perfect. It wasn't often that they had the time to get a proper nap during the day, and certainly not while they were traveling. But such lofty hopes were dashed the moment that they got back to the building and realized that there were dozens of other messages waiting for them from all over the city, and not all the messages could simply be ignored. The ones that were just looking for them to join some business venture could be put aside for now, as they had many more important things to do. But there were also the ones that were from other elites looking for a meet and greet, which could be anything from just saying hello to looking for team members for larger missions, resource gathering, or even a rapid response team. Those could not be set aside so easily without looking like a complete jerk. But they weren't only for Karl. There were requests for the entire team waiting for them, and he simply got the majority of them, as this was his apartment. Ophelia smirked as she looked at the small handful of messages she had received, compared to everyone else. It's good to be the low-key one. I only get a few people messaging me, and none of them are super long portfolio binders. She joked. Then she opened the first message that had been left, written on red paper and sealed in an envelope, showing that it was hand-delivered and not relayed to the concierge. She read a few lines, skimmed through the rest with a disgusted look, and then handed the letter back to the receptionist. Kindly burn that. The words alone should be enough to have it declared a biohazard. Once they were back in the apartment, Lotus made a grabby hands gesture towards Karl. Turn over the good meat. There are plenty of cooking implements in this apartment, and I want to make us something. I will put a proper stew on for dinner as well, as we're not going to be going anywhere, so it will have time to simmer. Don't go saying anything that will raise flags. We want to actually get through a meal without major interruptions here. Dana laughed. Lotus stuck out her tongue at the mage and took out a slow cooker, then frowned and looked around the kitchen again. All of this is for bachelors or newlyweds. None of the pots and utensils are large enough for our whole group, she realized. If the travel utensils aren't suitable for use on the stove, you can send the ingredients down to the main kitchen and tell them what you want. That should work well enough. They might not be nature clerics, but they are professional chefs. I'm sure that they have most of the spices that you want them to use, Karl suggested. Oh, that's a great idea. There's a directory on the phone here. Dial 0 for the concierge and... Hello, can I get a kitchen worker up to Monarch Karl's unit? I would like to have dinner prepared with some of the royal rank ingredients that we brought back, but the kitchen isn't stocked for as large of a group as we are expecting. Yes, that would be wonderful, thank you. Then she turned to give everyone a thumbs up. Done and done. They will be here in 10 minutes to collect the special ingredients, and they will have the meal ready for whatever time we pick. I also got them to bring up a cart full of snacks for while we wait, she explained. Who knew that Lotus was secretly organized? Tessa joked. When it's about food, I am excellent at organization. There is nothing more natural than not wanting to miss a meal. As promised, the snacks soon arrived, and Karl loaded a large roast on the cart for the kitchen, and then a second one in case someone else had a special event. Even in a building like this, high-ranking beast meat was not easy to get, so if they could incorporate a little of the boar meat into their menu meals for the next few days, it would buy Karl a lot of goodwill with the other residents. He had a sneaking suspicion that he was going to need that soon once the beasts started to settle in. With their skills, it would be nearly impossible to keep them out of an apartment if they wanted. To enter and restraint was not a word commonly found in their vocabulary. Do you have a large amount of that meat available? We might be interested in making regular purchases. Assuming you can maintain it at this level of freshness, that is. The chef suggested. Food doesn't go bad in system storage, so it will remain that fresh indefinitely. I have a limited amount of the royal rank, but I can spare at least a ton of commander rank boar meat. Karl agreed. Lotus giggled, while Dana silently mouthed the words, "Hawk, you glutton," towards Karl, knowing that the bird could see her. Each of the boars weighed more than that, even deboned and prepared for cooking. But the bones were valuable as well. Not just as a resource, but to render down to make soup stock. There was one in the roast today, and Hawk would not mourn the loss of the bones. They were too crunchy and tasteless. That gave Karl plenty of time to finish the messages before their lunch was ready, so he could send the responses with the delivery worker and relax for a while before the kids arrived. However, the time that they got to themselves before the kids arrived turned out to be even less than Karl had expected. They had only just finished eating lunch when the phone rang to inform them that their new trainees were on the way up with an old friend. That sounded promising, and Karl wondered who they had sent. He was hoping for one of the Mackenzie brothers, or perhaps one of his teachers from the academy. However, the long beard and deeply stoned eyes that smiled back at Karl from the other side of the door were none of those people. "Dr. Skittles, welcome. I don't know how you got assigned to escort the trainees here, but it's good to see you again." Karl greeted the nature priest from the Wounded Veterans Hospital. I had hoped that name wouldn't stick. But I was the one in charge of ensuring the selected trainees were mentally suited to the task at hand. I know that your team isn't for the faint of heart, and if you release an aura of killing intent, it might break the will of many of the youngsters. We wouldn't want that, and I suspect that you wouldn't appreciate having someone pee on your F. Lower in terror. The old doctor joked. There were 5 children behind him, though Karl felt a bit odd thinking that. They were only really 3 years younger than he was, a year from undergoing the awakening injection themselves. They did look determined, so at least someone had warned them about what was coming. But more than that, they looked awestruck. The building was extremely luxurious, and the room was F-iled with people more powerful than anyone they were likely to have met so far in their lives. I should inform you that this experiment will be treated as an actual scientific experiment and not just a game. There will be someone monitoring your progress while you are in the capital, and the participants have been selected to have no connection to any of you. Dr. Skittles added. Well, that's not out of the realm of expectations. I thought that we would have to make daily reports, but if they're going to have someone watching us train, then we can skip that step. Will you be the one today? Karl replied. Indeed. There shouldn't be too much to report today. It's just a meet and greet. He shrugged. Karl took out a handful of jewelry and smiled at him. Oh, I wouldn't count on that. It's a shame that I couldn't learn randomized to cast on them, but I think that there is a chance 1 or 2 of them might be able to awaken their class by equipping a system-imbued item. Karl motioned for the acolytes to come forward with his empty hand, and then offered each of them one of the many giant strength rings that he had acquired. Do I want to know where you got so many of those? Dr. Xander, better known as Skittles, asked. Probably not. But if you're doing the psych evaluations tomorrow, it might come up anyhow. Oh boy, do we have fun stories for you. The doctor sighed, and the kids took the rings from Karl, holding them curiously, as they had no idea what such a crude metal band was supposed to be for. 4 of them were nearly identical, to the point Karl thought that they might be siblings with the same straight black hair, But there was one blonde girl in the group, and she was clearly the feral child of the group. The first thing that she did when she got the giant ring was to bite it, and then slide it over her hand like a bracelet. She gave her arm a happy shake, then her eyes went wide as the ring equipped, and it moved to her left ring finger. She made an inarticulate squeaky happy noise, and Skittles turned around to see what was going on. "Sybil, where did you come from, and where is John?" he demanded, while also signing along with his words. "Is Sybil deaf?" Karl asked. "Yes, and she definitely isn't supposed to be here. She's 2 years younger than the others, and she's supposed to be on security restrictions after stabbing another child at the orphanage," Skittles explained. Ray stepped out of her space and stared at the small blonde child. "I want this one. She's got potential," the spider announced. "You're just saying that because her first instincts are to bite and stab," Karl retorted. "Well, yes. But I think that she will make a pretty good rogue. See, she already picked her class or got it assigned." Karl checked her with the system interface and realized that yes, her name was in the odd yellow that was assigned to rogues. Karl considered his options for a moment and then realized he had the perfect skill for a deaf rogue: echolocation. If he gave her an additional sensory skill, she would be able to see in the dark, detect most hidden targets, and she wouldn't be distracted by noises, as she couldn't hear them anyhow. "All right, I have prepared a plan for the development path of the young rogue class elite. The other 4 of you, please introduce yourselves and try to get the ring to fit and adapt to you, the way that Sybil did," Karl instructed. "I am going to look for John. We're short one of the original students, and he was with us at the doors," Skittles whispered. If she had attacked someone to steal his spot, the feral child might not be a good person, but from what Karl could tell, she was an incredible rogue. Nobody had even noticed the switch. If they had, they surely would have snitched on her to the doctor. It wasn't like she would hear them telling him. The next to succeed was a boy standing near the door. His eyes went vague as the ring fell to the ground, and then he began to do a little happy dance. His name had turned the light blue of a mage in Karl's interface, so he couldn't actually equip the ring. But it had still worked to activate his system skills. Karl picked up the ring and patted the boy on the back. "I will introduce you to your new tutor. This is Princess Dana. She is a Murim battle mage, and she will be helping you with your basic magical skills starting tomorrow." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Princess, I will be in your care," the boy replied politely. The next 2 advanced at the same time, and a new pair of warriors was born. "I am Aaron, and this is my sister, Jamie." "Thank you so much. We both get to be warriors like our dad was," the boy replied. "Sorry for your loss," Karl replied. "Oh, he's not dead. He was resurrected, or reincarnated, reborn into a new body, and he lost his status as an elite. But before that, he taught us all sorts of fighting skills, just in case we were successful with the injection," Aaron explained. That would have made him one of the early test subjects that had been pulled from the army to beta. Test the injection. The kids were a couple of years too old for him to have been a regular injection. Student. Well, unless he had kids in middle school, but that seemed even less likely. "And I am Joan. I don't know if this thing works for me, but the red lady says that I need to be here to keep the children under control," the last student explained. Tessa smiled. "I will be here as well. But we will get you all trained up. Here, why don't you try to wear this instead?" The red dragon god wouldn't let the clerics wear strength items either, perhaps viewing it as unfair or likely to distract them from other duties. But the simple necklace that Tessa gave Joan equipped immediately, and the girl's name appeared in white over her hat in Karl's overlay. That's 5 out of 5 without having to do anything strange. Now we just need to know what happened to John and wait for Skittles, Karl announced, then pocketed the 2 rings that couldn't be used. Sybil was watching him carefully and made a series of hand gestures to answer, but Karl didn't speak sign language. Fortunately, Lotus did. She knocked him out and stuffed him through the access door for the fire suppression system on our floor. Lotus translated. "Please go get the lost student. We can take on a 6th if Skittles allows it." Lotus ran out to the hallway, then right back in. Skittles found him. There is a stretcher and another cleric, and some guys with guns and uniforms. Karl watched as Sybil ducked below the height of the sofa and then scurried across the living room to hide under a large reclining chair. If he didn't have thermal imaging, she would have seemed to simply vanish, and she was incredibly quiet. Even Ray was impressed, though she did go to sit on the chair so that nobody tried to search under it. That was her new student, and she was keeping the crazy one. The guards came in with their hands on their weapons, looking for Sybil. "Sir, do you know where the young offender is? She escaped custody and has seriously injured another student," the guard asked. "She's around here somewhere. Why don't you let me take custody of her? I will get her behavior straightened out by morning, and you won't have any more troubles with her in the future," Karl suggested. "You would like to personally take on the duty of caring for a troubled orphan?" "My apologies, Your Majesty, but do you know how much effort such an undertaking will involve?" Karl nodded. "I understand. I will explain the situation to the doctor. Besides, she is awakened as a young elite now, so it is only right that we take charge of her punishment." The guard saluted. "Dr. Xander will return soon. He has seen to the treatment of the wounded child. He sustained a major head injury from a dislodged fire extinguisher." Skittles came in and the guards left, which confused the doctor. "I told them that I would take care of our feral rogue. Technically, I'm going to let Ray train her, but if a bloodbath spider queen can't keep her out of trouble, I doubt anyone can," Karl explained. "She fractured the boy's skull with that fire extinguisher strike. Now, I'm impressed that she could even lift it at her age, but she is dangerous." The other four nodded in agreement. Karl shrugged. "We are elites. We're meant to be dangerous. Besides, all of you are elites now as well. We can start everyone else's training tomorrow, but I will keep Sybil here for the night so we can calm her down and explain how things are going to work." The warrior laughed quietly at the thought of their troublesome peer finally meeting serious discipline, while Owen the mage was more concerned with the way that Dana was floating half a meter off the ground, showing off her skills. Only Joan, the one that Tessa suspected was awakening as a red dragon cleric, was looking around to try to find the lost rogue. That was also good training for her, as the red dragon clerics were often battle tacticians with the army, and they would need to have good analytical skills as well as keen senses. "Now, before you all go, I want to ask you what skill you would most like to learn. I have some connections, and I might be able to help you learn that skill right from the start," Karl asked the students. The two warriors replied in unison. "Do you not already have that? It should be the basic warrior skill that you got when you awakened," Karl reminded them. "We already have a skill? It just told us that we were warriors," Aaron replied. "Think or say the word status, then go through your menus to see what you have. Slash or cleave should be your starting skill. Then you will have a skill tree showing you the skills that you will be able to learn in the near future." Then Karl turned to Owen, the mage. "I would like to learn lightning spells. My starting skill is magic missile, and I am totally asking to use the training room at the cathedral when we get home." Karl nodded. "That should be possible, but we will have to work on your mana and stamina so that you can use it as well as lightning magic deserves to be used." Joan, the young cleric acolyte, smiled. "I would like to learn protection magic to keep these idiots from hurting themselves." Karl nodded. "We know just the thing." Ray stood up and pulled the startled rogue out from under the chair. Then she turned her to face Lotus, who could explain the situation in sign language, but left the girl hanging upside down. Once Lotus asked the question, Sybil started to smile and gesture frantically, seemingly overjoyed that someone had asked her. She would like to learn flaming sword skills so that she can burn every bully in the world to ash. Lotus translated. Or perhaps that wasn't joy. She might really just be crazy. But now both Hawk and Ray were impressed with her dedication to all the right things in life. Now that he thought about it, an extra stabby tiny creature with a fire obsession was practically made to be a new friend to the beasts. Even Kara would like this one. They were both feral creatures. Ray set her down and Sybil immediately tried to escape out the door, but was dragged back by a collar of silk around her neck. Lotus smirked at the girl as she attached the web to the ceiling, and then borrowed a notebook and pen out of Karl's inventory. Is she going to be all right? Skittles asked, growing concerned about the short-term survival of the girl. She will be fine. Ray has good reading skills, so they'll be able to communicate even if she doesn't know sign language. I wonder if we can teach them to mind speak. That would be good, Kara suggested. That was part of their bond, but there might be some similar function in the system that they just hadn't uncovered yet. I will look into it. Jamie, the formerly silent half of the warrior pair, raised their hand and spoke in a surprisingly high voice. Who will be our warrior trainer, sir? They told us that you work with beasts, but none of us got a class like that. Karl had originally thought that they were twin brothers, but apparently Jamie was just tomboyish with the same haircut Aaron had. I will help with it, but the lovely Princess Ophelia here is a berserker. If anyone knows about melee combat, it is her. Ophelia smiled and waved, while the warriors nodded happily. Then Karl continued. I also have Thor, who is actually a monarch-ranked divine thunder Sero, but with a bit of effort, he can transform into a humanoid form to help you learn defensive tactics, while Ophelia teaches you offensive skills. Between them, you will become the sort of well-rounded warriors that your father would be proud to know. He also had Remy to help Dana with the aspiring lightning mage, so it was only Sybil and Joan who didn't have two specialty teachers. That was still better than Karl had expected. You never knew what you would get from a system-assigned class, but Karl was slowly discovering that there was a core set that appeared more often than others. Dr. Skittles smiled at Karl and gestured to the 4 children who weren't in hiding. Should we head out for the evening? I will see you all tomorrow morning along with some of the other doctors, and the students can return at any time you are free, he suggested. That works for us. I assure you that Miss Sybil will be alive and better behaved by morning. Karl agreed. The doctor nodded, then gestured for the kids to follow him out. They all waved happily, knowing that they would not only be back, but that they had the greatest ever story to brag about with their friends tonight. In fact, they intended to practice their new skills until lights out, or until the clerics forced them to go to bed, whichever came second. Once the door was closed, Tessa turned to Ray. Why don't I try talking to her about what was going through her head that made her think it was all right to attack another student? Sybil glared at her and began gesturing frantically in Lotus' direction. I can read sign language as well, Tessa replied, gesturing along with her words. Maybe it was an oversight in Karl's education that he didn't. Or it might just be a cleric thing. While Tessa and the young rogue had a silent conversation, Lotus came over to translate for everyone else. She says that she actually won the draw, but the bullies beat her up and stole the winning stick, so when the teachers came to see who had been chosen to go, John had her stick. That's why she ambushed him and took her spot back. Oh, that's interesting. According to Skittles, she was previously in protective custody because she killed her foster brother. Lotus quietly narrated. Dana and Ophelia gave Karl dubious looks, but he was more interested in watching the interaction, even if he needed translation to learn what they were saying. Tessa told her that she's considered an elite now, and that sort of behavior will get her drugged to limit her powers while she is locked up for life. It looks like she understands, and now that she's becoming more certain that she will get to stay, she's not speaking with so much anger. Lotus continued. We need to teach her shadow step. If she had that, nobody would have noticed the bully going missing. Ray suggested. She's a rogue, she will get to it eventually. Did you want to teach her stealth skills first after we have helped her senses? Karl replied. That should be good. Her starting skill is backstab, so she needs a way to get behind the enemies. All right, I will work on teaching her silent movement and echolocation, assuming that she can learn both. Karl agreed. Are you really going to train her? The girl likely belongs in prison, Ophelia asked, with her back turned to Sybil and Tessa. She likely does, but yes. I intend to train her into a proper rogue class elite, and then she can take over duties that will make her childhood bullying seem like a happy memory. Besides, training is the only way that anything is going to change for her, and she's just going to get worse if we don't do something. So, if we've got a tiny psychopath on our hands, why not train her up and set her loose on someone else? I am certain that she would be just as happy on the frost giant front as she is in her dorm at the orphanage. Karl had forgotten that she could see him, but he didn't miss the panic as she read his lips. It had never occurred to her that elites might be sent somewhere terrible. She hadn't thought about it past the part where they had the power to get away from the bullies. So, her responses to Tessa were becoming increasingly concerned that she might immediately be sent off to war now that she was an elite. Tessa was patiently explaining that there were requirements and that she still had to learn to behave before she was sent off to the academy so that she could gain more power after their group got her started. It was a strange situation, but even Remy was getting in on the excitement, and she had found some shadow element items from the giants, both plants and magical stones that she could grind into potions. I still need more books. Tell the delivery person that I need books, Remy reminded Karl. All right, I will have them send up some related alchemy and shamanistic magic books for you after they deliver dinner. Does anyone else need anything? I will let you know after my bath, Ray replied, while the others just ignored the question, as they didn't need anything that a human could deliver them. Instead of wasting more time, Karl took a seat at the table and started to write out the echolocation skill, which he wasn't certain would be compatible with the girl at all. Then he went on to silent movement, his lone personal stealth skill. He didn't actually use it much, but he suspected that Ray could use it as a passive, as she was uncannily silent as she moved around the house. Being the only thing around which was not making noise would make it easy for Ray, or a rogue, to spot any other movement in the dark by using an echolocation type skill. Tessa looked up from their conversation. All right, I think that we've got things sorted well enough. Were you going to teach her a skill tonight? Karl nodded. At least one. Likely two. Then Ray has training planned for her tonight. Our new friend might be up past her bedtime, but we won't start the training until after dinner. What would happen if a common rank elite ate a whole bowl of stew made from royal rank ingredients was a mystery. Higher rank ingredients were great for growth, but the academy simply didn't have anything with that big of a power gap available. Karl hoped that having a constantly open commander rank dungeon might help with that, though. Elites could repeat it, though not immediately. So, they could farm resources, which should include at least some edible ingredients. And potions from the rewards. Growth potions, the sort that enhanced an ability or physical status, were normally only beneficial once, so after the dungeon repeating group members had used them, they would become a tradable resource for others. All right, Sybil, come over here and try to read these books. If they work, you will get good things, Karl instructed, after making sure she was looking at him. Sybil came over to inspect the books that Karl had set on the table in front of him, not quite understanding why they were important. She had gotten so used to nobody caring what she was up to that she had long since stopped paying attention to gossip, so she only picked up what was in her textbooks, and the details of how elites advanced were not part of the core coursework. The methods were common knowledge, but she had missed out on a lot of that, and until today, hadn't cared. But she liked to study, so she flipped the silent movement, book open without hesitation then. Looked around in confusion as it vanished, wondering if some trick was being played on her. It's a skill that lets you move without making a sound. I know you can't tell the difference, but it's an essential skill for a rogue, and it goes well with the other skill that we have prepared for you, Karl explained. She quickly grabbed the second book and flipped it open, then stared around the room as it took effect. Then, she snapped her fingers and watched the world change as the readings from echolocation came in from all directions, and not just forward. It appeared in front of her eyes, like a second layer of vision, and it didn't seem to matter to the skill that her ears didn't work. She made a series of hand gestures, and the clerics began to laugh. Karl waited for someone to explain, and Sybil took out a small notepad and pen. This is absolute bullshit. Now I can see sound, and I'm still deaf. Karl did his best not to laugh at her suffering. Well, I don't know a spell that will allow you to hear again, but this is magic. I guess you don't need to hear to be able to use it. When the lights go out, now you're not deaf and blind. You can function in perfect darkness or even blindfolded. For a rogue, an elite who is likely to take on infiltration and stealth roles in the future, this is one of the most important passive abilities that you can have. Karl explained. Sybil reluctantly nodded, then began to write again. What else were you going to teach me? This was really fast. Karl gestured to Ray, who had an evil grin on her face. You already know the skill, backstab, so I am going to teach you how to shadow step. With that skill, you can move through darkness to appear in any other shadowed place that is large enough. My Karl will use his skills to help you learn, and I will start with exposure therapy to help your body understand. Karl focused on the pair with Skill Master to help them learn faster, and then smiled as Ray turned out the living room lights and began to move rapidly back and forth between the living room and spare room until Sybil pleaded for mercy as the dizziness overwhelmed her. The spider turned her tiny charge to face her and patted Sybil on the head. Now, you just need to focus on the feeling of moving through the shadows. When you understand it, you will be able to escape, and my training will be complete. She started bouncing back and forth again after gagging the rogue with a strip of silk cloth and… Ophelia turned to Karl in concern. How long are we going to let the spider torture a middle schooler? She asked. Technically, I think she's in her last year of primary school. Skittles said she was younger than the others by a couple of years. But I have Skill Master at rank 4 now, and there are few skills that Ray is better at than Shadow Step. She loves that skill. I give it 2 hours at the most, and the newest elite will manage to escape. An hour in, everyone was researching their training methods for the next day, and the doorbell rang, with room service delivering the stew that Lotus had requested for dinner. Ironically, that was the trigger for the Great Escape. Sybil vanished from Ray's arms and appeared under the food cart, then made a run for safety down the hall, only for Ray to grab her a half-second later and drag her back inside. Not bad. Only 1 hour and you're getting the hang of the skill. Now, sit down and eat. You're going to need the energy for training tomorrow. Karl instructed as Sybil realized she couldn't shadow step away when she was being held by the ankle. I have a potion for her. Put it in a cup, I want to see what it does. Remy informed Karl as Ray set the rogue down at the table. Wait for tomorrow. I want to know everything that she's capable of before we start feeding her new supplements. Tonight, we will focus on skills. You can make potions for all the acolytes if you would like, and then we can test them all at once. Karl suggested. Oh, that's a good idea. Everyone at the same time will be much better entertainment, and then if strange things happen, the others won't be able to refuse. I knew you were the Karl for a reason. Remy agreed. What exactly she thought the job of a Karl was remained a mystery, but he felt like it had become a middle management job and less of an elite powerhouse position. But if nothing else, Remy would have potions for all 5 of their acolytes the next day during training, and once she found time for a new beauty routine, Ray should advance and possibly pick up new skills that she could leverage to take back her top spot. Having Ray at the Monarch rank would motivate Remy and Kara to advance as well, even if the power of the separate spaces advancing wasn't enough to immediately force them to break through. In short, tomorrow was going to be a very busy day for Karl and the team. But before that, he should likely rescue the young rogue from whatever had happened to her now. She was turning red in the face and squeaking, but she appeared to be breathing well enough, so she hadn't choked on her soup. I think it's an energy overload. We're all used to the condensed power of the boar meat, but she's never had anything like it before. Maybe take her to the training grounds in the basement to burn some of the excess off before something bad happens. Thor offered. Right, good call. You have to be careful with giving humans good things. Ray grabbed her trainee, along with their soup, and vanished. Karl could feel them directly beneath him, so she must have gone to the training areas, but why she had decided to bring the food was a cause for concern. It was too much energy for a common rank elite to handle, so if she was intending for Sybil to eat more of it, she would have to intensely train her skills. It was still early in the evening, but she wouldn't be able to burn off that much energy quickly with the amount of energy that she could currently handle. However, Karl did have Skill Master active on them, so if Ray was going to combat train her, maybe Sybil could learn some new skills that she could overload with energy. You know, There is a good chance that Ray will kill her accidentally. Lotus quietly reminded them. Karl nodded. That is possible, but I think that as long as she can burn off all that excess energy, there is a good chance that Ray can actually force her to advance tonight. Ray has an advancement bath coming, so she will want to get as much training as possible done before she goes to bed for the evening. It wouldn't be surprised if we find a rogue dangling from the ceiling in the morning, though. Ray likes it when her prey stays where she puts it. The ladies chuckled at that, but Karl was right. Ray would definitely cocoon a flight risk so that Sybil remained where she was put until morning. Should we get ready for bed, or do we wait up until Ray comes back with our new charge? Dana asked. I've got it handled. Let's sleep first. We have a long day coming tomorrow. Karl retired to bed with Dana, while Ophelia transformed back into werbear form and slung Lotus over her shoulder. Tessa chuckled as the bear claimed her teddy, while Lotus made half-hearted complaints about how a werbear was too warm to sleep with when you had temperature control. Karl also woke up far too warm the next morning, with Dana's warm body on one side and Kara curled up against the other. Is this going to be a new thing? He whispered to the Void Badger. It is my duty to keep your relationship wholesome until Brother Thor manages to find a girlfriend. Karl smiled and petted her head, which made Kara stretch out in the bed and wake Dana. She rolled on top of Karl, then rolled back when Kara licked her face. What was that for? Good morning, Kara. I'm awake now. Karl looked into his face and found that Ray was still in the middle of her bath preparations. She had the base ready now, but Remy had made her a potion to work into her body before she began, and Ray wanted to finish that before she added the totem blood. It opens the pores and exfoliates loose outer layers. It was an error during my research, but it works really well as a body scrub for Ray. Remy explained. The bloodbath spider was lost in her preparations, oblivious to the fact that it was already morning, and that everyone was getting up for the day. Karl carried Dana to the shower while Kara polished her fur, and then he let his senses wander to the others to make sure everyone was doing well. Thor was in human form with Sybil in the kitchen with Tessa, while Lotus was making a lot of noise in bed, possibly trying to escape from the grip of a gently snoring Ophelia. Hawk was in his space, as was Remy, so Karl worked through his morning routine and then realized he was actually short on normal clothing for a casual day. He decided to go for the uniform suit without the coat or tie and made a mental list of items to request from the delivery service. Mr. Karl, good morning. We're just about done making breakfast. Sybil greeted him in sign language as he reached the main room, with Dana and Kara behind him. You look like you slept well. Sybil gave him a rueful smile. Lady Ray tied me to a hammock and I couldn't shadow step out of it, so I didn't really have a choice. I was stuck there until Mr. Thor came to rescue me this morning. With grave nomicron betas, Karl chuckled as Tessa translated. Ray's webs didn't have knots, so there was no way for an escape artist to untie themselves, and a common rank elite wouldn't be able to break the silk. Thor smiled at Karl. When are the hatchlings coming? As soon as we finish with our morning meetings, we can call for them. Have you come up with a training program for the warriors? Thor nodded. I have the perfect thing, and Sister Remy made me potions to help. It's going to be very productive. If they're good warriors, they might even show progress in just one day. Tessa smiled at the transformed Sero. I've already called the doctors to finish our evaluations. But are you sure that you'll be all right staying in human form? I believe that those items are usage limited. Thor shrugged. It's not a big problem. Sister Ray will learn the spell soon, and I can just stay like this for a while. My pond is comfortable even without my scales. Thor secretly likes wearing armor. Kara added in Karl's mind. That was valuable information to have. When he had time, Karl knew that he would have to study more so that he could keep useful spells like that one available for the team. Or one that would allow them to shrink. If they were able to reduce themselves to Kara-sized or smaller the way that Remy could, there would be little reason for any of them except Ray, who wanted to jump scare people, to transform. The trick was to convince Thor, who valued power and the ability to protect, that being small was a good thing. He had even made his human form the largest out of all of them. Plus, a sheepdog-sized Thor would be adorable. While Karl answered mundane questions about his mental state for the doctors, Ray was hard at work with her advancement. She had finished her exfoliation routine, and she had the perfect blend of blood in the bath for her upcoming advancement. She wasn't entirely certain what sort of skills it would give her when she did become a proper queen, but she had high hopes for this blend with the little bit of totem rank blood that she had managed to acquire. It was only a few drops, but it contained ridiculously potent healing abilities, and it was too full. Ranks over her. She settled into the pool and began the work of pulling all the energy out of the blood. The process was simple for a bloodbath spider and instinctive. You just absorbed all the energy from the bath, and then you found out if your body adapted to it well enough to break through the bottleneck, and if you learned any new skills. The Cyclops species might have an innate skill that she hadn't gotten to see during their battles, as they were almost all crazed by the spawn, but Karl's blood definitely had some special properties, as did the Emperor's blood. She could feel the energy from Karl and the newborn Emperor, mixed in with the monarch-rank Cyclops blood, revitalizing her, while the blood from the two creatures that could regenerate also strengthened her resistances. The Emperor's blood worked on her elemental resistance, as trolls were immune to all but fire, where Karl had limited invulnerability as part of his core skill set, and the iron within, skill that made his blood into living liquid metal and improved his already impressive invulnerability. It was the perfect time for her advancement, Ray decided. She had gotten to have fun for most of the night, then a good nap, and now she got to skip all the boring stuff before the trainees showed up. Ray briefly wondered how fast a baby rogue would improve their shadow step if a giant spider was actually trying to eat them. Just a little bite would do it, and then the clerics could heal her after, but it would add all the motivation in the world. Even if she did have to chase her down every day to continue the training. Her mind wandered to many similarly pleasant things as she bathed, and then Ray noticed that there was another source of energy that nobody had bothered to remind her of. That sword and the ghost tree stick both had lots of energy in them, but they were stored separately, and she couldn't reach them from the bath. It was unfortunate, but she would remember them for next time. More energy was always a good thing, and who knew how hard it was going to be to get a proper bath for her next few advancements. Today's bath was particularly refreshing, Ray realized. The energy just seemed to keep coming as Karl refreshed the energy in her space, and the combination of Karl's and Emperor Troll's blood regenerated the damage she was doing in the process of remaking her body as she filtered an entire bath's worth of blood. It was like having an energy drink that just didn't run empty. She carefully stirred her bath and rolled over to refresh the coating on her back, then floated with her legs up for a few minutes as she enjoyed the influx of energy. Ray was gaining the faintest hint of a new skill, and though it was going to take some effort to focus on it, she knew that when she got it right, it would be beautiful. Everything that a spider could hope for. Karl was nearly finished with his interview with the psychology team when Ray finally got it right. She had invented the most incredible combination of skills with Karl's skill merger ability. Ghost Beast had combined with Iron Within and Shadow Step to make a new stealth ability for Ray. Night Haunter ignores physical damage in spectral form. Allows movement to any point that can be seen or touched with the incorporeal body. Invisible to optical vision. Regenerates life while in spectral form. But the skill wasn't the only benefit. Her body was rapidly growing more powerful. The advanced abilities of the blood she was ingesting were remaking her in a much more drastic fashion than her previous advancement, though Ray could see that she still looked like herself. Her outer shell now would be nearly impervious to attack, thanks to Karl and the Emperor, and her physical strength was off the charts. If she wanted to, she could now leap over 100 meters to get into combat faster or take her prey by surprise. From that distance, most of them wouldn't even know that she was waiting for them until she was already on top of them. But that wasn't all that she wanted. Trolls and Karl both had humanoid forms, and she wanted one. She was quite literally the thing that haunted the darkness now, and that only worked if she could get to her prey. The lingering power of her advancement helped skill merger and skill master function more efficiently, But the power was waning as she took in more than the blood could regenerate, and imbued her body with the energy. But she still had the token and a lot of determination. All she had to do was learn to use the spell without the amulet. Karl was shaking hands with the doctors now, so they must be nearly done, but Ray was confident that she had the right method. All that was left was to try it out. A surge of power activated, humanoid disguise, and she was in her two-legged form in her space, with only her own power. Then a thought activated Night Haunter, and Ray stepped out to stand beside the door, forgetting that she was still dripping with blood. The effect when she let the spectral form fade and reappeared in front of the psychologist, covered in blood from head to toe with a row of serrated teeth smiling at the cleric, was even more beautiful than she had hoped for. The man screamed like Lotus did when she was scared, then vaulted backwards and over the kitchen island before crashing to the ground and scurrying across the floor towards the back wall. 10 out of 10. Perfect form. Kara congratulated her. A celebration is in order. Doctors, may I introduce to you Queen Ray Bloodbath, the most powerful known member of her species and our nation's newest monarch rank resident, Karl announced. Skittles took a drag off one of the Nature Cleric specialty cigarettes as he glared at Karl. You're going to give an old man a heart attack one of these days. Karl smiled. Fortunately for us, not only do we have 2 clerics present, we also have one that can resurrect. It's fine if Ray sneaks up on people now and then. The terrified man on the floor scoffed. In my professional opinion, bringing them back to life won't undo the mental trauma of being literally scared to death. Ray gave the man 2 thumbs up. I will keep that in mind for next time. No scaring them all the way to death. Halfway is fun enough. The other 4 acolytes came in, then stopped when they saw that Ray was soaked in blood, which was rapidly being absorbed into her skin. Did we come at a bad time? The lady at the door said that the doctors were on their way down. Joan, the dark-haired red dragon cleric in the making, asked. No, you have impeccable timing. They were just on their way out when Lady Ray decided to show off her advancement to monarch rank and startled them. Karl explained. Skittles was laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes, but no noise was escaping from him, and his posture was both unnaturally straight and formal until he could get his amusement under control. Congratulations, Queen Ray. I am certain that we will see each other again soon. The hippie doctor announced, doing his best to avoid giving the new arrivals a poor impression of his professionalism. The doctors left, and Karl's group split up to talk to their charges, while Karl sat down at the table with his writing implements. Most of them would need a skill book, and he hadn't even started on the ones he already knew he could make. Chain lightning, for Owen the mage, wouldn't be too hard. It was usable by most types of elemental magic users. Not Dana, at least not anymore, but it should be good for Owen. Circle of Protection was more questionable. It was theoretically usable, but the description said, suitably blessed clerics. What exactly that entailed was anyone's guess. Compared to that, the warriors would be easier. They had wanted Slash, which they should already have. But Karl had Rend and Shred, which were both better sword attacks. A couple of books of Shred didn't take him long while the others got acquainted with the students. Sybil already had a head start, and she had Ray guiding her, while Kara gave helpful hints from the pile of blankets she had amassed in her space. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some books ready for you. For our warriors, I have copies of Shred to increase your damage output. For Owen, I have Chain Lightning. Then, for Miss Joan, I have a copy of Circle of Protection. I have a spare one as well, if Lotus or Tessa needs it. The 2 older clerics both shook their heads. We can already use it, but it doesn't stack, so we just let Thor, as his is stronger. Karl nodded. That made sense. Karl could extend Eternal Lightning or Refreshing Lightning over the whole group, but he rarely did it, as Thor had it handled. It seems that we're all relying on you, Karl informed the transformed Sero, who now had a shield hung from the back of his armor. That was odd. Karl didn't recall getting a shield as an item drop anywhere. Then he realized that Remy had a whole new stack of books and a fancy wooden shelf on the altar in her swamp. Someone ordered delivery while I was asleep, didn't you? We put it on your account, no problem. Remy agreed easily. It's a good thing we're not short on money. Was there anything else that we needed? Karl asked. No, I think we got everything. I also gave them different ingredients to make snacks for the kids during training. The soup was a bit too strong for the rogue, but we have lower grade stuff left over in here. Remy informed him. At least the beasts were taking good care of the new trainees. Their initiative was admirable, and this was the most excited that Karl had seen the team get about something in quite a while. The acolytes had hesitated at the table and hadn't opened the books yet. Everyone else was giving them expectant looks, even Sybil, who was still periodically trying to test Ray's grip on her to see if she could escape. Little did she know there was a single strand of royal rank silk attaching them, so the young rogue wouldn't be able to go far without learning to pull Ray along with her. Owen, the mage, was the first to try, and the chain lightning book vanished in his hands as his eyes went wide in shock. Ray clapped happily. All right, lightning mage obtained. Who is next? Joan, the cleric trainee, came forward and took her book. Opening it made her glow with bright golden light. Then her entire body glowed red and blood began to drip from the corners of her eyes, while eternal lightning healed her. The girl was lost in a vision of something, staring off into nothingness, so Karl didn't try to interrupt her experience. Whatever the red dragon wanted her to see was probably an important part of becoming recognized as a cleric of the god of war. The two warriors looked concerned for their friend, but they did step up and collect their books. Nobody had heard of warriors getting more than a headache and sore muscles from attempting to learn things, so the book shouldn't hurt them. The skill books vanished, and the two young warriors shared a high five. All right, now what path did the two of you pick? I believe the system should have given you options. For your first few skills, Karl asked the warriors before Ophelia and Thor could steal them away. Aaron smiled. I picked the defensive route, while Jamie picked defense. Then we can teach each other the opposite fighting style. Karl nodded. They won't be able to pick the skills from the tree, but there is a chance that they can still learn some of the skills through hard work, and knowing how to fight both offensively and defensively will make you more versatile. Many times in the future, you may need to serve as attackers while your group has a golem distract the target. Oh, that is an idea. I should see if I can teach the mage how to summon golems. It's a core skill that the Academy wants all mages to know if they can learn it. Some aren't compatible with the skill book, though. The problem was that Ray's golem spell wasn't a standard variation, and Karl couldn't summon them themselves. Dana shrugged. I will contact the supply warehouse and let them know about the situation. If Owen can't use it, then that's that. But I have high hopes for him. He started with the same basic skill that I did, back when I was a common rank freshman. Alright, while Dana calls to order a skill book, we can all get ready to go to the basement training area if it's available. If not, we will train in the cathedral's guard training practice ground. Karl decided. But they don't have a system, they're just warriors. Owen noted. All the more reason to practice with them. They are simple warriors, regular humans relying on the favor of the gods to survive, not special skills or magic. You might be fledgling elites now, but rest assured, anyone on those training grounds is likely to be able to humble you in a matter of seconds. Sybil didn't look impressed. She had all these new skills that Lady Ray had taught her. How could she not be better than some church soldier? The skill book delivery was shockingly fast, and the hotel staffer who came up with the book on a silver tray appeared nearly as eager to see what was going on as the kids. Dana smiled at the delivery man. Thank you for the prompt service. Young Owen here is going to try to learn to summon a golem. Owen, you know the routine. Just focus on the golem you would like to summon as you cast the spell for the first time, then every time after it will be the same. But not until we get outside. My golems are well over 2 meters tall, and we wouldn't want to damage the floor in here if you get a lava or stone golem. The kids all rushed for the door, ready to try out their new skills, but Tessa hadn't forgotten Karl's suggestion, and when they left the elevator, she led them out the front door and towards the church soldiers' training area. This is the perfect spot to train. The soldiers use holy magic on their weapons, so the training ground is more than capable of dealing with some common rank attacks. She explained. The acolytes didn't quite understand why she thought so highly of it until they got to the large sandy area that was used for training and saw that the Red Dragon clerics also worked on their combat magic here, to keep teams buffed and protected as they sparred with each other. Wow, what spell are they using? Aaron used as he saw the elite guards sparring. Spell? That's non-magical training with wooden blades. The ones over there are using defensive and blade enhancement magic, Tessa explained. But they're so fast. The young warrior complained, trying to explain the impossibility of the soldiers being normal humans, though there were no elites in those units. Resources from the church help enhance their physical abilities. When you grow up and train, you will be much stronger and faster than that. Which is why we will ask them to help train you, right after we find out what Owen's golems look like. That got the attention of the soldiers, who were on a break. Oh, do we have a few special cases who are awakened off schedule? Let's get a good look at these new elites before they're lording it over us. No offense, sir and priestess. Karl laughed and waved off his concern. We've got an interesting group of acolytes today. The Archbishop has asked that we try to train them up as a team to see if working together helps them grow faster. A holy assignment? Wow, you must have done something right. Karl shook his head. The opposite, I think. We get to train a group of the next generation as an experiment to see if it keeps us all out of trouble for at least a week. Many of the elites assigned to the academy for short durations were the same way, making up for causing someone trouble by taking on a job that would rehabilitate their image. Dana talked Owen through the process one more time, then the new mage focused and began to cast the golem spell. The surface was smooth and pale like a child's doll or a store mannequin and didn't appear to be gaining any features as it grew to human-sized. Not as large as Thor, but a hair taller than Karl. But as it finished, Karl noticed that it was not as solid as it looked. The surface was flexing and shifting slightly as it formed. Dana stepped forward and inspected it. Not bad. Clay golems aren't the most powerful, but they are highly durable, as they can absorb most blunt attacks with minimal damage. Now, part of the challenge as you grow will be keeping the golem properly equipped. It can attack with its bare hands, but it's better if you give your golem a weapon. Owen nodded. Do you give yours a sword or a club? Dana shook her head. I have an advanced version of the Armored Constructs skill. My golems appear with armor and weapons, so I don't need to provide them. But that skill will take you a while to learn if you ever do. So, for now, you need to work on how to coordinate your golem with your magic and later with your team. The goal is to have your golem block for you so that you can continue to cast without being hit. Do any of you fine gentlemen have a moment to assist us? King Thor will happily put a defensive barrier on you so that you're not injured during the test. All you need to do is get past the golem and hug the mage to win. The soldiers who were on break motioned for their sergeant, who came over, bowed slightly to Karl, then turned to Dana. Did you need a few of my soldiers to assist with your training, princess? Dana smiled. Likely not all day, unless you have some who don't need your full training regimen. This is their first day with as elites with a class, so our trainees are starting from nothing. The sergeant nodded. If you would like, I can spare you these 4 as they're all on light duties after injuries. Then, if you would like, I can take the youngsters for basic combat forms training with the rookies starting at 3. They're also only a few weeks into their training, and mostly only a few years older. Oh, that should be good for the warriors and the rogue. I'm not sure about our fledgling cleric, but I will be working on mana volume and control with Owen all day. Dana agreed. The sergeant made a get-on-with-it gesture to his injured men, then returned to the crowd. I will go first. How far off should I start? One of the men asked. 20 meters is far enough. By the time that a mage needs to go into defensive mode, the enemy is at least that close. That was actually a lot more warning than a mage got in most battles, but for the first day of training, it would give Owen more time to work with his golem. The better that he understood defensive tactics, the better the golem would understand them. So, as he had no other combat training, this was the best they could do. Ray smiled at Sybil. I like this game. We will have a soldier try to keep you from reaching me as well. It's nice and sunny out, so do your best. The spider's mirth was not lost on the young rogue. She couldn't shadow step on an open field in the middle of the afternoon, and she wasn't Ray, who could create a stone to appear under when she wanted to move. Thor motioned to the warriors. We will train here. I have a defensive barrier up on everyone, including our volunteers, so don't worry about getting hit. I will start with Aaron, while Ophelia starts with Jamie, and then we will switch once you have a good grasp on how to use guard and shred. The young warriors weren't certain that would be any time soon, but Karl knew that there were skill books for the skills if they needed them, and the instructors in question shouldn't have any problem teaching the skills. Thor would be faking guard with his eternal lightning, and Ophelia would be imitating shred by using rake, but the visual effect would be close enough that with some instruction, they should learn some version of the skill without using a point. Karl took a seat off to the side of the training grounds, along with a few of the elder clerics, who were supervising the training and not actively involved in the process. An old woman on Karl's left gestured towards where the warriors were training. It looks like you got a batch of naturals. They already understand about basic sword stances and blade techniques. Karl nodded. They were raised by a soldier, a fallen elite. The other ones might need a bit more work, but the warriors should have the basics down. As they talked, Owen was spun in a circle by the soldiers again, as they had gotten past his golem and dodged his magic missile. Dana was giving him hints, but he had zero combat sense. So, she changed the routine. Instead of having the golem defend, it was on the attack, with the soldier defending her. Now, the young mage could see what it took to keep an enemy away from the mage for as long as possible. Further down the sandy field, Sybil was also having issues. Despite her diminutive size, she was completely stonewalled by the warrior on defense and couldn't even make a step of progress towards Ray. All she had to do was get close enough to touch Ray, who was standing still, and she would win the round, but it just wasn't happening. A messenger came over with a note for Karl in the apartment building's stationery envelopes. If your bloodbath spider isn't busy tonight after dinner, I will be free to train with her in basement 3. Training gym. I have it booked and I will be there all night. Neil. Thank you. If you see him, let the Overlord know that Ray will be there at sunset. The messenger nodded, then returned to the apartment, but not before stopping to watch the practice for a few seconds. The soldiers of the church were an extremely physically fit group, and not gender-segregated during combat training, which the messenger obviously viewed as an opportunity for eye candy. The aging cleric woman next to Karl was watching the training with sharp eyes, making sure nobody was in real danger, but she continued to talk to Karl. Were you going to try something new with these ones? I see that you've awakened some extra skills for them, but that's pretty standard for individually guided students, she asked. I believe that we might have a way to speed their initial level increases. With a couple of herbal supplements and a specialized training regimen, we should be able to make them at least awakened before the school year even starts, with a good shot at ascended the first semester. After that, we will likely be moved to another assignment, but I believe our plan has potential. If we manage to bring these 5 to ascended in half a year, they might start implementing the method on a larger scale. From what I can tell, the goal is to more reliably bring elites up to ascended or commander rank, where they are in a position to challenge the main combat forces of the giants and anyone else who might invade. If we can prove that it is possible, the status of the elites will change quickly to gain the sort of respect that the spell blades command elsewhere. Karl elaborated. The old woman smiled. I can only imagine. With all the different classes the elites have, they would have so many new skills in battle if they were stronger. It wasn't bad like this until recently. When it was just the feral beasts and some monster spawns, we could take care of it with the armies of the faithful. But with the giants invading and that new dungeon that seems to attract trouble, I understand why they're trying this. But how did you pick these 5? They seem like an odd group, and I think that rogue is deaf. Karl chuckled. She is. However, they did the selection by lottery, and she stuffed a bully in a storage closet when he tried to steal her place, so she's got the motivation. The old woman smiled. That is what the elites need. Too many of them are after the fame and fortune. Not enough of them are willing to stab someone to get where they need to be in life. Are you sure that you're from the Red Dragon and not the Black? Karl joked. War is war. It doesn't matter if it's external forces, a civil war, or a cultural revolution. If they want to turn their movement into a war, the Red Dragon approves, under certain conditions. The cleric next to her, a middle-aged man also in the robes of the Red Dragon, nodded in agreement. The elites are a cultural revolution. Who would have thought 15 years ago that we would be recruiting every child capable of becoming superhuman and giving them the chance to become the hero from their childhood stories? The elites might have all but won the war of public opinion, but were you not nearly assassinated just a few days ago? She has a point. They might not have understood that they were hopelessly outmatched, but whoever they were willing to sacrifice their lives for their cause. Remy agreed. Karl considered the answers. You know, I never thought about it that way. I thought about how the extra combat power of the elites made things safer when monsters appeared near my hometown, and how they put on shows on the TV and the cafe. But I suppose that it makes sense that there would be pushback, even if it didn't primarily come from GDN residents. The cleric nodded. Nothing in life is ever as simple as it seems, and the war dragon sees every conflict, then judges its worthiness. The old woman smiled. Even between the Spellblade clans, the Red Dragon recognizes states of war. Small and petty wars, where they are both subordinates to someone else, but determined enough to have earned the Red Dragon's recognition. There was a time that she even recognized a workers' uprising and attempt to unionize. Karl chuckled at that. It had been the miners who had risen up against their employers, and they had fought against the mine bosses for over a decade, shutting down nearly all resource production. They had eventually lost, and the leaders of the Unionists were executed, but it was a legend of heroes to the miners of Karl's generation. Is that why you watch the soldiers training? Because they're the ones who are most likely to please your god in the future? Karl asked. Oh, perceptive. That is part of the reason. We find it relaxing to be here. But we are actually working. We are the supervisors for the clerics on duty and in charge of preventing serious incidents. When you give swords to 1,000 people who may or may not like each other, things can happen. Friendly fire is not friendly. Thor chuckled. Indeed. The younger cleric laughed out loud, making Karl think that he had heard Thor's mental voice, but the cleric was watching where Thor had changed training techniques and was having Aaron charge at a training post with his shield up. What on earth is your warrior teaching him? He asked. Shield bash. Thor is a firm believer in the usefulness of smashing posts as a training tool. Just watch, the young warrior will learn to adapt his guard ability soon and use it as an offensive slam attack with his shield. It was only natural after all. Karl was putting a lot of energy into rank 4 skill master to help everyone teach and learn skills. With a little luck, his beasts might even pick up a new combat technique from watching all the training. I think I have just the right thing for the baby elites to try. Nutrition is important, and Ray's new pet grew really well last night, though she couldn't properly digest the soup. I know that they have lunch coming soon, but I have made a mild berry juice to go with it. Remy informed Karl while the warriors were taking a break. Is it good for recovery? You could give it to the warriors now, Karl suggested. The others would be going for a break soon as well. They were getting frustrated with their inability to win against the veteran soldiers, even though they were elites. It was a humbling first day for them, a chance to realize that being a common rank elite didn't make them better fighters than regular veteran soldiers, so it should build their motivation to grow their powers. It should be good for energy, so I guess it could be used to recover between training rounds. Remy agreed. And what is it made from? I've got these berries I collected when we were back in time, and the tea made from the moss, and this minty leaf from Thor's space for flavor. It's not strong, ascended rank, so I think that they'll be able to digest it. The moss was a potent resource, and according to Karl's identification skill, the minty leaf was good for growing mana density. The berries didn't have a specific use listed, so he assumed that they were some sort of ascended rank food. Make one more. I want to taste test it before you pass it out. I know that your taste buds aren't the same as humans. Remy happily passed him a potion bottle full of the juice, and Karl sipped at it, while the clerics gave him confused looks. Sorry, I was out of clean cups. It's just a berry smoothie, he explained. It was tart, but refreshing, very suitable for drinking. The old woman gave the potion bottle an intrigued look, and Karl wiped the mouth of the bottle, then passed it over. She smiled and took out a long straw, then sipped the thick mixture. It's mixed with ice? Oh, that is beautiful. What flavor is it? I don't think I know that one. Karl shrugged. I actually don't know the name of the berries either, but they're mixed with silver. Mint leaf and moss tea. You can have that one if you would like. I was just taste testing it before I gave it to the students with lunch. Once the break started, Remy came out in Naga Queen form to hand out the smoothies and take notes on the effects that they had on common rank elites. The fact that they were being used as experimental test subjects for a new blend of energy smoothie was lost on the students, but after feeling the surge of energy from the juice, the old war cleric knew very well that this was not just a simple snack. The lunch delivery from the apartment arrived at the same time, and by the time that they had finished eating, the students were practically vibrating with energy, but more importantly, their bodies were quickly refining the existing energy to push them up through the common rank. That is fascinating. Do you think that it's a sympathetic reaction between the food and the drinks? They don't appear to be taking damage from the situation, and the quality of the energy in their body is increasing. I think it's the moss tea and silver mint combination. The two are usually used together at lower quality for cleanses, but it appears that they are completely cleansing the nascent energy from the there they go. As I said, full cleanse. Lotus began to laugh as the 5 trainees began running for the training area restrooms. The effect of the juice was cleansing all impurities from their bodies. Absolutely all of them. I will add that to my notes. May have side effects, but we will see how they're doing when they get back. It might become a standard issue item for the academy if it works well, Remy declared, speaking serpent. That was a fair wait, nearly an hour, before anyone returned to the training ground. They all had suspicious looks that said they would not be willingly accepting random food products from Remy in the near future, but they were definitely more powerful. The old woman beside Karl nodded. If you're giving that recipe to the bureau, tell them to issue it during the last day of the train rides. At least then they won't be losing a training day. Joan, the new priestess, gave the woman a pleading look. You still intend to give that evil juice to people? Did we not suffer enough? The old woman just smiled at her. 1 hour of suffering to move most of the way through common rank. If it wasn't for diminishing results, I would be tempted to ask them to issue it every morning for a week. Tessa patted her small charge on the shoulder. Now that you're back and fully energized, we can get back to training. Your mana levels have increased, so we can increase the frequency of your casting. The others realized they wouldn't be getting off easily either, and their respective trainers dragged them off to practice. They still had most of the afternoon left in their training schedule, and the warriors were swapping between offense and defense, while Owen was moving to mana training. Unfortunately for Sybil, Ray wasn't feeling merciful, and had decided that the problem with her attempts to bypass the soldiers was a lack of practical skills training. So she was learning blade skills with the soldiers, and then when the rookies arrived, she would be moving on to unarmed combat techniques. As a rogue, she needed to know as much about fighting as possible. Skills burned too much energy, and using them would alert elites and magic users to your presence. However, Karl suspected that the intense schedule wasn't as much about Sybil's lack of skills as Ray's frustration that she had to wait until dark to play with Overlord Neo. The end of the day couldn't come early enough for any of the trainees, or even Karl, who was getting that disquieting feeling that someone was talking about him. The feeling was validated soon after the trainees had started their afternoon training, when Karl saw visitors from the Inquisition and the government headed his way with determined looks on their faces. Once he was back at his apartment, they would be less likely to come bothering him, but out here in public, everyone could see that he was just overseeing the training of juniors. Monarch. If we could have a bit of your time? The president and the bishops have a few questions that they believe you can answer. If I say no, they're just going to show up at my house later, so we might as well do it now. Would the conference room over there work? I have a training skill active, and I would prefer not to get out of range of my students. Karl reluctantly agreed. Of course. The topics at hand are private, but not particularly sensitive. They headed for the nearby building, and Karl checked the skill master bonds. The ability wasn't feeling stretched at all, or limited without him watching. During the early days, when Skill Master was still at rank 1, he had to actually watch the process and focus, but now it appeared that simply activating it with deliberate intentions would help them learn the skills as well as they could. We will start with the least likely portion first. We have a group of Special Forces soldiers here, well, Special Forces cadets, who the President and his advisor generals believe would be a suitable test force to follow in your footsteps. They have been working with the more cats that the university is training, but have been unable to form the sort of bond that you have. The Inquisitor with his head shaved announced. None of them had given their names, and while Karl could look at their system status to find out, that always seemed to occur to him a few minutes too late. Besides, you could just call people by their title, and it would make them happy. Of course, Inquisitor. But that will most likely involve going to the university to get the beasts involved. A personal touch is the easiest way to change their minds, especially if they're already stronger than the trainees. After all, a bond like mine would kill them if they tried to bond with an ascended beast while still at common grade with no preparation. The bald Inquisitor nodded. They do have some training. Though they aren't elites, they were trained both physically and mentally as monks. It was done for unorthodox combat purposes, but I am told that your mental skills are similar, with a heavy requirement for mental fortitude. One of the men stepped out of the room and came back in with 10 young men and women about Karl's age. These are the cadets. Can you see any obvious flaws in our plan? The Inquisitor asked. Kara came out of her space to examine the group, not particularly impressed until she got to one who crouched down to pat her head like she was a dog and not an intelligent royal rank monster. This one definitely suits being bonded to a Thor. Karl nodded in understanding. All right, why don't we do the university portion first, and then we can finish the questions after. The cadets looked excited, and the one who had tried to pet Kara looked over to address Karl. Do you really think that we can bond the newborn more cats? He asked. I don't know yet, but I have a good feeling about it. The process might not have a 100% survival rate, but I think that most of you should get it after a few tries. The cadets paled, and the Inquisitor tried not to laugh. Whatever the Beast Master had in mind was very different from their plans if he didn't expect everyone to survive. So, the procession back out of the room only a minute after they entered was a silent one, as was the shuttle ride to the university. Only when they reached the building marked Animal Husbandry and Genetic Research did anyone begin to speak. So, this is it. After an entire year of trying, we might finally succeed in bonding one of the young beasts. One of the cadets whispered. Karl turned to the Inquisitor. They're not going to try to bond a year-old ascended or commander-ranked juvenile more cat, are they? The bald man smiled. Fortunately, no. The mother cat that we have just had another litter, that is. Ready to be weaned to solid food. They have been feeding the kittens for a few days now, and they're still awakened rank. Does it have to be more cats? They might actually do better with a weaker but fast-growing beast at first. Karl asked. What did you have in mind? Well, you said Special Forces, so you want the beast as a combat companion. Something that can reach commander easily enough, instead of the more cats, who can be royals at their peak, would be easier to bond. It would also make it easier to get a unified force if the more cats reject them. We will keep it in mind. There is a small pack of lightning Sero here now, with many of them newly hatched. They were brought to study how you managed to evolve Thor, but they could also make good companions for an assault force. As they approached the door, a young woman with a leather glove over one arm came running frantically towards them. There is a devil snipe on the loose. Please wait here until I recover it, she pleaded. Karl turned to inspect the area, then pointed at one of the trees. It's right there, holding some sort of fruit seed. Would you like me to grab it? The devil snipe was a common grade monster, and at full growth could still fit in the palm of a grown man's hand. They were named devils for their temper, not their power, though they did have a small amount of wind magic. Oh, you're the Beastmaster, right? Please, if you have a skill to get it back, I have put in significant effort with that one, but he's got an odd food obsession and flew away when someone left the fruit bowl out. She pleaded. Karl took out a single commander rank mountain gooseberry from Hawk's space, which made the napping Thunderbird laugh. No mere snipe could resist such a good snack. Karl held his hand out with the snack, and the small bird's head immediately turned. It raced down out of the tree and gently landed in Karl's hand, then cooed in pleasure as it took small bites. Karl stroked the back of the bird's head, then passed it, along with the berry, to its handler. As she received the bird, the young woman's gaze went vacant for a few seconds, then Karl felt her aura shift. He inspected her more closely with his system interface active and saw that she was now shown as Arabella, common rank ranger. Well, that went better than expected. Congratulations, young woman. You have successfully bonded with your snipe, who, I would note, is quickly advancing to awaken rank. Karl informed the group as she was still in shock. The bird looked smug, and the woman rolled her eyes, answering its mental demand. Is it that easy? You just touched her, and she gained a class. The military representative asked, shocked at the development. Actually, the fruit made the bird advance, and it was the bird's advancement that cemented the bond that they already had. If my guess is right, it realized that humans reliably have food, so it wanted a human to keep it fed. Karl explained. Arabella sighed. Yes, that is very close to how it went. Flicker requested a contract, and when I accepted, I awakened a class. That small revelation changed everything. Karl forged bonds with the beasts, not the other way around. But getting the cats to want to be with the humans would be so much easier than having the cadets try to move a kitten into a separate space and convince it to stay without tearing their mind apart for fun. The researcher was quickly collected by the Inquisitor before she could escape their grasp. She was proof that their method might actually work on a larger scale, unless it was proven that the outcome was a result of Karl's interference. The more cat enclosure is this way. Monarch Karl, how certain are you that this will be feasible? The Inquisitor asked, without removing his hand from the researcher, who was engrossed in conversation with her bird. With more cats? I would say the chance is slim. If we go to the Sero pens, I think that they will have good luck. Lightning Sero love to meet new friends and expand their herd. The other officials looked like they were much more set on the more cats than the Inquisitor was, but he was likely the only one of the group that really realized that trying to bond the more cats was likely to get many of these cadets killed, even if they succeeded. These are the cat cages. Is there anything you need to do in preparation? The military representative asked. I need to go speak with the mother cat first. Is she in the same cage as the little ones? Karl asked. No, they have been separated for safety now that the young ones are on solid food. Karl sighed and shook his head, then walked to the door with a full-grown more cat in it. If you would kindly open the door, I will go speak with her. The university staff and officials all looked at him like he was crazy. Sir, that more cat is not sedated. You can't go in there. I thought that you were trying to train them to help you. If you have to sedate them to be near them, you're clearly failing. But I'm not concerned. Open the door. One of the researchers shrugged, then took out what looked like a smoke grenade, likely of sedative gas, expecting Karl to be attacked. He stepped through, then closed the door behind him as the massive moorcat, taller on all 4 feet than Karl, was standing upright, stared at him. Good afternoon, my name is Karl. These gentlemen would like to form a life bond with your cubs. The young humans, that is. Is that permissible to you? He asked. The big cat growled and glared at him, but Karl continued anyhow. What about one of them? There is one of them brave enough to pet a full-grown winged void badger. Karl offered. The cat looked curious, but kept its hostile stance. The cubs will have to agree to the contract, of course. But I am going to offer each of the cubs the chance to pick a partner. He continued. One massive paw flashed out, and Karl raised a hand to stop it, letting the force slide him across the floor a little, but a simple swat wouldn't harm him. That got the Moorcat's interest. Oh, I think that I get it. You don't have any respect for the weak humans, so you don't want them dragging down the futures of your cubs. Karl guessed. The cat rumbled in agreement, then snarled at the humans outside the cage. System quest activated. If they die, they die. Use the contract tokens to allow each recruit one attempt to bond with a magical beast and activate their system assignment. 10 tokens appeared in Karl's hand, and he smiled at the Moorcat. See, these are the tokens, nothing dangerous. The humans will use one to try to bond with a new partner. Then your cubs can show them how powerful a Moorcat is. The big cat wasn't happy with him, but it reluctantly nodded, and Karl turned halfway to knock on the door. Showing his back to the mother cat would be rude, so he sidestepped through the door before turning to face the students. You might want to bring a cleric. I suspect that this might not go how they were hoping. The cats need to be fully cognizant and unrestrained for the next part. Karl explained. That wasn't part of the rules. Kara reminded him. The bond isn't instant. Nothing is stopping them from turning on the cadets later tonight when the drugs were off, if they're trapped that way. When you put it that way, Kara wasn't sure which would be funnier. Watching the cats, which were nearly her size already, beat up cadets, or knowing that they would wake up from a drugged stupor later and tear apart the elite from the inside out. They went one cage over to where the kittens were receiving instructions from their mother, and the cadets approached the bars with determined looks. All right, we will do this one at a time. Who wants to go first? All you have to do is prove to your chosen partner that you are worthy. Karl asked. The guy who had tried to pet Kara raised his hand and stepped forward, as did one of the kittens, who had paused its grooming mid-blep and still had its tongue sticking out as it came to rub against the bars. The mother cat was visibly embarrassed at such behavior, but the two were clearly fond of each other. Karl grabbed the key card from one of the researchers and stepped inside the cage. You follow me. I will use this token, and you have one chance to make your choice believe that you are a suitable lifetime partner for them. Karl activated the token as the man crouched to hug the cat and murmur something in its ear. Before he was tackled and licked, then turned into a pillow as the cat simply curled up on top of him. The cadet laughed as the huge kitten kneaded his leather armor with its paws, then the baby Moorcat vanished, and the bond was completed. His class was Beast Ranger, which was somewhat close to what Karl had expected, and while it wasn't a Beast Master, he had a Moorcat and a class, so it was certainly what anyone would call a resounding victory. Well, that's one for one. We're off to a good start. Who is next? A confident young cadet swaggered into the cage, then gestured to the largest of the kittens. Bring me that one. I mean, I would like that one. Please, Monarch. He corrected as he realized who he was making demands of. Karl caught the mother cat's smirk and ushered the successful candidate out of the room. Karl motioned for the Moorcat alpha cub to come forward and activated the token. As soon as he did, the cat growled, and the token put up a shimmering black and green barrier over Karl, then a second one over the cage. Oh, it looks like this is a test of worthiness. Good luck, young cadet. What the hell? Are you not supposed to give me a Moorcat? The cadet demanded as the cub began to stalk him. That's not how it works. You have to prove you're worthy as a partner. I have been informed that you've been trained as a Special Forces soldier. You've got this, it's just a kitten. The cadet drew a training sword and the kitten growled, as did the mother. Weapons were cheating in their minds. But that didn't matter for long. The cat pounced and the cadet was too slow to respond. For black claws tore his face open, popping an eyeball, and then continued slashing down the front of his armor, while the other front paw tore apart his sleeve as he flailed helplessly at the kitten's back. The Inquisitor tried to cast something, as did the cleric outside, but Karl could see the spells hitting the barrier. Monarch, do something. The Inquisitor demanded. What exactly? Shatter a divine barrier to save a cadet from his hubris? I'm not certain I can manage. That? The barrier should fade once the test is over. Karl replied calmly. He will be dead by then. The priest reminded him. That's very much a you problem, not a me problem. Or we can call High Priestess Lotus over, as she can resurrect the failed candidate if she gets here in time." The white-robed cleric sighed, then winced as the kitten tore the throat out of the cadet, then proudly strutted away as the barriers fell. See, all as the gods intended. Who wants to go next? Everyone just stared at Karl as he stood next to a growing puddle of blood as the cleric worked to heal the cadet in preparation for resurrection. "Why didn't you tell us you were serious?" one of the others demanded. "Did everyone think that I was joking about you dying if the cat disagreed?" "I wasn't lying. I am also not joking about you only getting one chance. The token won't work for you again if you fail and live. But there are other beast species options here, if you want to try one of them," Karl reminded them. One young woman stepped forward as she wrapped her hands in some sort of cloth. "I would also like to try for a more cat kitten." The young lady with the white stripe on her neck, she insisted. The kitten turned to stare at the audacious upstart of a human kitten. It didn't particularly dislike this human, but to think that a human thought they could be partners in any meaningful way? Ridiculous. The cleric pulled the body out of the cage and began the hard part of his work while calling for reinforcements. Resurrection took a huge amount of energy, and for some reason, healing this victim was harder than usual. If he couldn't do the resurrection alone, he might need to cast the reincarnation ritual and have the cadet reborn in a new body. The tokens that Karl was using appeared to be some sort of divine blessing, and the gods themselves were interfering in the casting of his spells. That should have been expected, Karl thought. Both the nature god and the god of death approved of permanent death by stupidity as a punishment. They also both rewarded those who were brave enough to try anyhow, assuming that they survived. The mottled black and gray kitten with the white stripe on its neck marched over to Karl, demanding he use his spell so she could find out if this fake monk was worthy. "Do you think she's getting eaten?" Kara asked. "I think that she knows something about that cat in particular. If it was a lingering injury or deformity, she wouldn't have chosen that one as a life partner, so it's likely about personality," Karl suggested. When both appeared ready, Karl used a token on them, and the cat pounced, only to have the cadet punch her paw. In the next few seconds, dozens of strikes were parried, and the girl nimbly dodged strikes with the jaws, as well as a 4-footed pounce intended to pin her to the ground. Interestingly, while the barrier was up around the cage, Karl was not blocked this time. He could move freely around the cage, but chose to sit along the wall between the mother cat and the action. The cadet was beginning to sweat heavily with exertion by the end of the second minute, but the kitten was losing focus. It had forgotten that it was supposed to be making the monk prove that she was a worthy partner and had reverted to simply playing with the human like she did with her other siblings. 2 minutes after that, the cat vanished and the girl smiled. "Name, Nikki, class, Tiger Monk, congratulations, you have succeeded, with only minimal injuries," Karl informed her. The girl was actually bleeding very heavily and was likely to pass out from blood loss soon. It was only adrenaline and joy keeping her conscious right now. A newly arrived cleric cast a healing spell on the exhausted monk, while Karl warned away a few of the other cubs that thought it might be a good opportunity to eat a human while they were exhausted. After all, defenseless humans were basically just giant steaks, and they loved it when the white coats fed them steaks. Karl saw the longing looks as the kittens backed away, unwilling to start a fight with the powerful male. So he took a small sample of commander rank meat, the lowest grade that Hawk had in his repository, to cut and toss to the others. "There, a little treat for everyone. Thank you for helping us so far," Karl whispered, like it was some secret he was feeding them. Then he tossed a larger steak through the bars to the mother cat, who rumbled in joy that Karl was kind enough to give her a decent portion for her body size. Too many of the workers tried to give her little bites that wouldn't even cover half her tongue. After a few seconds, the monk gave Karl a weak thumbs up, and the kitten appeared in front of her with a flash of green light, a phenomenon that didn't happen when Karl's beasts left their space. It marched over with all the imperious pride that a kitten could muster, then gave him a pleading look and whined for food. Everyone else had gotten a snack, but she was stuck in a separate space. Karl patted the moorcat's head, and then fed it chunks of meat as it hung from his arm, attached with long black claws that were unwilling to let him escape. Fascinating, it has become so gentle after being bonded, one of the university staffers noted. Karl laughed. Don't be mistaken, its claws are pierced deep into my arm. But I have trollish regeneration, so it's doing less damage than I regenerate. He was also immune to this level of damage, but that wasn't a fact that they all needed to know. Who would like to go next? Any volunteers? Karl asked. Silence. Then one of the boys spoke up. I got to meet your Thor once before. Could you do the same for the lightning Saro hatchlings? Haha, I knew they were all herbivores. But it's a shame we don't get to watch more of them commit suicide. Kara joked. You can't expect everyone to be able to handle a strong personality right off the start. But I'm sure that they will make for an excellent herd of elites with their lightning Saro partners. Yes, if that's everyone who would like to try for a Moorcat as their partner, we can move on. I am certain that the army will be overjoyed, no matter what you pick. Karl agreed. The mother Moorcat gave a derisive snort, and Karl winked at her, letting the beast know that they were on the same page about the competence of this group. Karl just understood the limitations of humans better than the Moorcat did. The Moorcat kitten climbed up Karl's arm to sit on his shoulder, much to its new partner's dismay. Will you come down here? Monarch Karl isn't going to give you more food just because you're close. The newly minted tiger monk demanded. The cat gave her a skeptical look, then rubbed up against the side of Karl's face while the mother cat looked away, unwilling to be associated with such shamelessness, even if this strange man did have the best snacks. Kara dropped a small bit of meat in front of the kitten as Karl stood up to walk out of the cage, and the beast gave its partner a smug look. You're stronger than you look. The monk noted, confused at the ease with which Karl could stand while carrying a 20-kilo cat draped over his back and shoulder. Soon you will be as well. If you advance along with your partner, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become a proper royal rank elite. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she followed him back to the group, envisioning the day when she was one of the powerful ones. The lightning Saro area was much less heavily guarded. The baby Saro were not too threatening, so as long as you wore shin guards, you would be alright until they grew up a little. Oh, I have bribes for the baby Thor-type beasts, Kara announced. Oh, what did you come up with? Kara held up a hazelnut, and Karl wondered where it had come from. The lotus made them for breakfast food, and I claimed some nuts for trees, she declared proudly. They weren't naturally a magical resource, they were just hazelnuts. Tasty, but not rare or special. But after growing up in a royal rank beast space, even the common hazelnut tree was imbued with mana. What Kara had done was to make a crude copy of the hazelnut butter and insert it into small apples with the core removed. Even a young lightning Saro would treat those as a 1 or 2 bite snack, and Karl couldn't deny that they looked pretty tasty. The Inquisitor nudged Karl, reminding him that he still had someone else's Moorcat on his shoulder. In response, he handed the monk girl a bag full of diced commander rank meat. Feed her that when she needs a snack. High-rank monster meat is the best way for a young beast to grow, so don't be too stingy, even if the food costs are high. I don't know if your ability is like mine, but if it is, you might eventually be able to keep food for your cat in a separate mental space, he explained. Nikki looked confused and shrugged. When she's not out here, she wanders my spirit ocean, the spot in my mind where I focus energy to grow mental strength. So, she didn't get a separate space for the beast. That was unexpected. It also ruled out keeping resources there. In that case, you can put the meat in your inventory, you don't need to keep holding it. Karl reminded her. Right, inventory. I have a class now. And don't forget to check your class skills in your skill tree so that you can plan your advancement. You have a lot to do. The same for our first success story. Where did he go, by the way? A hand waved from the back of the group, and then Karl noticed that the clerics were taking away a body covered in a white sheet. They really hadn't been able to resurrect the one who had died to the Moorcat kitten. He was going to have to be reincarnated, and that couldn't be done here. It was a 6 high cleric ritual. The grown Saro group came over to greet Karl, and much to his surprise, they had a lot to say. It's a pack leader. Are we going to move the pack? This place is small. Why do you smell good? Do you have food? Aren't the little ones cute? Are you keeping the predators away? Karl had no idea why he could hear all the Sero in his mind, but he took a pile of feed out of Thor's space for the pack. Thor wouldn't begrudge them the good stuff, and it bought Karl some time to try to determine why he could hear the Sero pack. If the reason was nothing more than that he was a beast master pack master, so he could hear pack animals, Karl might actually give up on trying to understand the system. In his mind, Thor laughed. All lightning Sero share a mental link. We can all hear each other's thoughts when we're close to another pack, so we don't need to bugle except as a warning. I can hear them, so you can hear them. Probably. Karl accepted Thor's idea as the most likely one and addressed the Sero elders. I came to make a request. Some of these humans want to start packs with the young ones. They will take care of them and have their packs help the little ones grow up strong. Do you know of Thor, my Sero partner? Or is he too far away? Karl asked them, focusing on both Thor and the pack. We can sense him, but he's not close enough to talk to. The current pack leader agreed. That made things much easier. If they knew that this agreement could grow stronger than usual lightning Sero, they were more likely to agree. How many of them? Our pack is already small. The leader asked. Not more than 7. But these white coats will continue to look after your pack and keep predators away. The Sero considered it and grunted before turning to eat. If the little ones wanted to try joining the human pack, they would allow it. The human pack that looked after them was strong, after all. All right, everyone who wants to try for a lightning Sero partner, come forward. I will provide you with snacks for your potential partners and then activate the tokens. Karl passed out Kara's apple concoctions, then took one for himself. These are good, we should make more of them. Kara nodded with hazelnut spread on the fur around her mouth. I agree. I will prepare more of them. She was using disintegrate to core the apples, so the only time-consuming part was making the hazelnut paste. The little ones came forward to see what sort of snack was being offered, and only a few seconds later, the first bond formed. Karl saw that this one was also tagged as a Beast Ranger by the system, and the small Sero in front of him was marked as his partner. Then 2 more cadets gained the same class, and everyone began to notice the pattern. Beast Ranger was the default class for people partnered with one of the Sero, as a regular ranger was unable to bond with magical beasts, only common animals. 2 more cadets gained the class, and the group was beginning to think that lightning Sero was the best option for this process. Then, things began to go wrong. One of the rangers began to convulse, and Karl sensed the distress from his bonded partner. It was part of his pack now, and the pack member was in danger, but the Sero didn't know what to do. It had already put a refreshing lightning barrier over him, but it couldn't see the attacker. Karl examined him as thoroughly as he could, but it just didn't make sense. The man had the class, the Sero was a common rank hatchling, and everything looked normal. The white-robed cleric realized it first. The mental link is too strong. It's breaking his mind. I will sedate him, but I don't know what we will do after that. Karl wasn't sure that would work. The mental link was active even when you were sleeping. But being unconscious should give him the best chance to focus and stabilize his mind. That left only 2 of the cadets, and while the hatchlings happily accepted all the snacks that they could offer, they wanted nothing else to do with them. Then a second cadet dropped to the ground with blood pouring from their eyes and nose. The cleric rushed over, but the boy waved his hand. I will be all right, he's just energetic. There is a tree of life in my soul, see, and Devon, my Sero, charged it with his horns. He mumbled. Karl chuckled. You have a smashing post in your mental space? You're in for a very rough week until you build your mental strength. The others all looked confused, so Karl created an earth barrier post on the far side of the enclosure. The Sero herd cheered and began to line up to take turns smashing into it. Damn it, we were finally breaking them of that habit. One of the university workers grumbled. It's essential to their mental health. You need to let them play. If they can't charge at posts, they need to charge each other, and that isn't as much fun. If you have mages, they also like mage barriers. Karl explained. A number of the nearby Sero nodded in agreement, making the cadets who were not having a hard time with their new partner laugh. Mage barriers were good. Posts were better. Magical posts were the best. If they could find one that made a better noise when they hit it, they would revise the ranking system. What is wrong with me? I swear I'm a good partner. One of the two men who were left out of the selection pleaded with the little lightning Sero in front of him. The beast stole the offered snack from him and ran away victorious. Karl discreetly sniffed to see if there was something he was missing. It was buried under soap and alcohol-based sanitizer, but there was something rancid, like the worst possible combination of body odor and rotting fruit. He couldn't pin down what it was, but there was something wrong with him. When Karl focused on Soul's sight, it was immediately evident. The normal light blue glow was tattered and corrupted, profoundly wrong. The other one was similar, but not in the same way. Their soul was just wrong, and gave Karl a feeling of evil, like someone who takes pleasure in bullying others. It wasn't something that he could point at and say this is what is wrong, but it was definitely there, and the herd could sense it as well. But the cadets had already used their one token, and there would be no second chances. At least, not with quest item assistance. Whether those two could convince a beast to bond with them in the future was unknown. But now that they knew the trick, the researchers should be able to find at least a few more successful rangers among their ranks. The Inquisitor turned to Karl for answers, but he didn't want to say it out loud. I will explain privately later. I think that this quest should be nearly complete. The word quest told the Inquisitor all he needed to know about why this should be a private conversation. He had thought that the tokens Karl had taken out were related to a skill that he had. But if they were from the system, that changed things immensely. Karl looked over the young elites. The rest of them appeared to be having better luck with their bonded partners, and only the one was in serious trouble. That's not bad. 60% success rate. Karl noted as the clerics worked to save the man in an induced coma. 60% among trainees who weren't able to gain a class with the serum, but showed signs of compatibility with magic. The Inquisitor added, "Did you try the system-linked item trick already?" Karl replied. The Inquisitor nodded. "We did, with no luck on this batch. The real question is how many might have succeeded without the tokens." Karl considered it. "I would say 3. 3 of them struck me as compatible with the technique from the start. The 2 successes among the Moor cats and 1 with the Sero herd. Do you think that these last 2 might be able to activate a system interface with an appropriate skill book?" The Inquisitor suggested. "Honestly, I have no idea. I don't think that everyone was ever able to access the system, and we've already sorted these by their ability to use mana. Among the general population, the chances will be much lower." It was beginning to sink in that while they were trained as Special Forces soldiers, the 2 who were not deemed suitable by a Sero and didn't try with a Moor cat would have to be transferred from this unit. But the leadership was not concerned with losing a few research volunteers. If they had 6 healthy test subjects in the unit to attempt to train up with their magical beasts, that meant that they could begin working on methods to increase growth speed now for when they found a way to make the projects applicable on a larger scale. Karl was playing with the baby Sero group while the students and scientists began to work, recording data and getting responses from the successful cadets. Then one of the hatchlings bumped Karl's hand, nuzzling at his ring, then looking at a student researcher with her hair dyed the same gold as Sero eyes. "Oh? You want to give a gift to your sweetheart?" Karl asked the little beast. The Sero nodded happily, so Karl took an awaken rank ring from the spare trash in his storage and hung it over the little beast's nose horn. The student laughed and petted his head as he came strutting over, then reluctantly put on the ring at his repeated insistence. Then the Sero vanished. "Hey, what are you doing now? I thought you only had quest items for 10. The Inquisitor demanded. "I did. I actually just gave the Sero a ring of minor agility as an engagement ring for his beloved handler. The rest was unexpected, but I think that she awakened a class as well." The Inquisitor sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. "Are we going to have to let everyone in the nation try on a system-imbued item to find out if they are actually system-compatible?" He muttered. "That's probably the easiest way. It looks like a lot more people are compatible than we had thought by using the serum alone. You can't blame anyone for it, though. It's not like we had system-linked items available even a year ago. Karl agreed. Now, more of the baby Sarah wanted rings as a method of recruiting new herd members. Just wait. When it is time, the right herd members will come to you. You don't have to hurry to find them when your pack is already strong. Did a hatchling just get engaged? How is that fair? I have been rejected by so many, and he gets his first choice. Thor complained. He went after a common rank student with no scales at all. Don't worry about it, buddy. You'll find your perfect woman one day, Karl assured him. No scales? Did he propose to a human woman? What a strange kid. Thor definitely did not see the appeal. Karl noticed Kara leaving the area and tracked her movements as she left the building entirely, heading for another section of the university. Try not to get yourself in trouble, Karl warned her. I have a plan. Trust me. That did not reassure Karl at all. Kara and plan in the same sentence generally meant that there was going to be trouble of some sort. So, Karl was not shocked when under a minute later, a runner was coming to get the Inquisitor for a situation. Kara had found the orphan school at the side of the university compound, and she had started handing out sweet grasses from her space along with magical items for the kids to try on. Oh, they sent people to help, Kara informed Karl happily. I think they're actually coming to restrain you. What did you do? Lotus told me that the kids don't get birthday presents at the orphanage, so I'm giving them all presents. You should see how happy they are. Oh, and that one got a warrior class. We're on a roll. Here. Kara, don't worry, I'm almost done. There's only like 50 kids here. The Inquisitor turned to Karl with an angry glare. Care to explain? Obviously, he had already seen Kara, so the report would have told him immediately what was happening with the ball of chaos at the school. The nature priests told her that orphans don't get birthday presents. So, she made an executive decision to go distribute them. And you didn't stop her? Telling this man he thought it would be funny probably wasn't the correct answer. But Karl was saved from saying anything when the Inquisitor continued. Never mind, I can tell that you have no intention of stopping her as long as nobody is getting injured. I will ask the recovery team to bring her back to you. He complained. Just trying to capture Kara was likely to cause more chaos than it stopped. In fact, there was a decent chance that the kids at the orphan school would think it was some sort of comedy gag. Routine. That's likely not necessary. It's not like they can capture a winged void badger, and she will come back when she is done. They're specialists. The Inquisitor insisted. She can nullify skills, and she's got a monarch rank bubble of disintegrate. Plus, she can fly. Are you sure you don't want me to call her back instead? Karl suggested. The Inquisitor considered it. No, let them try. It will be a good experience for them. We have a challenger. Quick, I need more loot. Boss, toss some trash items into my space, Kara demanded. What in the seven hells are you doing now? Don't taunt the teachers. I would never do something so low and cowardly. The teachers called for reinforcements. Cast a barrier on me, will you? Huh. Nullify. Those must be the response team that the Inquisitor called, as Karl could hear chaos over the radio headset that the man had put on. The Inquisitor's frown had turned to a sharp glare at Karl, then to resignation, and finally to a faintly amused smile. Man, am I glad I don't have to write this report. The Inquisitor muttered. That bad? He nodded. Would you want to tell your boss that your target dropped their barrier to give your team leader a wedge, then gave a giant strength ring to a preschooler, before running away with a nature priestess on her back? Not Lotus, I hope? Karl asked. No. One from the response team. They apparently thought that they could pin the suspect, but they have now been abducted by a monster that all the children think is a funny-looking dog running loose in the park. And I'm out of loot, Kara announced as she returned to her space, breathing heavily from laughter and exertion. The chaos continued over the radio for a few more minutes as the security team had to convince a group of school kids to turn over the magical items they were given and deal with the fact that some of them had actually awakened a class early. A security guard ran in a few minutes later, panting for breath. Sir, we have lost the target. I regret to inform you that there is a royal rank-winged void badger loose in the city. The Inquisitor patted him on the shoulder. Relax, son. The Beast Master took care of it, and the troublemaker has been given a timeout. How bad is the damage? The soldier sighed and shook his head. We have 3 confirmed class awakenings in the middle school section, 10 more probable class awakenings for aggressive preschoolers with giant strength that we left to the Red Dragon clerics, and a few bruised egos. No major injuries unless Jill is injured, wherever she went. Karl frowned. Is Jill your nature priestess? The guard nodded. I take it that the agent of chaos is your bonded pet? I'm gonna punch him in the face. Partner. She is one of my bonded partners. Sorry for the trouble, she gets quite excited about new projects, and she wanted to give all the kids a gift to make up for all the birthday gifts they missed. Great, and now we have to feel bad for taking the presents away. I suppose that they can keep most of them, but the dangerous items will need to be collected. The guard sighed. Karl was a monarch, and even if he was a little eccentric, nobody actually got hurt, so the worst that would happen was that he got yelled at for a while. What did she give them? I thought it was all just random stuff from my inventory. Karl asked. Yes, that's the issue, isn't it? It's just random stuff from your monarch rank inventory. Most of it is magical gemstones, a few random potions, and food. But there are some magic items as well, including a number of giant strength items. The awakened classes are a minor issue, and not my problem. But some of the kids were not entirely human, and the influx of power has had unexpected results. Do you want me to go sort it out? We're nearly done here. The test is finished, and we've proven the secondary theory that we were after as well. So, I can go over to the school and calm the situation. Karl offered. The Inquisitor smirked. You know, I think I would like to see this. Yes, let's see how you calm down an entire middle school. In his mind, Kara laughed. She had given a bunch of the kids juice that Remy had made to increase energy. Nobody was getting them to calm down for hours. You know, we're going to get a bad reputation in the city after this. Only with annoying people. The kids already love us, and so do the soldiers. I heard that they will let Thor and Remy give stuff to the other cadets to see if they can awaken a class. Karl left the university researchers and the representatives from the military and government behind as he followed the Inquisitor out of the animal husbandry section of the university, waiting for the right moment to ask his question. Inquisitor, how bad have the casualties been with the giants that we are trying so hard to find new ways to awaken elites? I was under the impression that the government was happy with the current arrangement. He asked quietly. The Inquisitor sighed and shook his head. About 20% since the war started. If they keep it up another year at the current rate, we will have lost half our elites just trying to defend the nation, and we've already fallen back in many sections, giving up the more difficult to defend regions to the giants. Karl frowned. What the hell are they after? They can't be doing this without a reason. The Inquisitor shrugged. For a few weeks, they stopped pushing and sent invasion teams towards all of the newly opened dungeons. But now they're back at the border in full force and pushing harder than ever. Whatever they're after, the official word is that it is likely to be system-related. The current motivational videos say that they are jealous of the elites and our power, so they're trying to stop us before we grow. The Titan gods can't use the usual relics to awaken their people. They need the fancy things. Kara suggested. The system stones or the lost fragment of the world dragon scale that was supposed to be buried on this continent. Karl agreed. You know something, the Inquisitor stated. Indeed. But that's between me and the Archbishop. I'm afraid I'm not free to explain. Telling the Inquisitor that the giants were likely to overrun the nation trying to find a lost relic that could awaken the system in their people now that everyone else was getting in on the fun wouldn't do the haggard-looking man any good. The schoolyard was chaos when they arrived, even with a swarm of teachers trying to calm them all down. As they reached the grassy area where the kids were gathered for their break, Karl switched to his armor and then used brutality to increase his size, then haste to buff his speed to the level he would need for his next show. A sharp clap of his hands sent out a boom of dislocated air at supersonic speeds and caught the attention of everyone on the playground. Listen up. I need everyone gathered here in front of me. If any of the little ones have gone inside, I need them back out here. Come on, we don't have all day, he shouted before letting his size reduce back to normal. The children dutifully lined up in front of Karl in a jumble group, with a few beast-kin at the front. They seemed almost drawn to him, and it was their response that brought the others. Hello everyone. My name is Karl, and you already met my friend Kara, the Void Badger. Now it has come to my attention that the clerics are not happy with some of the gifts that she picked, so instead of having them confiscated, I came over to give you a chance to exchange them. You see, young Kara just learned that the orphanages don't celebrate birthdays, and she wanted everyone to have a late birthday present from her. So it wouldn't be right if it was taken away. A small boy ran up and hugged Karl, while the teachers smiled. It's my real birthday today, the boy explained, then held up a hand wearing a giant strength ring. He was too young to have awakened a class, but the item had equipped to him, so Karl was fairly certain that he would be awakening one in the near future. And the teachers thought that making you super strong was likely to break stuff. Karl agreed. Kara was working frantically to prepare gift bags full of snacks, each with one special treat at the bottom. Nothing that would cause the chaos of the rings she started passing out after the security team began chasing her, though. Kara wanted them to have one long-lasting item to remember her by, so some of the items were looted broken magical items, decorative jewelry that she had stuck a pretty stone into, replacing the ugly or missing stones or other similar items. She passed Karl a bag, and he traded the preschool-age boy for the ring of giant strength. He pulled it out and found a simple brass amulet on a chain, then opened it to find a crude self-portrait of Kara, carved with one of her claws into a quartz flake. It's so pretty. I will keep this forever, the boy declared. I will tell Kara that you like it. Happy birthday. The ring returned to its normal size as the boy took it off, and Karl set it back into one of his inventory spaces. There were far more trash-quality magical items in there than Karl remembered. Sure, they looted. The giant's body's empty, but there had to be thousands of damaged or extremely low-quality rings, bracelets, amulets, and other bits of magical jewelry in there. Did we really kill that many monsters? Karl asked. I don't think so. Well, maybe before I got here? Lots of that stuff smells like cold. That was right. They had looted the Frost Giant City. Or Ray had. Remy wasn't coming out of her space in that weather, but Ray had stockpiled everything that she could get her hands on, just so the giants couldn't have it. You can pick items that protect against the cold to give to the kids as well. Nobody will complain about those if they don't increase strength or magical power enough for the kids to become a problem. That made Kara's gift package giving much easier, though she was going to pick the food bushes in her space clean by the time they finished. She only kept them for decoration, and the others were all busy, except Hawk, who was still asleep, enjoying his day off. There were only a half-dozen items that needed to be swapped, and a few kids that Kara had missed. The first time through, as everyone was moving around, and she was being chased by annoying people. Did we miss anyone? Karl asked. The twins are in the closet, and the doofus with funny hair is sick today, one of the boys announced. His name is Ronald, and he's not a doofus. One of the girls defended him, though Karl noted that she didn't mention his hair. The teachers were the ones that caught the important part. Why are the twins in the closet? The old woman asked. Because they're stupid and nobody likes them. One of the boys in back muttered, too low for human hearing to pick up. Karl turned to the teacher. Bullying. How about I give you this for Ronald, and you can go get the twins? The teacher nodded and jogged off to get the twins, while a number of the students gave the boy who had added them a dirty look. It didn't take long to find the twins, and even less time for the teachers who remained outside to determine who the culprits were. The twins were brought out to meet with him, and Karl gave them a quick inspection. They didn't appear to be injured, and there was nothing visible strange about them. He had expected that they might have something odd about them, like part beast-kin lineage, being too small for their age, or even an unusual hair color. but they seemed perfectly normal so far. The twin girls glared at the boys from their class and the teachers sighed. One of the teachers, a younger woman and still an awakened rank red dragon cleric, leaned over to whisper to Karl. Their recent arrivals. They lost their family to a monster spawn a couple of months ago, and they don't get along well with the boys. They're fine at the dorms, but classes are mixed. She explained. That was understandable. They had just lost their family, and now they were in a new place, strangers among a group of kids who had mostly grown up together. I have just the right thing. Here, give them these bags. The bags contained matching pendants, which added 3 points to agility. Not a major increase, though it would be noticeable for the children. The important part was that they were two halves of a matched set, so the twins would have their own thing, but not something that the other didn't have. The chaos around the school began to die down now that everyone had their birthday presents, and the teachers started to corral their students back into groups so they would go to class. With the students all gone, the Inquisitor could finally relax for a moment. Then he realized that the actual cause of all the chaos had not been handled, as he was still standing right there, holding the Void Badger in reserve for the next time that they got bored. We should return to the university. The government and military reps have their hands full, dealing with a bunch of hyper-new elites, and they won't stay under control long without someone who can actually handle them present. The Inquisitor sighed. Karl chuckled. Well, I suppose that we should do some actual work. But the students shouldn't be that much trouble. There are only 2 more cats among them, and the rest are all Lightning Sero, who are going to naturally want to herd up and make friends with the new people. It's hard to explain, but the presence of a beast in your mind is highly influential, like a second track of inner monologue giving you different suggestions to the point that you need to remember what is you and what is your partner. If you're not careful, it can start to influence your personality. The Inquisitor gave Karl a blank look. Did he not realize how much his own personality was influenced by the beasts that he was bonded with? Or was this him speaking from experience, as he had already let his beasts shape his mind, so now he was warning others to be careful? Don't leave yet, there is a dragon coming, Kara announced. She knew that she had to behave, but this was a red dragon anyhow. She already knew what they tasted like. Headmistress. The Inquisitor welcomed the dragon, who was in the form of a middle-aged woman with flaming red hair. I came to thank the monarch. The kids are so happy today with their gifts. As you know, our budget is limited, and giving out durable items, especially magical ones, is far beyond our means. Karl bowed slightly. It might be a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but everyone should have a present to call their own. Something that they can bring with them to remind them of the good times. The red dragon nodded happily. What do you carry? I don't have one. We could never afford anything that would last. The headmistress nodded, while Kara laughed. You have an emotional support Sero instead. We have made a listing of what belongs to which student, in case something is reported stolen, or an incident of bullying escalates to theft. It is harshly punished, but often the victim is too afraid to report it. Karl nodded. They still have to live with the bully after all. The best you can do is try and have your teachers be proactive. Like the twins. It might pay to find out why and by who they were locked in the closet today. Nobody ever moved to my hometown that didn't at least have family there, but I suspect that being new is hard. There was a commotion behind them, and Karl saw a group of small Sero running his way, being chased by their partners. Oh, the little ones got to run out on open grass? It's a good day to be a Sero. Karl laughed as one of the little beasts came up to bump against his leg. It was knee-high, still a hatchling, and just as eager to explore everything as Thor had been when he was young. The 2 young Moorcats were out as well, sniffing around and headbutting the Sero hatchlings. The bond had helped them understand everyone was on the same team, and, while they were still working on it, they were getting along better than expected. Only the one unfortunate case of mental weakness had been taken away, and the other bonds appeared to be increasingly stable already. What was next on your schedule? The Inquisitor asked Karl, as the Beast Master played with the small beasts. We have a few more hours of training for the acolytes, as they have no combat experience at all. They were all recruited before the attempt at the divine serum, after all. Karl explained. Yes. With the 5 of them, plus all these successful attempts, there is a lot of training to be done. Karl slowly realized that his success had volunteered him to train these beast-related classes as well, adding a group of Special Forces cadets to his roster of acolytes. But that wasn't all bad. They now had Beast Rangers and a Tiger Monk to add to their group of common rank acolytes, and 11 people was enough that Karl might be able to convince someone to let him lead them on an adventure. The area where he had first gone to collect resources was a good start, as it had moss that a Sarah would love, and he could swing by the cave to get them crystals for their mana development. Plus, there was a chance the instance would open for them. Karl smiled at the Inquisitor. What are the chances that I can take them on a field trip? Not far from the train tracks, and my team will supervise the 11 of them. There is a spot with resources that the Sarah love, and a chance at weak monsters, so they might be able to test their skills and let the Moorcats hunt for their first time. Likely not for the next few weeks. The research team wants solid data on how well your technique works to advance them in the early stages, and letting them go on a field trip introduces all sorts of variables that aren't part of their methodology. The bald Inquisitor explained. So what you're saying is that we're school teachers for a while, but with 11 students instead of Eve. Karl sighed. But now we have beasts for you to prove your skills on. How much do you think that you can teach them? Karl smiled. More than might be considered reasonable by a sane person. Karl motioned for the newly chosen elites to come forward so that he could make a lesson plan. First, as I'm being assigned to help train you, I need to know what you know besides the basic combat training of the church soldiers. What skills did you get from your class, and what do you have available? Other than Nikki, the Tiger Monk, you are all Beast Rangers, so your skills should be similar. Karl began. The others gestured for the odd man out, the lone Beast Ranger that had a Moorcat, to do the explanation. Well, Beast Ranger is a ranged combat class, with our teammate as our close combatant. The first skill that I got was Deadly Accuracy, which boosts my skill with a bow. But I also got a system reward for going first, and it gave me Shadow Meld for hiding in the forest to set up an ambush. If I am reading the class description right, we should all gain extra stats and abilities from the bonded beast that we chose. For certain, my agility and strength have increased substantially, he explained. One of the other boys nodded in agreement. For those of us with a Sarah, it's our strength and stamina. Jogging over here behind them wasn't even enough to raise my heart rate. I got the same starting skill, but no bonus. Once I have a couple of points, however we get those, I can start picking both skills like Infinite Arrows and Lightning Bolt. The others nodded. The skills seem to be the same for all of us. So, we will be good at working in a group. Karl chuckled. You have no idea how true that is. You see, your lightning Sarah can learn to extend refreshing lightning over you with relative ease, and the whole group with a bit more difficulty. So, you will be excellent at working in a group, as your partner is specialized in team defense. For the one friend with a Moorcat, you are clearly the team scout, as you specialize in stealth. And I will start training you with the rogue types in my group to build your skills. You have a powerful rogue in your team? The ranger asked. Technically no. But I have a monarch rank bloodbath spider, and if there is anything in this world that knows about ambushing and becoming the reason other species fear the dark, it's Ray. The cadet looked concerned about actually being able to learn anything from a spider, but Karl hadn't mentioned that Ray could take on human form yet. Now, for the Tiger Monk, what are your skills? Karl asked. I have 2 basic skills right now, Energy Strike and Merger. One is self-explanatory, the other lets me boost my power with my Moorcat's presence when she is in my mental space. There are skills in my skill tree for us to fight together, so I don't think it's supposed to be an all-the-time thing, but more for when she is recovering, or it isn't practical for us both to fight. Nikki replied. And you already know basic unarmed combat, so there is no issue there. Your training should be fairly easy. You can train with the warriors, but on a higher level, as the other 2 that I have in training right now are freshmen. More pack members. One of the Sarah hatchlings asked. Indeed, young Sarah. There are more military pack members there for you to meet, as well as my pack members and a monarch rank Sero named Thor. That was all that the young ones needed to hear to be back at full energy and running around the playground, while the Rangers were shocked that Karl could understand what the Sero wanted to know. Follow me, everyone. We're going to the guard training grounds, where the rest of your fellow trainees are waiting to meet you. Well, they don't know you're coming yet, but they will soon. There are only a few hours left in today's training routine, but before we call it a night, there is time for you all to get to meet your other specialists. Karl explained as he waved goodbye to the headmistress of the orphan school and started to walk toward the training grounds with a pair of more cats circling his feet and a line of Sero hatchlings behind him. It's like the Pied Piper. They will follow him anywhere. One of the rangers complained. And that was what they did, in an odd little procession all the way across the park to the training area. They had gathered quite the crowd by the time they arrived, all intrigued by the presence of the baby beasts and eager to find out what sort of thing they were up to at the cathedral today. The training areas weren't precisely off limits to the public, they just weren't popular visiting spots for anyone without a reason to be there. So, the small crowd followed them back and saw the recruits learning basic combat skills along with Karl's group of acolytes, who were using skills that immediately marked them as elites, who would normally be finishing their first year at the academy right now. But those beasts who were following Karl weren't a year old yet, and that started the rumors that the whole group, nearly a dozen students, had gotten their classes early. That was huge gossip for the bored residents of the capital, even before the group of Sero hatchlings raced across the sand to go see Thor. The sight was so adorable that everyone wished there was a reporter here to take proper professional pictures. Then, Thor began lining them up in a row, while Dana made barriers for them. The onlookers were confused, but Karl got everyone moving. Sero team, head to your partners. You will be practicing working together as they charge. More cats, Nikki will be with Ophelia learning offensive coordination, and Pat will be with Lady Ray to practice your stealth skills. Karl gestured in the right directions, and Sybil gave a relieved sigh as she saw that there was finally someone to distract Ray's full attention from her. Little did she know that the Special Forces cadet was at a higher standard of basic training than she was, and other than skills, she had a long way to go to catch up. For the new Rangers, the idea of fighting from a distance while avoiding hitting a very enthusiastic teammate was much more difficult than they had expected it to be. They understood basic tactics from their cadet training, even some advanced group tactics, but none of those were prepared for an overeager Sero who finally got a chance to charge a smashing pole. Thor had made the pole short, only a little taller than the Sero hatchlings, as there would be times when they were fighting smaller monsters, especially when they were common and awakened rank. But that meant that they had to hit the target without hitting the Sero, and the hatchlings were not good at following directions to get out of the way. They tried. They actually tried very hard. They just had no idea what their new herd members actually wanted, so they ended up simply switching posts, or running around in circles for a minute before they were instructed back to order. Thor thought that it was hilarious, but there wasn't much he could do to accelerate the process, as the whole point was to teach the elites how to give orders to their beasts in a way that they would understand, while working together as a team. Both Aaron and Jamie were working on their offensive attack skills for the remainder of the evening, guided by Ophelia, while Karl took on the training of their new tiger monk. Alright, first things first. You have two very different combat styles. However, after the bonding, the levels of physical capability aren't as different between the human and the more cat as they were before, so we have these lovely volunteers from the cadet force to assist us. The others were doing the same training earlier, and the concept is simple. There are 3 of them and 2 of you. You will pretend that I am your team's cleric or mage and prevent them from getting to me. I have cast a barrier over them, so you can go all out. They are using training weapons, but they will still hurt if you mess up, so be careful. Now, show me what you can do when you are working together. The Tiger Monk class should have a number of defensive abilities, and Nikki's durability was greatly increased, while her Moor Cat would be in no real danger from a training blade unless she got hit too hard on the head or poked in an eye. That left Karl free to see how the others were doing, and the chaos that was an exhausted Sybil and a confused Pat trying to find a way to attack Ray. The spider had 5 guards encircling her, and Pat had ranged attacks, but Ray was not an easy target to hit, even if she was taller than most of her defenders. Every time he thought that he had a good shot, she would move so that a defender was between them, or someone would force him to retreat and change his angle. They were allowed to retreat, and the guards wouldn't chase them, letting them set up assaults on their own. So, it was just a matter of time until he finally found a way to get past the defenders. The Moorcat charged, forcing a defender to the side as an arrow raced past, only to be caught in Ray's slender fingers, then crushed to dust. Wonderful timing, you've learned to shoot past defenders. Now, you just need to do that every time. She congratulated the Beast Ranger. Pat smirked. You know, being a ranged attacker is so strong. If we were close to the same rank, wouldn't I have a huge advantage? Ray smiled at him, then activated Night Haunter and shot out a stream of silk faster than the Ranger could process. Not as an attack, but as an extension of her body. Anywhere that she could see or her body could reach, she could move to in incorporeal form. Faster than Pat's mind could process what was happening, the slender monster woman was gone from the encirclement, and a massive black bloodbath spider was towering over him from behind with clicking mandibles. Of course, Pat had yet to learn any of the advanced detection skills of his class, so to him Ray had vanished for a split second after activating Night Haunter, and he had no idea how she had gotten behind him. Ray tapped him on the head with her mandibles, then changed back to humanoid form. You're not the only one that can ambush from a distance. This is good training for forcing mages and clerics onto the defensive, but learning to defend against other ambush attackers will come later. Sybil stared at Ray with open adoration. Lady Ray was simply too cool. She hadn't shown off at all. When she was forcing Sybil to learn to use Shadow Step more efficiently, but this type of attack was precisely what Sybil had been trying to master all day long. She would keep training hard, and soon, she would learn the trick to moving undetected. For now, she was working on a more practical approach than trying to use this Shadow Step skill. Lunge, parry, and roll to launch an attack towards Ray. All she had to do was get around the defender, and she would get her shot at success. What she failed to realize was that the volunteers in this group all had children and many years of practice with escaping youngsters to add to their combat training. They knew all the ways that a kid would try to get around them, and they weren't falling for Sybil's tricks. The only way for her to succeed was to build up her combat skills. Ray intended to add evening classes where they could move freely in the dark after the first week of going over basic attack and defense moves to supplement what Sybil had learned from her class. Activation. Her first impression was proving to be correct, though. The girl had promise, and she was a fast learner. While she couldn't hear anything, the skill called echolocation was a passive skill ability, not a physical trait for her. For Ray and Karl, it was simply an improvement that modified their natural bodies. But for Sybil, it was a skill that had been added by the system, and her damaged ears made no difference to its effectiveness. She was learning to use it well, as the skill told her when someone was about to grab her from behind or hit her with an attack. It made her extra slippery, and a number of times she had nearly made it through the defenders already. Not bad for a first day. Once the training was done, the 11 new acolytes were moved to the elite dorms in the cathedral. They were on the main floor with all of the other common rank acolytes of the church. And they were all sharing one large dorm, but the atmosphere there was completely different from what they had experienced at the orphanage or in the common dorms of the cadets. The other cadets were all jealous of the ones who were chosen for Special Forces training, and the nomination had previously given the new Beast Rangers a level of arrogance, putting themselves above the others, though none of them were elites. Now, they were sharing a dorm with the acolytes that had been chosen before them, and everyone in the room was on the same level. Over the course of the day, they had seen enough of the younger acolytes training to know that while they were less trained, they were not weaker than the Beast Rangers. It was a humbling experience. But for 4 of the 5 chosen orphans, it was a much more tense situation. They had finished dinner, and it was nearly to lights out. Lights out meant nearly complete darkness in the room. A room shared with Sybil, who could shadow step, and who they had bullied for being deaf all her life. None of the ones here were lead participants in her bullying, as they simply didn't see her as worth the effort. But that didn't necessarily mean she didn't hold a grudge, and she was known to stab others even before she had a class that specialized in it. Countermeasures were needed. Sybil was about to climb up onto a top bunk in the corner of the room when Joan whistled softly, catching her attention through echolocation. The rogue turned to see what the fuss was, as the whistle was usually for the clerics to get the children to do something, but the girl was just smiling at her before she began to sign. "Excellent work today, Sybil. You really were born to be an elite." Sybil smiled. That was the first nice thing that anyone had said to her in years. "What is she saying?" Nikki asked from the next bunk over. "Oh, right. I forgot that you all couldn't sign." I was congratulating her on her good work the first day. We were all chosen as test subjects for Monarch Karl's group to train, and they helped us all awaken our classes with an item and a skill book. Joan explained, signing as she went, then translating the responses for Sybil. "Oh, Monarch Karl used tokens to help us bond with our beasts. From what I learned, you have to have the potential and convince the beast to bond with you. It's not easy without guidance, and we had been trying for almost a year before today when he showed up to help." Nikki offered. "You got an adorable kitten. I'm jealous." Sybil signed while Joan translated. The others laughed. Adorable and more cat didn't often go together in one sentence, even when they were little. But for some reason, the cats liked Sybil and didn't ignore her or shy away from her during the walk to the cathedral after training. "Just wait until she's big." More cats are enormous when they're fully grown, as big as Princess Ophelia in her dire bear form. Well, the one before she uses her skills to become massive. What sort of skill is that anyhow? How is anyone supposed to fight a bear the size of a house? The tiger monk complained. Ophelia had shown off for them a little towards the end of the day, and while she had kept her speed down, it was still nearly impossible for the warriors to deal with her size. With the giants attacking, elites were expected to be trained to fight both large and small enemies, but Sybil was certain that small was the easier half. Then she can block for you while you go for the vital points. It will be a good pairing. I've been trying all day to find a way to get around the guards. Maybe tomorrow I will try using Pat's partner as a distraction. But if I could find a weak spot on the bear, how would I even reach it? I'm stronger and faster than I was, but the bear is huge." Sybil agreed. Everyone was so excited about the next day that they forgot about their worries, even when the lights went out and the cathedral clerics began making their rounds to ensure everyone was in bed and not wandering in the dark. Back at Karl's apartment, a training summit was in progress, and it had attracted all the talents. Overlord Neil had come to train with Ray for the evening, but had gotten sucked into the discussion when Overlords Joram and Tabitha had come knocking at Karl's door. They both had rooms on another floor and had seen the training today from their windows. Joram, the ranger, was intrigued by the abundance of ranger types with beast partners, and Tabitha, who was normally a strict and serious warrior, was intrigued by the idea of forming a tactical response squad out of these recruits. They weren't strong yet, but they would be soon enough, and Princess Remy had laid out quite the plan for them. You see, giving a human too many resources burns their potential. Their bodies can't adapt that quickly. Like with the concoction that some use to bypass the royal rank bottleneck when they are stuck. However, these 6 with the beasts have an advantage. They will grow with their linked partners. So, we can give the resources to the beasts. We know that they are going to grow rapidly, and all the human half will need to do is to work on their mental strength, so they don't take damage from the imbalance as they're pulled along. Remy didn't bother to use a transformation skill, so she was speaking serpent. But Neil had brought a magical tablet with him that displayed the words for everyone who didn't speak the language. So, the goal is to try to bring up a group of regular human elites at the same speed as the beasts are growing, while keeping the elites bonded to the beasts from taking mental damage? Overlord Tabitha asked. Exactly. We can give them skill books and use the Karl's learning skills on them and train them all day long. If we do it right, with the proper nutrition, I think that we can do it. I had a whole bunch of books delivered to me today, and I read in the ones on nutrition that humans only eat basic magical foods. Your slow growth could be due to a lack of nutrition. A bunch was an understatement. There were entire shelves of them in her space now, a small library of technical tomes and magical reference books. Tabitha chuckled. Or it could be an aversion to using too many magical resources to grow and crippling or unbalancing their potential. Everyone treats higher-ranked foods as more of a growth resource than just food, but look at your other humans. They don't seem to be suffering in the potential department, and they've been eating highly potent magical plants and meats every day, on a level that is far beyond what would normally cripple an elite. She made a good point. Normally, you would expect that sort of fast growth to lead to damage, but nobody in the group was showing signs of it yet. There has to be something about it. Maybe because it's not refined, so it's easier to digest? I will study it more as we feed our trainees. I have potions for them as well, but not too many. You have a very helpful Naga queen on your side. Overlord Joram congratulated Karl. She started life as a spirit snake shaman, and she has always been obsessed with learning. I had totally forgotten that I should be careful while ingesting magical resources. If they taste good, they're food, right? I just went for whatever tasted best. Karl replied with a shrug, making it through life on pure blind luck. Neil chuckled, then turned to Ray. How about we head down to the training grounds? We've got 8 hours before breakfast to train. And then they were gone, having escaped to the training ground with Shadow Step. Ray was delighted that the Overlord had not forgotten his side of their deal. Now, she was a monarch and only one rank beneath him, so it should be a good sparring opportunity. So, which form would you like to practice in first? Neil asked. I think human first. It should be easier to learn your tricks if I'm in the same shape you are. Then we can go all out when I'm in spider form with golems. Ray suggested. Neil nodded and launched his first attacks as Ray activated Night Haunter and extended her fingernails out into proper claws to parry his attacks. The Overlord rank rogue tracked her movements with ease, and Ray had to slip away, using her web to keep him from getting behind her. He could also step on air the same way that Dana did, meaning that even moving to the ceiling didn't put her out of his range. But the human was also faster than she was, and they were both constantly using movement skills to flit around the room. To the commander in the security office, it looked like the room was filled with shadows and smoke, as the combatants were moving faster than the recording cameras. Someone in the upper ranks was going to be extremely disappointed that they couldn't get a recording of the battle, but with the skills of stealth-type classes, recordings were normally useless even if they weren't this fast. After 5 minutes, a bell rang and the combatants returned to the center of the room, breathing heavily. How do you see me? Ray asked, confused about her inability to hide. Night Haunter should make her invisible to both normal and thermal vision. I have present sense, and I'm a rank over you. Unless you can completely hide your aura and life signs, you won't be able to hide from me. But what is that skill you are using? I've never encountered anything like it. It's stealth and movement at the same time, and something more. Unless you have a separate skill that is making you incorporeal and immune to regular damage. Ray shook her head. It's all one skill. Night Haunter. It's not really a movement skill though. It only lets me move my whole body to places I can see or touch. But it counts my silk as part of me until I detach it. So, I can weave a web and then move around the room with ease. And the transformation, is that you, or are you still using the token from Newbon? That's all me. I put in many hours of effort to make a babysitter form for dealing with small humans. It is quite effective. Overlord Neil chuckled. Do you think that you will do better in spider form? Ray looked around the room, then frowned and shook her head. No, I'm too large for my extra speed to matter. I might be able to land a strike or two with my legs, but I won't be able to win without much more space. Then let's keep practicing. Maybe you can learn one of my attack skills. Really, Neil was determined to learn more about Night Haunter, and he could feel that Karl's training skill was active on both of them. Chances for an overlord to learn a new skill were few and far between, so he would make the best of his night with Lady Ray Bloodbath. He wasn't the only one training late that night, though. Thor's advance had granted Karl the ability to use Lightning Zone, while Hawk's had improved Flaming Body to Ghost Fire Body. So Karl had to practice both new skills so that he would know how they worked and their limitations before he needed to use them in combat. Ghost Fire Body was very similar to the old skill, other than the fact that it appeared to burn away the soul energy of the target as well. But the Lightning Zone was going to take some work. By default, it created a charged area around him that would shock anything that entered, other than the targets he specifically excluded. It would be much more useful if it could be focused away from himself, or into a barrier line, where the lightning would shock and stun at a set point, and not randomly all over the zone. It would make him difficult to sneak up on, as he would feel the activation when anything was shocked, but it was a bit too indiscriminate for Karl's taste. He practiced for an hour after all of the overlords had gone to bed, but with no progress, he decided to put it aside for now and work on it later. Hawk had some insights on the problem. Maybe you just need to make it more Karl-flavored? You're good at using our skills, but they're not really your skills, are they? Just a copy of ours. If you tweak them, it might be better. So, more focus on using Skill Master and Skill Merger on myself? That's actually a good idea. Maybe I can advance a skill or two. Learning an advanced version would be a huge boost. Hawk considered that. You have that fancy writing skill too. It's for more than just writing books, right? Yes, rune crafting was for more than writing skill books. Though, it did also make writing skill books easier. Karl thought about it and took out a piece of paper to write on. Then he realized that he was short on supplies. A pen wouldn't do for this application, as the runes he needed to write had specific thickness ratios, and he didn't have a paintbrush. I will have to test that tomorrow after I get supplies. Maybe I can leave skills behind if I write the runes on an object. He explained to the beasts, who were watching with great interest. Who knew that we could be stumped by something as simple as a paintbrush? But you can be like this heroine in my book. Remy commented. What book? Remy held up a small paperback and Karl sighed. Spirit Summoner Onmyo and Her Lustful Demon Lord? Where did you get that? Let me guess, you ordered it from the library because you liked the title. Karl sighed. It's a good one. Lots of romance, but the main character writes runes on paper to cast spells and banish demons. Remy agreed easily. Putting aside the fact that the book appeared to be a white-cover trashy demon erotica, it wasn't a bad idea. With rune crafting and focus, he should be able to transfer some of his skills to paper and use them as wards on an area. In theory, anyhow. The practice could wait until morning, Karl decided as he climbed into bed next to Dana, only to have Kara come out to snuggle between them. She was taking her self-appointed duty to keep Karl wholesome until Thor found a date entirely too. Seriously, but the Void Badger was actually rather soft and warm, not at all unpleasant to sleep next to. Dana would have much preferred that the badger not lick her face to wake her up, though. All right, I'm getting up already. Now, what are we up to this morning? She complained. Same as yesterday. Breakfast, rescue the acolytes from themselves, then training. Karl replied with a shrug, then jumped as Kara smacked his ass. Getting soft. You need to work out more. Karl stroked Kara's fur backwards to rile up the Void Badger, then left the room to go find breakfast. The first order of business was to call the concierge and have them bring up a stack of parchment paper slips, a set of brushes and some ink, along with a selection of casual clothes for everyone to wear when they weren't training. Ray had been busy lately, and she was still training with Overlord Neil even now that the sun was coming up. The two of them had made great progress last night, if Ray's impression of the evening was correct. And they were at a point now where even with her golems out, she couldn't keep up with the Overlord's tricks. Ray got a lot of combat practice relative to her age, but Neil had spent a lot of his time since reaching Overlord doing security work, and he hadn't had the chance to really go all out for a long time. It was a refreshing chance for him to hone his skills against someone with a similar skill set, instead of his usual training partners, whose moves he already knew as well as the other overlords themselves did. With new practice partners, he would be better prepared should another nation send their own stealth-type overlords against him, instead of the usual mage or monster-type infiltrators and challengers. For that, he was even willing to upgrade Ray's reward for the outfit. She had made him to a bit of his own blood, instead of monarch ranked, as they had originally agreed. Now that Thor was awake, he was casting eternal lightning, barriers over them both to increase their stamina regeneration so that they could get the most out of the last few minutes of their training. But soon enough, the Overlord would have to go back to work and then get some sleep after spending all night training with Ray. A gentle knock on the door caught Karl's attention, and he looked over as Ophelia opened it to reveal Sybil, along with a staff member from the lobby of the building. It was the employee who spoke first. "Lady Ophelia, a group of trainees is here to see your team. They claim to have morning training scheduled with you, but it is not on the building's schedule for approved visitors." Ophelia nodded. "We didn't expect them to be up and moving so early in the morning. But if they're this energetic, perhaps we went too easy on them yesterday. Please invite them up, and we will get a high-energy breakfast into them before a full day of training." The concierge nodded. "Will you be requiring any ingredients?" Ophelia turned to Tessa, who handed a short list to the delicate-featured man. "That should do for breakfast. We will cook the rest ourselves." "Very good, High Priestess." He agreed, then turned to leave, with Sybil still standing in the hall. She turned to follow him, clearly only here because she was interested in what they would have to say, and not because she had been escorted. But Ophelia was faster, and grabbed the little rogue by the back of the neck to put her inside the apartment. Lotus laughed and signed along as she spoke. "You can wait here for the others to arrive. The building staff won't keep them away." Tessa had ordered a stack of omelets, which arrived before the acolytes had even been brought upstairs. It would go well with the huge pile of bacon that the clerics were making, ever so reluctantly donated by Hawk. After his evolution, Hawk actually ate less than he had before, despite his size increase. He would be an overlord before he even made it through the royal-ranked boars if their progress remained steady, but he did enjoy looking at his mountains of food. "Good morning, everyone. Sit and eat to get some energy for the day," Karl instructed as the acolytes finally made it up to the apartment. "Sir, we already ate breakfast at the cathedral," Aaron reminded him. "And now you will have a second breakfast with a lot of high-grade protein. We were informed that you were all full of energy and eager to get training this morning, so we have a more intensive routine planned for the day." The trainees began to wonder if the cathedral's schedule had made Karl think that they were more energetic than they actually were. They had to admit they were excited to get into training today, but that didn't mean that they didn't have sore muscles, even after healing and a good night's rest. But it might also be the monarch testing them to make sure that they were sufficiently devoted to learning and deserved to keep their spot in this elite team. For the Special Forces group, it was a given that everything in life would be a test until they graduated. But for the others, they hadn't had a chance yet to learn just how creative the instructors of the church army could be with their training methods. "What is first on the schedule?" Tessa asked as she finished serving breakfast. "Strength training. Even mages need some muscle tone and stamina, and with all this extra energy, plus Thor's magic refreshing them, they should be able to build some strength in a hurry." Getting a class increases strength for warriors, but it still takes a lot of training to get to peak form. Especially for the rangers, who will be moving through difficult terrain and chasing their beasts, building that muscle tone will be essential to your survival. Karl informed the group. It made sense, but they all got the ominous feeling that they were going to end up doing laps around the field to start their day. Thor was not nearly that uninspired. There were no laps around the training area for the acolytes under his training regimen. Instead, he brought out a number of weighted vests made of Ray's silk and had the trainees do sprints up and down the bleachers while he kept a milder version of refreshing lightning, active so that the muscles had time to strain, heal, and repeat. If he kept too powerful of a spell active, They didn't suffer the strain needed to grow the muscles, but this way they should get the gains in a single morning that would otherwise have taken them months. Thor was very proud of the plan, but Karl noticed that he put a stronger version of the regenerative spell on the Sero hatchlings, who were happily chasing everyone up and down the stairs. They didn't need the work to grow up big and strong. They needed higher quality feed and a good smashing post to practice their skills. Chasing the herd was just fun. Thor had prepared both for them, and he was happy to ignore the hateful glares that he was getting from 10 of the 11 trainees. For laps in, Sybil was too exhausted to even glare at him anymore. But that was quickly solved with an adjustment to her protective spells, and Ray was happy to keep her running. No disciple of hers would be lazy. One of the training sergeants came over to coordinate assistance for Karl's acolytes today and paused when he saw their physical training. Did they do something personal to you? Weighted gut laps up the bleachers is pretty extreme for rookies, he asked. Nope. We have a healing and stamina regeneration spell on them. In theory, this should build muscle at a rate that no steroid could compete with. We have limited time to train, so we're pushing them as hard as humanly possible without damaging their potential. It's the core of what the church asked us to do when they assigned us these lucky recruits. My group has a number of training specialty skills, and they were hoping that we could push up a fresh group of elites, then teach others the method. It's only day 2, but I already see progress. Take a look at that monk. What do you see? Karl replied. Just a monk running up the stairs with everyone else. Then the sergeant paused, then noticed one more detail. Much more easily than she should be with that much weight on her back. How monstrous is her strength? Karl chuckled. If I am right, it's not about her strength, which is actually monstrous. I believe that she has learned a movement skill to reduce her weight. A new skill learned on the second day of training? How ridiculous is your method? Behind them, Dana laughed. The monk isn't the only one. The mage is using a barrier under his weighted vest so that he doesn't have to carry the weight himself. He's still dying trying to run up the stairs, but that's expected. Oh, you taught him the barrier spell yesterday? Karl asked. No, apparently he got a skill point from yesterday's training, and he used it to buy the barrier spell once he found out that the day was going to start with weighted laps up the bleachers. Having a fully active system was going to be a huge advantage, and if Karl wasn't proactive with his own growth, there was a chance that the average overachiever in this next intake might actually shatter his growth speed records. If he told the academy that, they would likely laugh at him. But Karl was fairly certain it was an actual possibility. The lack of system access was what was dragging everyone down in the past, and with these new students being close to fully active, they should grow steadily, and they would be able to just buy access to new skills to improve their abilities. Thor let the students run for 2 full hours before he called a stop to it and had them come down to eat. At this point, even the Sero hatchlings were looking exhausted, but once Thor put out the pile of feed for them and Remy passed out steaks for the pair of more cat kittens, all of the beasts were regaining their enthusiasm for life. I can see that everyone's physical strength has improved in just one morning training session. Don't worry about your weight. You're going to burn off every single bit of energy that you can take in during your training. Just eat, Thor informed them. Sybil read his lips and decided that escape might be the better option, but she was only gone for half a second before she returned with Ray's hand on her shoulder. The rogue slumped in defeat after realizing that it would not be so easy to get out of the hard parts of the day, even with Shadow Step. But then the volunteers from the army came over, and she realized that they were on to combat training, which was way more fun than strength training, even if it was just as exhausting. Or more exhausting, as she would be constantly using her improved physique to try to defeat the guards. Or so she thought. Ray smiled at her. The rest of the morning will be focused on ranged weapons training. I have fashioned or obtained 3 different types, and once you have 100% accuracy with all of them at a reasonable range, we can add new ones. She had obtained throwing stars and throwing knives, as well as a hand crossbow that was a common grade magic item, and created its own basic bolts. It would only be a decent weapon if there was poison applied or a skill added to the bolts, but it was perfect for training as it took minimal energy to make the bolts. Karl shuddered to think of the hit that his wallet was taking now that the beasts had learned about ordering shopping for delivery. But as long as they kept it reasonable, he shouldn't run out of spending money before they went on their next proper mission. Karl clapped his hands. Now that everyone is done eating, the beasts are with me, and the rest of you can head to the same trainers you had yesterday. The Sero herd was stoked to play with the beast master, but the more cats looked skeptical. You two lovable furballs will be doing hunting training with my bodyguard here, while I set up a training ground for the herd. He explained as he summoned the lamia. The snake woman was fast, much faster than any human both in movement speed and reflexes, so the more cat kittens would have their work cut out for them. For the Sero, Karl was just going to set up a field of smashing posts made of earth barrier, and then draw a course for them. If they hit the posts hard enough, it would break their fledgling, refreshing lightning barriers, and then they would have to refresh it for the next strike. It really was the best training that they could get until their partners were ready to start working together with the herd in combat. The issue wasn't accidentally hitting the Sero with an arrow. The Special Forces cadets were better than that. But the Sero were still very young, and the bond needed time to develop so that both halves of the partnership were on the same page when it came time to fight. Until they reached that standard, it would just be chaos. Why are you going so far from the training ground? The sergeant asked as Karl began to herd the freshly fed Sero herd away from the others. Do you think that 4 baby Sero frolicking in the grass will be productive for the other trainees? If everyone is watching them, who will be training? Karl laughed. One of the Sero rammed into Karl's leg and bounced off, bringing laughter from the soldiers on the sand behind them, as if to prove his point. I overlooked the human factor. I will have one of my corporals wait nearby in case you need anything. Karl shook his head. No need to pull someone from their training. I'm just going to go out off-site behind the bleachers. That's far enough that we can train, and I can still hear the others in case of trouble. You never know what might happen with new elites trying skills that they haven't fully mastered. Things can go wrong, and I'm pretty good at sorting out wayward troublemakers. Or you just want to be close enough to watch it all go down. Kara added. I can jump onto the bleachers from here. It will be a great view. Thor laughed quietly at the pair as he prepared his warriors for their training. Sitting on the bleachers would give a much better view, but he had trainees of his own to work on, and Ophelia was going to be working with the Rangers today. Instead, he had a pair of Remy's bodyguards to help with the one-on-one training. They had 4 arms and 4 swords, so they could keep constant pressure on the warriors as if they were fighting multiple targets. When Karl had the smashing poles erected and the orders given to the Sero hatchlings, all of the excess spectators moved away from the training grounds, leaving the rest of the group to train in peace, while Karl barked orders like a herding dog and kept the procession moving. Then he got a great idea. He could give them a competition to get to a specific pole as fast as possible when he called the number. Not only would it help them burn energy from the feed that Thor had given them, but it would help develop their tactical thinking as they worked to be the fastest. Karl jumped on top of one of the pillars. Everyone, attack the pillar that I am on. He called to the 4 eager Sero. A tiny stampede started as they all rushed at the same time, tripping over each other to be the first to hit the pole. No, you have to actually reach the pole. Again. Karl called as he hopped to another. The second attempt was a bit better, but still not well organized. You're a pack, you need to work like it. Organize your charge to hit multiple spots on the pole, then peel off for the second rank to strike. Again. Over and over, the Sero pack worked to better their coordination. By the time that lunch rolled around, they were actually getting good at it, and Karl was having fun making them run around for the crowd as they learned to coordinate an attack that looked much more like scaly puppies running into posts. The Sero pack weren't the only ones that were improving at a notable rate, though. The bonded partners as well as the 5 acolytes that Skittles had brought them were also making remarkable progress. Fast enough that the soldiers had noticed the difference between yesterday morning and lunch today. They were all eager to find out what the trick was and how the cadets could pick up new combat lessons after only seeing them 1 or 2 times. That was a side effect of Skill Master that Karl hadn't considered. They were all working their way towards learning the combat skills that they were practicing, but there were many other lessons to be learned along the way, before the actual activation of a new skill. Not that they were likely to pick up another new skill so quickly, but there was a decent chance that they would have won by the end of the week. Karl was having lunch on the bleachers with Kara and Remy when the training ground suddenly went silent, and most of the crowd dropped to one knee in the formal bow. Karl turned to see who it was, as he could only sense an overlord rank presence, then realized that he had no idea who the knight approaching the grounds was. Fortunately, the system was there to save him. Overlord Drath, commandant of the church armies, first general of the Golden Dragon Nation, Karl stood and made his way down the bleachers to greet the overlord, who was currently making his way through the officers' ranks, greeting various leaders and their drill sergeants. Once he was done greeting his subordinates, the overlord made his way to Karl. "Monarch Karl, it's good to finally meet you. I have heard a lot about you the last few days. You're the talk of the capital. Commandant Drath, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. I appreciate the loan of the Special Forces cadets. They're turning out to be quite talented." Karl agreed. "Oh, I wasn't sure you would know who I was." The middle-aged soldier chuckled. "Your system interface is activated enough that I can see your name and class assignment." Karl chuckled. Drath smiled. "Who would have thought it would be so effective on an old man like me?" Karl took a second to look more deeply at the man's details and found the important bit of detail that he had missed. Species, bronze dragon, which brought up another vital question. How many of the older powerhouses in the Golden Dragon Nation weren't actually humans, though it was nominally a human-run nation? Ortho said that all he needed was an item that was fully system-activated to bring his dormant system functions back online. "Are you still missing any?" Karl replied. Drath laughed. "And just how old do you think that I am? I understand you met the old man in his youth, but I'm not yet seen my 100th year. Even the Archbishop is older than I am." Karl shrugged. "Well, you were an overlord, so I assumed that you had some years on you. I don't actually know much about the maturation rate of bronze dragons." Overlord Drath looked toward the students, then to Karl's beasts, who were doing their best to teach them new things, explaining theory even during the lunch break. "How hard do you think that you can push those new elites without damaging their potential?" he asked carefully. "We have a potion for the 5 orphan volunteers that might immediately push them to awakened, but then they will need significant time to recover. The ones with bonded beasts will grow closer to the growth rate of their partner, though. The system will help them grow faster, but pushing the elite to advance will only create an imbalance where one side is stronger than the other. It happens to me constantly, and I'm constantly working to keep both myself and all the members of my team in balance. So, there's only so fast you can push them, and they will eventually need practical experience to help them grow," Karl explained. Drath sat silently as he mentally calculated something. "So, awakened by autumn, then ascended by 2nd year is realistic for most of them?" Karl nodded. "If their growth rate holds, or whoever takes over after my team is reassigned keeps them on the same training regimen. I can't speak for other methods, but ascended by the end of the first term shouldn't be a problem. We've got some clerics over there taking scientific notes on everything that we're doing so that they can try to replicate it with others. Some of the advancement is directly due to my own skills and my team, though. So, I would expect limited gains from a repeat." Drath chuckled. "Like following the same diet and workout plan designed to maximize gains, but having the second group do it without steroids." Karl nodded. "Something like that. The real issues won't start until commander rank, though." The overlord sighed. "Oh, I am well aware of that. What I was hoping was now that I've got some system equipment from the dungeon, I might be able to boost some of my sergeants. They're already established in the army, so if I can grant them a system and smash them up to the ascended or commander rank in a matter of months, I can give the units a champion to maintain morale." "Not the officers?" Karl asked. Drath shook his head. "The officers make plans and give orders, the sergeants carry them out. We don't need powerful combatants giving orders, we need them fighting." Kara laughed and nudged Karl. "Promoted past the point of usefulness." Drath noticed the exchange and waited for a translation. She says they have been promoted past the point of usefulness. In a battlefield sense, that is true. The lieutenants still lead larger teams, but beyond that, they're rarely on the front lines, other than the commissars. The commissars in question were a special forces team from the church, part of the Inquisition in charge of military morale. They were all insane, as far as Karl could tell, but they made the Red Dragon happy. I take it that they're making plans to spread this rapid training method as soon as possible? Karl asked, knowing that the overlord in charge of military strategy as the first general of the nation was not here on a whim. Overlord Drath sighed and nodded. There are two competing plans right now. One wants to make a potion that will boost freshly tested elites to commander directly, burning their potential in the process. The other group believes that we need to find a way to use your rapid training methods on more soldiers. Karl nodded. Actually, I think that I have a solution for that. I have been thinking about it for a while, and if we can find a number of young beasts like the Sero hatchlings, I believe that there is a way to bond them to those with the potential to become an elite. I had a system quest for it, and it had a 60% success rate among the Special Forces students, as you likely already knew. I believe that with runic talismans, I could initiate that mental bond, and those with the potential would gain a class. Most likely Beast Ranger. And why didn't you mention this to anyone? Because the rest would probably die. The elite program has a roughly 1% fatality rate. Initial numbers for this method are 20 to 30% rejection, with a 10 to 20% fatality rate. The outcome is significantly better, but you can likely reach those numbers with the equipment testing this year. It's just that they will mostly have the basic classes, and not an advanced one. The first advancement trial that is now happening at the Cathedral Temple for Commanders and up allows us to upgrade classes, and from what I can tell, Beast Ranger would normally be an option then, to upgrade Rangers. Karl offered. Drath took out a binder of papers and began to flip pages. Yes, that is correct. We have observed a small number of them who have advanced to Beast Rangers after entering the Commander rank dungeon. It is listed as a Commander rank minimum requirement, but it appears that your method might be able to do it early. That would be a huge bonus for our forces. Sero Knights charging to break enemy lines before the infantry follows behind them is a bit primitive as a military tactic, but if they're Lightning Sero and the Knights are the sergeants, they can defend their units as they charge. Karl laughed at the thought of lines of Sero with infantry running behind them on the attack. You know, they're actually better on defense. Mine likes to pair with the Red Dragon High Priestess, and they work together on the unit buffs, while the Nature Cleric does the majority of our healing. Drath smirked. You haven't told her that you can give her a chance to have a monster as a pet, have you? The Nature Priestess, I mean. We might not have any left if they knew. Karl shook his head. I don't think it would work. They're already claimed, their class won't change so easily. They didn't get an option to change even when the rest of us were doing our advancement trials. But if I learn to create a skill that will let them talk to monsters, they might never get anything productive done again. Is there another way to reliably create specialists? The random assignments are great for elites, but I need uniform training regimens for hundreds of soldiers at a time. We can do that with warriors, at least the ones who have their whole skill tree active, which I'm not certain will be true. Of all the new elites. Lack of data, you understand. Karl looked through his skills, using the restrictions listed by Skill Book, to determine if there was anything that he could give them all to create some sort of uniform class. The problem was that most of his skills were either specialized for beasts or usable by more than one group of elites, so there was no guarantee that those who used it would awaken the same class. I think that most of them should have a fully active system. All 5 that I awakened with items had the skill tree. It's mostly just the serum that was incompletely activating the elites. Well, that or something has changed with the appearance of the higher rank active dungeon. That was when the majority of my inactive features were awakened. But if we want to activate only one class, that could be an issue. We could narrow it down to warriors and rogues, or various casters. But I don't see a way to only get one type. Remy was in full agreement with Karl's thoughts on the grand solution for their problem. Why not? Have like 3 different specialties? As far as battle tactics go, there really are just warriors, mages, and others. She offered. My partner Remy, the Naga queen over there, has a suggestion. Why not increase flexibility? You can have teams led by warriors or mages, and then the others can fill in, since there are far more mages and warriors than anything else. And how do you guarantee that we will have enough of them if we try bringing them up among our ranks? Karl smiled. That's the easy part. Plead with the blue dragons to give them skill books. The overlord gave Karl a look that said 2 things. First, he wanted to strangle Karl for suggesting it. Second, he had already tried it and had been not so politely told that they would not be making thousands of skill books for him. After all, they had to be handwritten by a suitably powerful user, and the number of blue clerics and inscriptionist mages was limited. Karl relented when he realized that the plan was already rejected. I joke. No, send them all to the trial at the cathedral and order them to pick mage or warrior if they are given the option. If they're compatible, the trial ground should awaken system users now. Drath sighed. We tried that too. It only worked to awaken clerics. However, it is a great advancement resource for elites who have reached commander rank. It seems that military efficiency and the system do not mingle well. However, I do think that it would be best to just go with it. Train everyone in the same combat techniques so that they can fight together as needed, and then let the units work it out at their end with the ranged and close combat attackers. From a practical standpoint, it doesn't matter if that enemy at 100 meters died to a magic missile, an enchanted arrow, or a battle cannon on a mobile artillery piece. Drath chuckled, looking younger than he had when he arrived. That was my suggestion as well, but the president and the other generals voted it down as too chaotic. That's why I have been looking for a better proposal. Count yourself lucky that you didn't get roped into a political position. It's a giant pain in the ass, and when you actually use the power you are given, you end up stepping on well-connected toes and making your next effort harder than it has to be. Karl tried not to laugh. Most of the problem was that the politicians were still a generation or 3 behind. Tactics had been evolving rapidly over the last decade with the introduction of the elites, but most of the senior politicians and military officers had been serving for 30 or 40 years already. The archbishop was over 100 years old, the president was nearing 70, and most of his senior advisors were close to 60. You're thinking that we're all fossils and behind the times, aren't you? The general asked, with his eyes flashing bronze as his draconic instincts sensed a challenge. For a dragon, you're quite young. But for humans, most of the others in charge are ancient. As I understand it, a bronze dragon is too attached to the letter of the law to bend the rules yourself, and that's why you're looking for a solid reason to adjust the regulations, right? Karl replied. Precisely. And technically elites are outside my purview, as they are no part of the church armies. But we need the firepower, and we have a procedural handbook to follow. I did consider just eating them all so they stopped saying no to all the good ideas, but there are laws against that. If you taught them all offensive adaptation, they could likely bond with bloodbath spiders. Ray suggested. An army of giant spiders and Karl clones would be funny. Well, once we have these ones trained, you will have enough data to prove one way or the other whether entire units of system users within the army is a viable tactic. It might take an amendment or 2 so that they're actually soldiers and not just attached to army units, but it should be easy enough to get a regulations addendum passed if we get a huge influx of new system users. Drath's eyes shone with amusement as Karl finished his sentence. You know, if it wouldn't collapse society, we could just have everyone we meet put on a system-linked item until they're all depleted or everyone has tried. It would be the greatest challenge that a bronze dragon could ever face. His tone was a bit manic as he envisioned the challenges of maintaining law and order in an entire nation full of workers who had suddenly gained a system class. You couldn't be an elite if everyone were one, or even if the majority of people were. He would never willingly allow the collapse of society to actually happen. It was completely contrary to his nature. But like a kid dreaming of becoming a superhero, Karl was beginning to understand that bronze dragons fantasized of bringing order to chaos and implementing rules and regulations to keep everything orderly. Then the dragon sighed. I think it is time for you to use that potion you mentioned. Try to advance your students to the awaken rank today, even if just the 5 with classes that aren't beast-linked. You need to make your method stand out as superior to any other if things are going to change. Giving that level of resources to every student in the next intake will be a massive cost. Unless senior elites empty their stockpiles to provide all the resources, it might not even be possible. But even then, the cost will exceed the entire year's revenue. Convincing everyone that it is worth it will take results so far beyond anything that we've seen so far that the senior staff will believe that it would cost us more not to. Yes, potion time. I've had them ready all day long. These will be great. Trust me, I can make humans into proper elites. Remy cheered. All right. They're on lunch, and we've been feeding them commander rank meat to overload them with energy for the afternoon training already. That's a worthwhile attempt, by the way. The progression just from sufficient nutrition has the clerics in a frenzy. Drath chuckled. If we had that many edible commander rank and higher monsters, I would. Consider it. Edible monsters are rare in the spawns, and it's not like we're farming them at that sort of power level. Remy used Blizzard to make snow so that she could turn the potions into smoothies. Nobody said no to berry-flavored smoothies. While Remy was confident, Thor had been listening to the parts of the conversations which related to ruining someone's potential with too much of a good thing. He trusted his little sister, but she got too enthusiastic about her projects, and she didn't study humans much. There was a risk that, like the first day's royal rank soup, this was going to overwhelm them, but because this was a potion forcing them to gain power, it might cause permanent damage. Just wait, you will soon see that I know what I'm doing. It's even in the book as a safe advancement formula for baby elites. Karl examined the potions that she had made, and while they did have some commander rank ingredients, they were in minimal doses and heavily watered down. The potions could be considered awakened rank, at least after they were mixed with the ice to make a smoothie, so they should be safe enough. Potion of advancement was what the system called them all, though Karl knew they had been tailored to each individual student. Fortunately for everyone, Remy had labeled all of the potions before she mixed them into smoothies, so there was no confusion as they began to pass them out to the students, much to the dismay of the rest of the trainees and the suspicion of the recipients. They hadn't forgotten what the cleansing drinks had done to their insides. What is with this unfair training bias? We get extra work on our combat skills and mental fortitude, and they get smoothies. One of the rangers complained. Karl shrugged. If it helps, I gave the Saros and the more cats a special treat. They all looked to where one of the cats was happily nibbling at a bowl of commander rank meat, and the beast covered it protectively. That does not make it better at all. Pat, the ranger bonded with the cat in question, remarked. Karl could have sworn that the cat laughed at him as it resumed eating. The humans had gotten a pretty decent lunch, specifically chosen by the clerics with the help of the apartment kitchen to include some higher rank ingredients to spike their energy in what Lotus assured them was a safe way. But the cat got an entire bowl full of the good stuff. No filler, no nonsense. Just meat. Remy did have mercy on the rangers and Nikki the tiger monk, and she passed them out similar smoothies as well. But that was part of the plan to distract the other 5 from their suspicions about being suddenly given treats. They had already gotten a fancy lunch, and now a fruity drink that wasn't served with the meal? That was suspicious. But when everyone had one, it was less likely to be some sort of nefarious plot. Or so they assumed until the potions started to take effect. The system is showing me something weird. Appeared in Karl's vision, thoroughly confusing him until he realized that there was a name tag before the words, indicating that it was sent by Sybil. How had she done that? Karl searched for the option, then focused on the words and realized there was a function button beside them with no label that he had simply hidden as useless. What do you see, Sybil? He asked out loud. The rogue's eyes lit up in excitement. Someone had seen her message. She had tried to use the mind talk thing that Karl and Lady Ray used to make their plans, and it worked. Well, mostly. It was supposed to go to Ray, but Karl got it instead. It says warning, Experience increase effects have a cumulative detriment modifier. Chance of success greater than or equal to 98% chance of failure less than 1% chance of critical failure 1% modifier 0%. Karl read that twice, then nodded at her. Go ahead, that's as safe as it gets. Karl informed her, but Sybil was already finished the smoothie, not connecting the message with the beverage until it was too late. Slowly, her power began to grow, the same as Karl's had when he used growth resources at the academy. Her power was steadily increasing in quality, and Karl was nearly certain that she would make it to awaken rank with just the one boost. Power juice. The Sero hatchlings began to cheer once they realized what was going on. Why? Doesn't it work for our pack? Is it just for the other pack? The Sero began to wonder. We didn't give it to everyone, just in case it didn't work right. Instead, you got the good feed and your partners got juice. Thor explained through the Sero mind link. That made sense to them. You had to share when there were only so many good things. The big Sero always gave the good treats to the littlest ones, just like Karl had done for his pack's hatchlings. Aaron and Jamie advanced to awakened at the same time, with Joan and Owen only a few seconds behind them. Now it says modifier -20%, Sybil updated them. That was a dangerous category. The first one was basically guaranteed, but if there was a cumulative detriment to using that sort of resource, even a few of them would nearly guarantee a negative outcome. Or it might have something to do with the strength of the concoction. Overlord Drath might know. Commandant, I don't suppose that you have one of those potions that they give to the bottlenecked elites, do you? I would like to inspect it with a skill that I have. I suspect that I might be able to deconstruct it into a more effective form. Karl asked. The Overlord potion? No, I don't carry that with me, but I can have some sent here if you need to study it. That potion of yours is brilliant. All 5 of them reached awaken rank in a single shot with no visible side effects. He gushed. Oh, there is a side effect, just not visible. Every time a system user takes one of those types of potions, there is a cumulative chance of critical failure. The Overlord winced. He knew exactly what that entailed. Some who took the potion to break the bottleneck between Commander and Royal simply died, while others had their powers crippled. It was a low chance, but only a few had ever actually become an Overlord directly, and most of the successful attempts ended up barely bumped over the bottleneck into Royal rank, with little to no growth ability left. Now that they knew more about the system, and with Karl's input, it could be presumed that was the result of a failure or critical failure of the potion effects. That would also explain why some in the lower ranks who tried to push too fast ended up crippled. From overuse of resources. They had pushed their luck too far without ever knowing the odds. The Bronze Dragon took out a magical communication token and sent a message. Someone will bring you a copy of the potion soon. If you can even tell us a few things about changes that will increase the odds, it would be an enormous benefit to the nation. He explained quietly. I will let you know what I can find out. With the ability to identify the odds, my alchemist can at least experiment on the potion until there is an improvement. Karl agreed. Then we can feed it to a new commander and see if they explode. Remy agreed. Your sisters are corrupting you. Thor lamented. Become powerful. Remy amended with an apologetic look at her big brother. The Overlord potion, as Commandant Drath had called it, was hand-delivered by a royal rank bishop of the church, along with 20 elite church guard and a pair of inquisitors. First General, I have brought the potion as you requested. Who might the blessed one be? The bishop asked. Overlord Drath looked a little sheepish and rubbed the back of his neck. Bishop, my apologies, but there has been a misunderstanding. You see, Monarch Karl wanted a sample to study. His team managed to come up with a potion that immediately advanced these 5 cadets to awakened rank only 2 days after they gained their system. However, we learned a troubling fact during the process, and I believe his skill can shed some light on why the Overlord potion malfunctions. All of the cadets and acolytes stopped what they were doing when they heard that. They didn't know what sort of super powerful potion warranted this sort of escort, but it had to be something incredible. May I touch the potion, Bishop? It is necessary for the skill to function. Karl asked. He would only see the odds once he had it in his hands and at least considered using it. The bishop passed Karl the potion, and the guards moved to surround him, protecting the potion. As they were facing away from him, as Karl focused with identify on the potion, a few things became clear. First, this was a much better thing than he had expected. Second, altering the ingredients probably wouldn't help much. Overlord Potion. Grade Totem immediately upgrades the power level of the imbiber by a set range of levels. Maximum rank of Overlord may be achieved. Warning: experience increase effects have a cumulative detriment modifier. Chance of success 0.3% chance of partial success, 10% chance of failure, 2% chance of critical failure, 87.7% modifier 0%. Success grants 3 ranks of advancement. Partial success grants 1 rank of advancement. Failure causes 1 random permanent debuff. Critical failure will result in death with no resurrection possible. Warning: full success not possible. Maximum rank of user exceeded. Now Karl understood why the potion had to be taken by a commander. Nobody else could get the full use of the effect, as it was either 1 or 3 ranks of advancement. But those odds were dismal. Surely, there wasn't a 90% chance of death for the regular users, or they wouldn't have started using it on commanders at all. So, Karl inspected the potion more closely, trying to find the default values. Overlord Potion Grade Totem immediately upgrades the power level of the imbiber to a set range. Maximum rank of Overlord may be achieved. Chance of success 4% chance of partial success, 40% chance of failure, 54% chance of critical failure, 2%. Success grants 3 ranks of advancement. Partial success grants 1 rank of advancement. Failure causes 1 random permanent debuff. Critical failure will result in death with no resurrection possible. That made more sense. The people using it were already at the limits of their potential, so they would have a heavy modifier. But if the chance of actually dying from it was only 2%, and failure was a permanent debuff, many would be willing to risk it when they didn't know their personal odds. The bishop cleared his throat. What do you see with your system skill, Monarch? The system calls it an Overlord Potion, with a 4% chance to take a commander to Overlord, or a 40% chance to take one to Royal rank. However, other resources you've used in the past will modify that. For me, it is impossible, as I'm already a monarch and the potion doesn't grant a linear amount of power, but a set effect instead. However, you could theoretically use it on elites below commander rank to grant them the same 4% chance of gaining 3 ranks. About half would end up with a 1 rank advancement, and half would take permanent injury, according to the potion's description. The wince that the bishop made when Karl mentioned giving it to people below the commander rank said that this was not a cheap or easy potion to make. But that should be expected from a totem rank potion of any sort. Is that all you can learn about it with your skill? Not that I'm complaining, knowing the odds and exact effect is incredibly valuable. The bishop asked. Give me a while and I might be able to discover how to tweak it for more success, but I wasn't expecting it to be totem ranked. 1 rank over myself isn't too difficult, but 2 is pushing my luck. Karl explained. That made sense to the bishop. Many had tried in the past to improve the formula, and just as many had failed. Karl tried to look deeper into the potion's construction when a notification caught his attention. Skill Master 4 activation, identification, has improved by 1 tier. Skill analysis gained. That was the first time that the Skill Master ability had advanced one of his own skills by a tier, and Karl was startled that it was a utility skill and not one of the ones that he used constantly. Perhaps he simply wasn't pushing hard enough to force the evolution of the others? Or he might just need inspiration to cause them to evolve. With analysis, both Karl and Remy could tell much more about the potion. First, the primary ingredient was totem rank holy power in liquid form. So, these potions were personally made by the archbishop or another nation's strongest cleric. There was a list of plant names there as well, none of which Karl had ever heard of. Then he noticed something floating in the potion that he hadn't seen before. It was glowing and Karl couldn't seem to figure out what it was. The system wasn't being any help at first, but after a few seconds, Karl realized that it was a rune. There were solidified magic runes in the potion. Rune crafting compound sigil recorded, power surge. Remy's excitement filled Karl's mind, but it was Ray's mental laughter that caught his attention. That one really will make them explode. The spider cheered. She was right. The rune was nothing but a pure power transfer, as much as the user wished to imbue into it, but without form unless it was combined with others into a proper sigil or phrase. If Karl used it alone on anyone but the Overlord, it would just drain every bit of his energy and overload the target. That much raw mana would literally make them explode. Fortunately, with rune crafting, Karl should be able to combine that compound rune into a sentence to empower a runic inscription that would otherwise have little to no effect. In a way, it was a new word. A more precise way of describing what he wanted to happen when writing with runes. It would take work, but he had been planning to practice his rune crafting anyhow. But the fact that there was no other sigil with power surge in the potion was a clue on its own. The flow of power was uncontrolled, which was what was likely damaging the users. If he modified that, it could improve the success of the potion. How mad would you be if I modified this potion? Karl asked the bishop. It takes the archbishop 60 hours to make one. He replied simply. Well, that changed the risk to reward calculation. Karl stared at the potion for a little longer. He was going to modify it. He could apologize to the archbishop later if it didn't work. Or maybe run away with Lord Nacht. Whichever seemed safer at the time. Fortunately, the runes were simple for what he wanted to do. So, he moved the potion to Remy's space and carefully portioned a little bit into another beaker. 1/3 of maximum power flow for 3 times the duration was one complex compound rune that attached smoothly to the power surge rune. Karl took that as a sign that he had done something right and carefully modified all the runes in the smaller vial. As the last one was completed, Karl got a notification. Vial of Overlord Potion, part 1 of 3, interesting. So, he made 2 more and watched as he got the notification 2 more times. Then, he carefully mixed them into one larger potion bottle, though still half the size of the original. Runic Overlord Potion, chance of success 4% plus 5% chance of partial success 40% plus 5% chance of failure 54% to 10% chance of critical failure 2%. Warning. Runic potions are incompatible with some species. Karl considered that for a moment. It didn't say what species, so this might either be flat out better or totally useless to the GDN if it didn't work on humans. He opened his eyes and realized that everyone around him was sitting and eating dinner as the sun went down. How long was I out of it? I lost track of time. He asked. About 6 hours? Tessa guessed, and Overlord Drath nodded in agreement. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Well, at least I have something to show for it. Here, the modified potion. It should have a 5% better chance of both 1 and 3 rank increases, with 10% less failure chance as a result. However, the system says that some species can't use it, and I have no idea what ones. Karl informed the bishop. Before he could move, the potion vanished from his hand, and Lord Nacht was beside him, staring at the bottle. Oh, this is good. We should test it. The ancient black dragon announced. The bishop who had brought the original potion looked like he was going to argue for a moment, then thought better of the notion. Fighting with a totem-rank dragon wouldn't end well for anyone. Oh, do you have a baby dragon in mind? Karl asked. Why in the 7 hells would I give this to a dragon? Nacht asked. He had a point. Dragons didn't need it, and they weren't worried about growth rate. A portal formed near Nacht's left hand, and he pulled an old woman in black robes through by the neck. One clawed hand tilted the woman's head back, and the dragon poured the potion down her throat. Slowly at first, then with increasing flow, power began to gather in the area. The disturbance had caught the attention of every powerful elite in the city, and Karl could sense people running their way, as well as a half-dozen portals opening nearby. This had better work, now that they had so many onlookers. Karl spun the ring of the Beast Lord on his finger. It increased his luck stat, and that had to help somehow. Avoiding embarrassment was a form of luck, right? The black-robed cleric gasped and collapsed to her knees, surrounded by a mist of dark power that had every bit of Ray's attention. But the process wasn't over. More power was still flowing into her body as her magic reacted wildly, restrained by Lord Nacht so that it didn't kill all of the lower-ranked elites in the area. It appears that you did it right. She's not dead, Nacht noted, sounding dismayed. The cleric rolled over on her back, twitching in pain as the power flowed into her. She managed a single second worth of glare at the dragon before she was racked with pain again, and the power gathered by the process began to merge with her body. Your god has an odd way of showing their favor, Karl noted as the woman's power grew. Divine favor? I was betting on the 2% chance it would kill her outright, and I wouldn't have to listen to her whine again, the black dragon replied. Ray giggled quietly, while everyone else in the area looked horrified. He had picked her because he didn't mind if she died? That was unexpected. As the effect faded, the cleric passed out. It didn't matter to the onlookers or to Lord Nacht. They could all sense the overlord-ranked aura coming from her. 9% chance of success. Her luck is pretty good, Karl noted. The ancient dragon nodded. Yes, it was thoroughly satisfying. Now I have a new bishop for the Black Dragon. Who is going to hold a grudge? Karl added. Irrelevant. She's from here in the city, and I will be headed home once my business is done. The Archbishop came over with a smile. Is it true? The potion's effectiveness could be increased. Karl nodded. Not the effectiveness, exactly. But the chance of success increased by 5% for both stages of success. Now the base success rate is over 50% before modifiers and luck. A week well spent, then. Come with me, we need to discuss this in private. Karl didn't even have time to react before Nacht was shoving him through a portal, followed by the two totem rank leaders and the unconscious bishop. Start from the beginning. What did you do to my potion? At your rank, you shouldn't have even been able to mix in a single ingredient without it fading. The Archbishop began. I actually didn't add ingredients or remake the potion itself. There are magical runes in the potion, but they were incomplete. No, that's not the right word. They were unregulated. I added a runic phrase to slow the effect. That way, the users were less likely to explode, as my friend Remy so eloquently put it. Karl explained, then drew the rune in the air with his finger. The Archbishop took him to a large oak desk and sat him in the plush leather chair in front of golden writing tools and a stack of paper. He had pens, pencils with various cores, paintbrushes, and various paints and inks to choose from. But he wasn't making a skill book, it was just a rune, so he chose a small paintbrush and plain black ink, which the Archbishop appeared to have ground from an inkstone and not purchased as a liquid. This is the part 1 added, and this is the compound rune that I formed, he explained a few seconds later. Nacht leaned over the desk. Oh, I see. And you said that this additional part was already in the potion. Both Karl and the Archbishop nodded in unison, and the Archbishop gestured towards a wall full of runic writing. It's one of the power runes for holy items of all sorts. This potion is my own creation, but my rune crafting skills are limited. I know the language fairly well, but I don't have it as a system skill. Karl considered that, then pulled a jar of silver ink and a stack of paper over. We might be able to fix that. I have the skill and a skill for creating skill books. Let's see how this goes, he suggested. Lord Nacht laughed, and the Archbishop sighed, then gestured at the bookcase. I already considered that. But I won't turn down a spare copy. Karl saw that there was a rune crafting book on the shelf, but it was ancient and damaged. Not an active skill book. Karl got right to work on the book, as the necessary inks were already on the table. Rune crafting was more of a dictionary than anything else, and every rune that Karl wrote slowly etched itself into his mind, an unused language that he had never paid attention to. Sure, he had the skill to use them, but it was a bit like using Rend for the first time when he was on the train. It was possible, but he had not trained any sort of mental or muscle memory for it, so it was somewhat like following a guidebook for something that you had never seen in person. Just writing out the book was giving him ideas. If he had better crafting skills, he could make weapons and add runes to them, turning mundane items into quality magical weapons. Making toys for fun and profit. Remy agreed, paying close attention to Karl's work. "Can you use this skill?" he asked, wondering how many of the beasts shared his more esoteric abilities. "I can, but not the others. Probably because I'm the only one that reads for fun." Remy agreed. Writing out a whole dictionary of runes took time. A lot of time. But eventually Karl had a massive, bound tome in front of him that put the one on the shelf to shame. It was easily 1,000 pages long, and Karl guessed that he had missed at least an entire day while he was working, even with the increased hand speed that he had to restrain just enough not to splatter the ink. There were no windows in the office, and the room was soundproofed, with no clock in sight. That made it exceptionally easy to lose track of time, and actively using a system skill seemed to keep you locked in, so you didn't notice outside stimuli as much. And here we are. One skill book of rune crafting, he announced, waking the Archbishop. The old man was napping on a divan in the corner of his office, which was well equipped with blankets, suggesting that this was a regular occurrence. The Archbishop slowly got to his feet and came over to the desk, where he ran a reverent finger over the tome. "It's beautiful. If I had to guess, I would say that it is an epic grade skill, just going by the cover. But I suspect that it's actually something much more difficult to obtain than that." The old man rambled. "More uncommon than an epic skill?" Reverently, the Archbishop opened the cover of the tome. And nothing happened. At least until Lord Nacht burst into laughter. "Oh, that is grand. The greatest rune master on the continent can't use the rune crafting skill book. Do you perhaps already have a basic version of the skill?" The Black Dragon taunted his counterpart. The Archbishop shook his head. "I don't have a skill for it. I know most of the language, though. It would seem that I still have much to learn, with the size of this tome, but I am considered fluent in runic." The dragon inspected the tome, and then a slow smile spread across his face. "Why don't we call the librarian? I bet that the head of the Blue Dragon clerics would love the opportunity to learn the most complete form of the runic language." It only took a few seconds for the librarian to enter after the Archbishop called for her. She came through a side door, and Karl realized that their offices were attached. That was incredibly convenient when there were questions. Or when Lord Nacht was visiting and wanted to troll someone. "Librarian, we have a rare skill book for you to try. None of us can use it, and we have some hope that you can learn its secrets, then make a duplicate," the Archbishop requested. The Blue Dragon carefully put on a pair of white cotton gloves as she approached, and delicately inspected the entire tome, making mental notes before doing anything else. "Beautiful. It will be a shame to remove such a beautiful book from circulation, but once I have learned it, I will immediately endeavor to make another," the librarian announced, then carefully opened the cover. Her eyes widened as the book vanished and a flood of information entered her brain, filling in all the details of the rune crafter's trade. "This is wonderful. There is so much to know, so many things that were lost to time. I can fix the wards on the bookshelves and rebuild the automatic staircase. Oh, I do need to get another copy made as soon as possible. The juniors can do all of that while I study the rest of the knowledge hidden in here." She was clearly rambling now, but the dragon was happy, even if her subordinates were about to become very unhappy. The librarian ran out of the room without even acknowledging that the Archbishop was waiting to ask her questions. Lord Nacht patted him on the shoulder. "Well, you win some and you lose some. She will answer all your questions eventually. It's good that she was the one that it worked for because all the teachers in the cathedral are Blue Dragon clerics, and your weaponmith students are sure to want access to that knowledge as soon as possible." The Archbishop nodded. "Not just the students. Everyone is going to want to learn a bit more about magical runes." Karl thought about that and shook his head in dismay. There are runes and then there is rune crafting. Anyone can write the runes if they've seen them before, but making a magical item that can properly harness them is an entirely different matter. The Archbishop didn't quite understand, but Karl had an easy way to explain. He picked up the paintbrush and some plain ink, then wrote the rune for shock. It was easier to recreate skills that you already understood, and he knew lightning pretty well. If you would kindly activate that rune, I can demonstrate. Karl informed the aging cleric. The archbishop just looked confused, but Lord Nacht tapped the paper and infused it with a bit of mana that made electricity crackle over the page like a stun gun. The paper was destroyed by the electricity, so Karl wrote another with the same ink, then activated it to create a shock effect on the black dragon. After all, the archbishop was old and somewhat frail. A small amount of electricity crackled over the dragon's barrier, and the archbishop nodded in understanding. I see now. It's the difference between the rune doing what it says and the rune doing what you will it to. There is so much more that I could do if I had that skill. But alas, I will have to leave it to the blue clerics and their students. Perhaps the skill will soon spread through the alchemists and the smiths, bringing us back to the glory days of item creation. The old man was completely on a tangent now, and the black dragon was trying hard not to laugh at him. I should probably tell you now. Rune crafting won't work for anyone under royal rank and only one. In 100 at best, we'll be able to learn the trade skill. Don't get too lost in big dreams just yet, old friend. The dragon warned him quietly. And you had to ruin it. Fine, I'm going back to sleep. See the monarch out, would you? Karl followed Lord Nacht out of the office and did his best not to laugh at the expression on the dragon's face. You know something that I don't about the skill book, don't you? Karl asked quietly as they walked through the silent halls of the cathedral at night. Nacht smirked at him. At my age, I know more about nearly everything. But what you mean is that I know that the old man already has alchemy as a trade skill, and the system won't let you take another. So, I'm a rune crafter by trade? I wasn't expecting that. Karl replied. It seems so. I would assume that it was a quest reward of some sort, but rune crafting is a particularly fine lost art. Which discipline have you chosen? Discipline? Nacht shrugged. Gnomish engineers, dwarven rune masters, on my OG demon slayers, ward. Crafters, rune mages, and a few others I have long since forgotten all rely on the rune crafter trade skill for their art. Normally, you would choose one of the disciplines, but it appears that you simply got the rune library without having to make a choice. So, eventually, you will have to choose a specialty if you're going to truly master the craft. No matter how many runes you know, only tireless practice will make you an actual master at using them. I was thinking of using them to make useful charms, but not as a trade, just as a parlor trick to make life easier. But I've been to an ancient dwarven city near the frost giant border, as well as that trial that we both entered. They had runes on every wall, and when they were active, they could do so much. Remy, my Naga partner, recorded the runes in the forges. Karl began. Nacht nodded in agreement. That is part of the rune crafter's art. You could rebuild that sort of magical forge and even the weapons that they turned out from it. The Cyclops forge masters used a variation of the same art. They're much more like the dwarves in their crafting skills than either species would be willing to admit. They both have their own style, but they both craft rare items with incredible powers and beautiful details. Karl sighed. Why does it feel like all the progress we made with technology is quickly becoming irrelevant? The ancient dragon laughed. Not all of it. Many things in life are easier with technology, but it will never compete with magic for raw power and versatility. It's not impossible to mix the two. There are some nations who raise technomages. But the interaction is limited. They have the most wonderful magical guns. And it only took them a century to recover all the ones that were stolen from them during the Civil War. Now they self-destruct if anyone other than the intended user tries to activate them. That made sense. It was the same thing with any powerful magical artifact. A magical bow that could do massive damage from a long distance was a prime target for theft, especially if the user could be discreetly killed. I take it that they don't bond? Karl asked. They're incompatible with the system. I've seen the ancient records, and there were technomage armies then. But they were seen as being at a disadvantage because they could be disarmed by theft or magic and couldn't call the weapons back to themselves. Disarming them to capture the soldiers became the standard method of dealing with the tactic. Well, that or casting a spell to amplify fire magic and making all their guns misfire. Karl nodded in understanding. The hill giants plug artillery barrels with earth magic if they get close enough. Nacht smiled. The giants surrounding your nation make life much easier than you know. They're a nuisance, but if the old man had to fight off a dozen nations of humans and the hundreds of sub-factions, the church would have never managed to unify the nation. You come from the mines, don't you? You've got the look. That whole southern region between the capital and the Beast Kin Nation used to be part of the wilds, a no-man's land that competed with monsters for survival. Without strong magic or the blessings of the World Dragon, the whole of the Golden Dragon Nation would have been the same way if the giants didn't keep competition out. Karl frowned. It's strange to hear it that way. Is that perhaps the perspective of your god? Nacht shrugged. The god of death doesn't care about species all that much. But black dragon clerics are sensitive to the balance of life and death in the same way that the nature clerics are, only we focus more on the higher beings than the plant life. I think that learning to make something of your rune crafting could be exceedingly valuable, not only to you but to your partners. Take your friend Remy as an example. As a shaman, she would benefit greatly from runic jewelry. It would improve her elemental magic. You could boost her mana regeneration and casting speed as well. Or make armor for the Sarrow, perhaps a muzzle for the Void Badger. Karl laughed. I don't think that she would go for that one. There are still too many species to taste test. Nacht laughed. Of all the species that you could have picked, why that one? Where did you even find one? It's not like there are a lot of them. I had a quest to find what the system called the perfect companion. I was headed across the Nia continent, towards somewhere far to the east of my location. Then suddenly, that quest target disappeared, and the quest retargeted Kara. The system said that she was the best companion, and bonding her completed the quest, so that is what I did. Karl explained. That makes more sense than you probably realize. The system's idea of perfect does not usually mean most powerful, fastest growing, or the current meta skill. Instead, it almost always means most a little bit of each of those, but also the most entertaining for the gods to watch. And it's hard to argue that anything but a Void Badger would be quite as entertaining at the Monarch rank. She's not quite there yet. Karl reminded him. Give her a few more days. With 3 of the 5 already advanced, plus yourself, it won't be long before the others either advance or hit a bottleneck. But a Naga Queen and a Void Badger shouldn't have any issues. Now you should sleep. There will be blue dragons coming to see you in the morning. I can almost guarantee it. Karl returned to his apartment and sighed as he realized Kara had already stolen the spot next to Dana, right in the middle of the bed. What is this? Are you trying to steal my Dana mage? Karl demanded with amusement as he realized that Dana was sleeping with Kara half draped across her. You are part of me, I am part of you. We are basically one person. Kara replied. Really no? Yep. So it's not your Dana, it's our Dana. There is definitely something wrong with that logic. If she's our Dana, you should be on the other side. So we can share properly. Kara considered it, then used a wing to pull Dana across the bed with her, so the mage was in the middle of the bed. Much better. Karl woke up the next morning with Kara's head on his chest and Dana against his side. The sun was already well above the horizon, and he was a bit shocked that nobody had woken them up earlier until he heard splashing in the hot tub. If there were multiple people soaking in the morning, they must not have anything planned. Karl got out of bed and noticed that the closet door was open with a lot of new clothing in it. He was headed to pick something out when Ray's voice called out to him from the other room. Put on pool shorts and come soak with us. There are bubbles. That made Karl wonder what they were planning for the day. He couldn't see any of them willingly getting out of a bubble bath early. Karl put on a pair of shorts from the closet while Dana tried to escape Kara, who was not ready to get out of bed yet. After a few seconds, the mage had convinced the reluctant badger to go back to the bed in her own space, where she could rest comfortably. Then Dana began to search the closet for a swimsuit. Shoo, go play with your spider. I will be along in a few minutes. Dana admonished Karl as he lingered hopefully outside the closet. Spoil sport. Fine, I will see you there. All of the others, plus Ray and Sybil, were already in the hot tub, which was overflowing with bubbles. Oh, are we not training today? Karl asked as he settled in next to Ray, letting the hot water relax his muscles. Ophelia smiled. The next 2 days are off days, then it's exam week for the students. Most people take the week off as it finishes with the divine injection ceremony. We decided that the cadets can have this last weekend, then we will train them all week before we put them on the train to the academy to join their peers on the first day. The train is an important experience for all the students, even if they awakened a few days in advance. She had a point. That was where Karl had first met Dana, where he had competed to be the first of the school to pick his dorm, where he mentally adjusted to academy life. So, they're discharging the Special Forces group for training? Karl asked. Ophelia shook her head. Not them. They will remain with the military for training. Officially, they want to keep the fact that there are so many new Beast-affiliated elites quiet. But our 5 young acolytes will be departing after next week. Karl smirked and ruffled Sybil's hair. Are they going to be ready to rejoin society after only 1 more week in our tender loving care? I could likely ask the Bureau to send them back after the first few days. Sybil's look of panic made everyone laugh. Ray had been intensively training her since they first met, and the young rogue hadn't been out of the spider's sight for more than a few minutes at a time, with the exception of one night in the dorms. Ray didn't even let her go home. She kept her tied to a hammock in the spare room as part of her training. Ray smiled happily. I think she will be ready. I remember how we were when we were young. She should be at least that good by the time that I'm finished. At least she's already awakened, so she won't be too weak to train. Tessa smiled. Ray is in a good mood because she got to train with Overlord Neil again last night. The second training room is out of commission, by the way. They did some damage during their training. Ray smirked, but kept her thoughts about the training to herself. Sybil smiled as she signed and Tessa translated. Brother Hawk promised to come out for training next week to help me learn fire attacks. You need to combine a flaming sword attack for her before we go back to training. I don't want to. Start from the basics. Hawk added from the nest in his space. Now Karl understood how this system would work. He made the skill, then Hawk and Ray would teach her to use it properly. Did I miss anything while I was out for the day? The Archbishop asked for a rune crafting book. Karl explained. Dana sighed, then replied. More than a day, actually. I guess it's easy to lose track of time while you're working on a skill. All 5 of our students have made progress now that they're at the awakened rank. The warriors have both mastered Shred and Guard, and Joan is coming along well in her healing training. Owen learned Barrier, and he's made great progress on his mana. But it's Sybil that's the star of our show. The little rogue blushed, then squeaked as Ray pulled her into a surprise hug from behind. Sybil has Backstab, Shadow Step, Silent Movement, Lacerate, and Poisoned Blade in her repertoire now. Ray informed them. That's quite the list. How did you manage to teach all those? Karl asked. She got some skill points when she advanced, and she picked Poison Blade as her first chosen skill. She's waiting to get a few more to get the second stage of it instead of getting the other introductory skills. Ray explained. As long as it doesn't interfere with her versatility. Mages can have a specialty spell, but rogues need to be good in every situation. Karl reminded her, though the warning was also for Sybil. With time off, Karl decided that it was likely best to just focus on personal improvement. He still had Remy and Kara at royal rank, and while the spaces were pushing them upwards, they hadn't managed to break through yet. It would only take a little longer to force them to advance, and if he could do it during the days off, they could have a party. Party? Kara asked. Yeah, a little celebration for you reaching a new rank. Since we have a day off, we could do something fun, possibly order a cake. Karl suggested. Kara considered it for a few seconds, then began to roll around on the bed. Maybe later. Kara must be feeling lazy today, if even the offer of a party wasn't enough to get her motivated. But Karl continued to work on the energy levels and quality in the spaces anyhow. Soon, They would all need to be at the same level and preferably before the students went to school and the team was reassigned. Oh, you need to keep doing whatever that is. It's so good. Lotus nearly purred, pulling Karl from his meditation for a moment. Dozens of thoughts, each more lewd than the one before, were going through his mind, but when he opened his eyes, Lotus was frowning at him. No, don't stop. You are leaking power into the tub, and it makes it both warm and tingly, she explained. Sybil nodded in agreement, still trapped in Ray's arms, but not trying to get free, as she was enjoying the extra bubbly hot tub. The cleaners were likely going to hate them for this brilliant idea, but for the amount that Karl was paying for the suite, they could suffer the occasional mess. For a few hours, everyone just relaxed, enjoying their time off. Then Ray called for room service, and that was everyone's cue to get dressed for the day. Karl noticed that before she even started to stand up out of the bubbles, and without even attempting to dry off, Sybil changed into a black silk martial arts outfit that had to have been made by Ray. For one, it was bonded. Secondly, it was monarch rank silk, and Ray wouldn't let her baby rogue wear someone else's silk. It was an excellent gift, and now Sybil wouldn't have to replace her training and infiltration clothes for most of her lifetime, if ever. Most likely, it would become her most prized possession. There are towels over there. You don't need to get dressed while still wet, Karl informed her, in case the rogue had simply missed their presence. Ray giggled. Sybil is body shy. She got into the tub fully dressed as well, and only after the bubbles were in place. Sybil nodded frantically, then grabbed a towel and ran to the bathroom to dry off and cycle her outfit, so that it would come back dry. Karl got out of the tub, and everyone was drying off when Sybil came back out of the bathroom, then covered her eyes, squeaked, waved her hands, then ran away. She's easily embarrassed, isn't she? Dana laughed as Ray vanished to go recover her rogue. The Sybil is funny. She's ashamed to not be all muscles like the rest of you, Ray explained a few seconds later. Karl considered that. With all the walking and traveling that they had been doing, they were all pretty ripped, even with the good eating. Despite what Kara thought about his backside. Bring her back for breakfast. We're all dressed now, no visible abs to make her self-conscious. For the first time since he entered the Golden Divine Academy, Karl found himself with downtime in front of a television and time to watch the daily morning news. Of course, it would all be only a fraction of the truth, but there might be something on that would entertain him as he worked on forcing the energy in the spaces past the point where it would force Remy and Kara to advance. Both of them might have just been slow to grow, as they were the newer arrivals, and Remy was still quite young for a Naga queen. Kara might be young for a Void Badger as well, but Karl couldn't actually find enough information on them to tell him if they were supposed to get larger, or how fast they grew. They weren't native to the GDN, so the data in the public records was limited. The news reports of the day were unexpectedly boring. They must be in a slow news cycle because it was all about a plumbing issue in the capital that would take all week to fix. There was no mention of war or monster spawns or anything else that might be threatening. So, Karl changed the channel to replays of sports highlights for background noise as he worked. Dana was doing the same thing, with her head resting on a pillow in his lap, building her mana pool. Most of the day had passed when Karl began to feel resistance. One of the two spaces was resisting his attempts to advance it, and Karl had a sneaking suspicion that he knew which one. Kara, stop messing with the space. You can only hang out at royal rank so long. Nope, I'm not done yet. Name your price. Fine, you make good on the promise of cake, and we have a deal. Hazelnut chocolate fudge cake with strawberries and whipped cream. Ray, could you order that? My lap is occupied. Ray laughed and went to the phone to order the cake. The kitchen wasn't completely certain that they understood what she wanted, but they assured her that they would make a suitable party cake for them, along with an assortment of other snacks to arrive with dinner. Once Kara stopped being stubborn, a sixth space started to form, and the quality of both her space and Remy's began to undergo a rapid qualitative change. As soon as the change started, Remy transformed back into her spirit snake form, using the logic that the smaller she was, the higher the density of energy she could pack into her body when she advanced. If she was a tenth the size, that should make the process 10 times easier in the mind of Remy. Hawk woke up from his extended nap as the new space formed. Oh, are we getting ready for a new friend? Epic mission to steal a baby dragon? We could make it a black dragon to pass on Nack's legacy, he sleepily suggested. Thor chuckled at the idea. I believe his exact words were, "You cannot have a baby dragon." Now that she wasn't holding back, Kara was the first to advance of the remaining pair. Not much seemed to change at first. Her body wasn't changing, just the energy. Maybe that was why she didn't have the motivation that the others did. If she had learned or instinctively known in advance that she wasn't getting a new skill, she might have lost motivation to be stronger. Then, as her space stabilized and Remy's began to surge in power, Karl got an unexpected notification. Racial skill, Chaos Void has improved shared skill, Nullify, to Overlord rank. You have a hidden racial skill? Karl asked. I do? Oh, I do. Haha, all the Nullify. This is going to be so fun. That was going to be absolute chaos. But for the sake of their enemies, at least it wasn't Disintegrate that went to Overlord as soon as she advanced. Kara waited to come out so that she could show off with Remy once they were both done. The process had already begun, so it could be said that they advanced at the same time, but Remy's Monarch rank advancement was going to be a good one if the disruption of her space was anything to go by. All of the elements were swirling around, making a mess of everything except the safe spot on her altar where the queen in spirit snake form was meditating. Hellstorm vortexes littered the landscape, and a flaming blizzard filled the air while a hail of stones rained down from above. The unfortunate plants of her space were not faring well, and she would lose a huge number of resources, but it appeared that she was learning a new class skill as she advanced. After a few minutes, the spell faded and the flames vanished, leaving charred plants all over her swamp, but Remy had transformed back into a Naga with a pleased smile on her face. She was larger than before, and more similar to her warriors, with 4 muscular arms, but a more mature look than she had before. It was hard to say why it looked more mature, other than the size. And the fact that for some reason Remy's form had what appeared to be breasts over the upper arm's pectoral muscles, despite being a reptile. But she definitely looked like a young adult now in Karl's mind. Her armor spell was fancier as well, with more gold and jewels, as well as dangling bone decorations and a belt full of potions. Congratulations, ladies. Looking good. Karl congratulated them. You finally got a skill that isn't evil. Hawk agreed. Remy nodded. It's even got a great name. Apocalypse. That is an outstanding skill name. We will have to find a spot for you to show it off. Karl agreed. Both beasts came out of their spaces at the same time, appearing in the middle of the living room in front of the sofa where Karl and Dana were resting. Tada! Remy cheered in Serpent. Ooh, is that a queen, Remy? Extra strong hug arms. Lotus shouted as she vaulted over the back of the couch and into the Naga's waiting arms. Kara laughed as Lotus realized mid-flight that she had only seen one of them from her vantage point, but both had advanced. Now she was caught in a dilemma. Remy had her in a tight hug, but there was a soft and fluffy Kara at ground level who had also just advanced. Remy knew exactly what she was thinking and lowered her upper body so Lotus could reach down to pet Kara, but stopped 10 centimeters short so she couldn't quite reach. Karl, help! They have learned new torture techniques. Lotus complained. The ladies laughed as they realized the situation that Lotus was in and how much fun the two beasts were having with it. Especially when Ray sat down on the sofa to smirk at the nature priestess and pet the badger. Did you learn new skills? Tessa asked as she settled down next to Ray. Remy nodded happily and motioned for Karl to explain. Remy got a new skill called Apocalypse that appears to be a fiery blizzard with hellstorm multiplying vortexes and meteors. While Kara had her Nullify skill advance to Overlord as soon as she made Monarch. Karl informed the group. Tessa sighed and looked between the two proud beasts. I'm not sure which one of you two. Congratulate first. Those are both remarkable advancements. The pure destructive ability of a skill. That is literally called apocalypse versus the usefulness of overlord ranked nullify. Just trying to get past Kara's defenses will be a national security threat level event. If she can mess with the overlord's most potent abilities, then it will just come down to the group's ability to deal with them. Tessa congratulated them with a smile. Remy put Lotus down, and the nature priestess ran over to hug Kara, then back to hug Remy, then back to Kara again, like a hyperactive pinball of celebration. Now that you have the whole team at Monarch, you must be able to accept a new team member, right? Dana asked, looking up from Karl's lap. Technically, yes. The space has formed for another partner, but I'm not in a hurry. It's honestly not going to be easy to find a beast that has overlord or higher rank potential, or one that I have the confidence to improve to that level. If we knew more about how to trigger evolutions for beasts, it would be so much easier. Look how far Hawk has come from the humble windspeed hawk to a ghost fire thunderbird. Or Thor becoming a divine thunder Sparrow. There is no formula or data on that, so the only sure options would be a dragon or a phoenix, and I've been warned not to abduct the children of either on this continent. There should be stronger beasts on the other continents, though. When I was sent to the past, they warned me that there were regions with second and third advancement beasts, meaning there should be species peaking at overlord strength if I interpreted the danger level correctly. Perhaps, like Kara, I might get lucky finding new friends there again. Karl suggested. You could try for an elemental. I don't know if they count as beasts, but they certainly have a peak strength that is high enough. There are totem rank water elementals in the ocean, and I heard a rumor that there is a totem ranked magma elemental in one of the coastal nations. Tessa offered. Well, we can sort that out when we find the right partner. For the next week, we've got young ones to train, and we need to civilize Miss Sybil enough for her to successfully attend the academy. Sybil smiled at the mention. She was getting better with people, she was certain of it. It helped that people didn't try to bully her anymore. Once that had changed, she found it much easier to get along with people. In fact, being a deaf elite was almost like a cheat code. So few people could speak sign language that they rarely bothered her, and instead went to others to get answers, but still gave her the level of respect that awaken rank elites were seen to have earned. That was not much compared to Karl's group, but it was way higher than what she was used to. A knock at the door caught Tessa's attention, and she opened the door to let a group of clerics in. Monarch, we have an urgent issue. There has been a line breach. The first cleric in the door exclaimed, only to pause in confusion as a server with a large cake on a cart pushed past him into the room, completely ignoring his panic. Continue, sir. There has been a line breach where? I take it that you need an elite of my rank, or you wouldn't be here in such a tizzy. Tizzy, that's a fun word. I like it. Kara noted. The cleric nodded rapidly, then a black-robed figure appeared at his left. Overlord Neil. Karl greeted him. More boots were stomping down the hallway, and Dana gave Karl a WTF is going on sort of look. Overlords Tabitha and Ahmad both burst into the room, skidding to a stop so they didn't bowl over the slower reacting clerics. Karl cleared his throat. First off, the advancement of my beasts didn't trigger a false invasion. Alarm, did it? There are a total of 5 monarch rank beasts with me now. Ahmed's fluffy blonde cat. Ears perked up as he smelled cake. Is that hazelnut and chocolate with strawberries? Oh no, it wasn't you who panicked everyone this time. The mountain giants are pushing across the border at Saudal. The mage noticed Karl's confused look and continued. That's under 100 kilometers west of here. We're hoping to stop the advance before we have to scramble the entire capital defense force. We have portals. The mage explained, holding up a parchment scroll that was most likely the portal spell in question. Karl sighed. Kara, Remy, grab the cake. We will have to party later. Sybil, do we need to take measures, or will you behave while we're gone? Sybil gave him a thumbs up and sent a message using the system's chat function. I will go hang out with the others for the rest of the day. They were talking about wanting to learn to work as a team, and Lady Ray says to give them a chance. Karl nodded, and the rogue ducked under the table, then vanished. Tabitha, the warrior class overlord, looked startled. You taught an awakened rank rogue to shadow step already? You've only been back a few days. Ray smiled at her. Not only did I teach her, we also awakened her after activating her class. She's a good protege. The warrior gave Ray an impressed look. Which one were you? I studied the portfolio on the way over, but it didn't mention a humanoid beast. Lady Ray Bloodbath. I learned how to mimic humans when I became a queen. Tabitha nodded and gave her a wink. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Bloodbath. I look forward to seeing what a spider queen can do in combat. In his space, Thor sighed. So much for their days off. Neil made a get-on-with-it gesture to Ahmad, and the mage opened the portal, floating over the floor of the apartment. If any of you have obligations, you may remain, but we always appreciate more hands. We're stretched a bit thin today. Everyone else was called out last night. Neil explained as he checked the fastenings on his clothing. It was the outfit Ray had made for him, so Karl knew that it wouldn't have worn or torn, so it was likely a routine to focus and prepare himself. Karl's team changed into their armor, and Kara vanished into her space with the cake. Keeping the cake fresh was priority one. They stepped through the portal, and Karl called out the bodyguards, who were still monarchs, but felt somehow stronger now that Remy had advanced. The skill was a shared one, and it must have improved in some way when the Naga Queen became a monarch. Remy came out with all 3 of her bodyguards, while the others came through the portal behind them, careful. The intelligence was wrong. Neil warned, a half-second before trees came crashing down around them, and an entire platoon, or whatever the mountain giants called their military units, came into sight. 6 overlords, 10 monarchs, and 20 royal rank warriors. We should have brought more cake. Ray muttered as the last of the team came through the portal, and Ahmad closed it behind them. The leader of the mountain giant team stepped forward and began to speak in crude common. Surrender now, and we will grant you a swift death, he demanded. I don't think that is going to work for us. Tabitha laughed as she brought out a massive 2-handed blade. The giant nodded. Then we will pin you to the city walls as your capital falls, so you can watch the end of your pathetic church. Karl noticed a shiny thing on the ground, and casually scooped it up into his inventory, then picked up a small stone. Hey, Tabs. What do you think the odds are that I can brain him with a rock? Karl could see the vein pulsing in her forehead at the nickname, but the mountain giant was literally spluttering in rage. Karl activated all of his buffs and coated the stone in disintegration, then nullify. His hand shot forward with the sharp crack of supersonic travel, and the stone rocketed towards its target. Unfortunately, Karl was never a professional ball player, and even with his improved physical abilities, his aim wasn't quite up to that standard. The nullify spell on the stone shattered the giant's defensive barrier, which then crashed into his helmet, sending the golden armor piece flying. Good thing we didn't bet, Karl muttered as the giant staggered. Neil snickered and winked at him before vanishing, then the fight was on. The giants surged forward as Tabitha recovered, and the Thor came out to defend the backline in Sero form. Behind Karl, Ray laughed. They're so going to kill you for that. You should slap one to death while you have the chance. We didn't get to do it last time. Did nobody ever teach you the negotiation tactics of giants, you psychopath? Tabitha muttered as she met the giant's charge. We are negotiating. I learned this tactic from the troll emperor himself. The situation took a drastic turn as the wind began to howl and embers of fire filled the sky. Clouds gathered, turning the noon sky dark except where it was punctuated with lightning. Then the hellstorm vortexes formed, and a keening noise began far above them. The first meteors rocketed down through the clouds as Hawk came out to add his own hellstorm vortexes to the chaos. The ethereal blue fire was an odd counterpart to Remy's bright orange flames and the Overlord. Rank giants began to swear in their own language. Where's the shaman? Make him cancel that. They were insisting. Only there was no shaman to be found. Kara had exited her space to a spot at the edge of the trees and had crept up on him, nullifying his counterspells until she could ambush him amidst the confusion. One of the giant overlords swept his blade towards the sky, dispersing a huge portion of Remy's spell and creating a swathe of clear sky. The Naga Queen was already exhausted from the spell and had retreated to her space to recover, but half the spell was still going, and the attack had missed Hawk, who was still actively raining fire on the battle. Neil reappeared to lodge a blade in the back of the unarmored head of the leader. Then Ray vanished, only to reappear in spider form with all 8 limbs stabbed through gaps in a monarch-ranked giant's armor. Show off. Karl heard the rogue mutter as both assassins vanished again, using their skills and movement to find targets that couldn't defend against them. Dana's golems marched forward as the giants tried to reach the core formation, where Karl and Tabitha were forming the front lines with all 3 of Remy's bodyguards. Karl took out his blade in one hand, with the haint claw on the other, and prepared to delay the overlords until someone could deal with them. Ahmad was a golem mage, with 4 legionnaire-styled golems, and they were standing just behind Karl, waiting for the chance to attack around him. Ophelia had moved to the back of the group, defending against the attempts to encircle them, but Remy's initiative had effectively dealt with the majority of the royal rank targets that the berserker would normally be responsible for. Loot. Kara cheered as she made her way through the back of the giant force. Bring some back for me. I need a nap. Remy pleaded. This new spell was great, but it was a one-and-done sort of deal. She could keep it active for a while, but there was no casting it twice. At least not at early monarch rank. Karl was fighting on the defensive, using his enhanced speed to keep a pair of overlords at bay as Ahmad and his golems slowly wore them down. Tabitha was in a similar situation, but with Neil helping her. That left Remy's bodyguards holding off one more between them. Despite the early casualties, the giants were beginning to close in on the human force, and even Hawk and Remy's bombardment wasn't enough to completely stop them. Any brilliant plans, Beastmaster? Tabitha asked as she was nearly knocked to her knees by her opponent. Give me a moment, they're running out of reinforcements. Karl called back, hoping to distract one of his targets for long enough to take advantage. Between Ray and Kara, they really were running short on reinforcements. The giants had no way to deal with an invisible bloodbath spider that was incorporeal and immune to brute strength. They had attack skills that could hurt her, but they had to find her first. Suddenly, the target to Karl's left howled in pain, then gurgled as his throat filled with blood. He downed a healing potion, then turned to attack behind him, looking for Ray. The spider had stabbed him in the throat, then run away, giving Karl a chance to attack. The blade was replaced with his maul, and 5 stacks of monarch-ranked disintegrate slammed into the giant's hip, where the armor was already damaged. The overlord collapsed to the ground, missing a leg, and Kara mentally whistled at his durability. Even on an overlord, she had expected half his torso to be gone after that strike, but it had only gotten enough of his hip to sever a leg. However, that made him an easy target for Overlord Ahmed's golems, and the creature was decapitated only seconds later. Then Neil was on the other, and Karl found himself free of an Overlord-ranked target for the first time in the battle. He couldn't go far, this was his spot on the front line, but he could switch to his bow and fire, Ghost Fire, arrows into the remaining Monarch-ranked giants. It was the lowest energy cost attack ability that he had, and the arrows left a ghostly string back to the haint claw, which was adding a soul leech effect to the flames. It wasn't immediately fatal, but every bit of bleeding and burning damage added up. The sound of truck horns behind them brought relief to Karl's group, marking the arrival of reinforcements. However, the truck seemed to have stopped a few kilometers away. Hawk, what are they doing? Karl asked. They can't get close. We're fighting in a circle, and the shockwaves are traveling most of a kilometer. Then there's Remy's spell and my flames. That was right. Karl hadn't thought about the fact that they had barriers to defend against the attacks. The ground did not, nor did the truck bringing the reinforcements. Reinforcements who had no idea what spell effects would turn on them. Remy, you can take down the spell now and get some rest. There will be more fighting soon. The horns of the trucks had alerted the giants as well, and they were beginning to regroup now that the area attacks had ended. They had no intention of fighting to the end. Instead, they would rejoin the rest of their forces and push again. And it would be harder than ever to stop them. Half of the overlords were still alive, and they were covering for the others as they backed away, forcing Karl and his team to advance to keep pressure on them. Then, as one, the giant overlords used a ground slam ability, sending a wall of stone rushing at Karl's team. The sides were separated, and by the time that the ability had been blocked and nullified, the giants were long gone, hundreds of meters away. That wasn't dampening the spirits of the overlords, though. That has to be a new record. 3 permanent overlord kills. Ahmad cheered, his ears flat against his head in contrast to his happy words. Ray transformed back to humanoid to give him a confused look. Normally, the engagement breaks off earlier than this. Neither nation can afford to lose overlords at any sort of regular rate. So, if you're losing, you take your casualties with you and retreat. Speaking of which, I don't see the bodies. Did they manage to recover them? I thought that we had them secure behind us. Ray gave him a toothy smile. That's my loot. I'm not giving up my bathwater. Overlord Tabitha gave a very undignified giggle. Right, bloodbath spider. In the most literal sense. Karl took a moment to look around them, checking for bodies that needed to be looted and any sign of additional attackers. But what shocked him was the pure devastation that had occurred during the battle. A swathe over 500 meters per side had been raised by Apocalypse. There were deep furrows in the ground from attack skills, the earth was churned as if someone had been tilling it for planting, and the entire stand of trees where the giants had been hiding no longer existed. There was an excellent reason that the army did their best to keep the fighting to the border regions, and this was part of it. Nothing survived a battle at this level, and if it happened in a resource-rich region, or over top of growing crops, it would be difficult to recover from. All this mess, and we were just getting started. If they had more than one shaman with them, they would have been able to hold out much longer, but Kara killed the dumb one as soon as the fight started. Ray noted. You might have just been getting started, but over on my end, I was doing all I could to keep them from killing the squishy people. Karl reminded her. Good thing you're not squishy. You took plenty of hits. Kara reminded him. I am going to be sore tomorrow for certain. But I suspect that we're not done fighting yet. They wouldn't have scrambled us for this when they weren't expecting us to be attacked the moment we stepped out. Karl offered. That got Kara and Ray excited. This had been a great fight, but it wasn't nearly long enough. With the area attack that Remy dropped on the giants, plus Kara busy attacking from behind, Ray only had to fight the monarchs and the overlords. But the monarchs were already taking constant damage, and the giants were ill-suited to dealing with a being as glorious as herself. In contrast, Kara would happily maul the weaker giants so she could loot their bodies. She had given away almost all the trinkets that she had collected when she went on a birthday gifting spree, and now she needed more stuff to fill her loot box. Good stuff, broken stuff, shiny stuff. There was a place and time for it all. Overlord Ahmad cleared his throat to get their attention and smiled as Kara came over to nuzzle his hand. This one smells like cat. It's pretty good. I might have to trade sleeping spots with someone. Kara noted. I am fairly sure that he sleeps alone. Even better. The target we were intending to find is 5 kilometers west of our location and currently engaged by another strike force. The message just came through. We have planes scouring the area for giants that might have evaded our patrols, but the strike team will need our assistance if they're going to survive without casualties. The Catman mage informed them. Ray waited patiently for them to be ready, while Kara took the chance to check the ground one last time for loot. They had grabbed many of the bodies as they ran away, but there was a chance that there would still be valuables on the ground, as the giants were not system users, so they didn't have a storage space. The clerics climbed up on Thor's back once the saddle Ray had made him was equipped, then Ray placed Dana on one golem and Ahmad on the other. That should cover everyone who didn't have supernatural strength and they were ready to move. Is this how you usually travel? Ahmad asked, bemused by the actions of the bloodbath spider. Yeah, mages and clerics can't run as fast as the rest of us, so we let them rest and have either Thor or the golems provide transport. That way they're fully rested when we arrive, and we don't have to slow down for them. Karl explained. The Overlord rank mage smiled and nodded in agreement, though he had spells that would let him keep up with the group, and knew that Dana did as well. Now that she was a Murim battle mage, her physical skills were rapidly increasing. The martial arts aspect of her class was strong, and she had already possessed wind-walking abilities. But riding on the golem was certainly easier. Plus, with 8 legs, the ride was very smooth. You weren't jostled around like you were on a horse or on a sarrow, who swayed as he walked. The jogging pace of a group of high-ranked elites was fast enough that the vehicle convoy was falling further behind them on the rough terrain that used to be a main road. Someone would have to bring equipment out and grade the road back to smooth gravel, but that could take a few days and wouldn't start until after the battles in the region had ended. Until then, the vehicles would do their best, and elites with suitable skills would level a route for their own teams. Overhead, Hawk had already spotted their targets. Turn a bit northwest. They're fighting in a valley to keep the damage contained, he instructed. Got it. How is the battle going? The humans are outnumbered 2-1, but there is only 1 overlord on our side and 4 monarchs. That would make it a standard strike team, Karl assumed. 5 people was fairly normal for responses, and his own team was normally set up the same way. Compared to that, the team he had come with was akin to swatting flies with a hammer. As soon as we're over this ridge, we will be on them. Hawk says it's 2 standard patrols on their side versus 1 on ours. Karl informed Overlord Tabitha, who was running beside him. All right, I will take the left side, you take the right. We will drive forward to our team, then spread out to give them a free side to retreat to our clerics. Hawk, we're coming in. You can start clearing a path for us now. About time. These giants need to learn that fire is better than earth magic. Hawk agreed. They've been throwing stones at you again, haven't they? Constantly. Karl led the charge down the hill, hoping that the monarch-ranked, eternal lightning barrier that was over the whole group would trick the elites into thinking that it was just a large group of monarchs that were coming to the aid of the outnumbered force. Normally, the extra overlord with the fancy armor that the mountain giants were wearing would be enough for them to still have the advantage, but with 3 new overlords on the human side, this would be a short and messy battle. Tabitha's plan was to surround the force, making them fight in both directions and preventing them from retreating, which would prevent them from reaching a healer who could resurrect their fallen. If it worked, they would rack up 2 more confirmed overlord kills for the day, bringing them to 5. Battles between overlords rarely ended in permanent death, so it would be a huge change in the balance of power at this end of the battle. Others had told Karl in the past that the overlords were generally only there to keep the peace, but that didn't seem true of the mountain giants, who had more of them than anyone else, on an individual national basis. As they charged into battle, one of the mountain giant overlords held up a talisman made of what looked like pure diamond. Then a pair of portals began to form, allowing reinforcements to arrive. Crap, they tricked us. It's an ambush, Neil noted, his voice more amused than concerned. Ray shifted back to her humanoid form without breaking stride and smiled at him. Do you want to play a game? The overlord smiled back at her and both of them vanished, while Tabitha cussed them out. We've got an entire battle ahead, and they've already run off to play? She complained. Karl focused on Ray's position and realized she had gone through the portal, but he could feel her magic only a few kilometers away, and she was keeping a kill count as she worked. Don't worry about it too much. Those portals only go a few kilometers. They're in a mountain giant army camp causing chaos now that all the overlords are gone. Tabitha shook her head in dismay. Then Hawk swept across the battlefield, throwing out monarch-ranked Hellstorm vortexes that were rapidly spawning smaller spells through the newly arrived giants. If there is one thing that we're good at, it's area suppression. Go pick your overlord, and we will deal with the rest. There was only one with the reinforcements, making it 3-on-3, counting the overlord that was with the team they were relieving. Thor, charge into the middle with the clerics and relieve the defenders, Karl ordered. Ahmed's golems were hacking a path through to the newly arrived overlord, and Karl's team was moving to join the encircled forces, forcing a gap in the attackers, while Karl hung back and used his bow to keep the path clear. Disintegrate was incredibly effective on the arrows and punched through armor like cloth. The golden plate was absorbing most of the energy from the spell, but the arrows were finding their marks, deep in flesh, even if they weren't carving holes in their chests. Karl smiled as he saw the giants trying to deal with Ophelia, whose fully buffed dire bear form was nearly as tall on all 4 feet as the mountain giants were on 2. They clearly were not expecting that sort of foe, and the berserker was handily herding them to where Dana and Kara were waiting for them. Remy was half-heartedly casting spells, but it was clear that she was still exhausted from trying to keep up such a large spell at full power. Ophelia slammed her front paws down, using Gravity Slam to knock a row of giants over for Dana and her golems to deal with. "Oh, that's it. I get it now." Thor cheered, and then a tail slam took another group of monarch-rank giants to their knees. "Isn't it kind of them to kneel in respect for the might of Acero?" Karl joked. "Wait, what are you guys doing there? It sounds fun." 87, 88. Ray interjected. Whatever they had found at the camp, Ray was going on a rampage. A group of giants charged Karl, who was now isolated and standing by himself, a bit further up the hill where he had stopped when the reinforcements arrived. It was a great spot to shoot from, but nobody would be able to get to him in an emergency unless one of the beasts returned to their space. Karl charged into them as fast as he could, forgetting that his physical stats had been pushed so far beyond normal by the Pack Masterclass and the Bestial Champion, skill that buffed him even further when the pack was in danger. The Blade of Champions buried itself to the hilt in the chest of a monarch-rank giant, who simply stared at Karl in shock for a few seconds, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Karl followed up using Rend, coded in Nullify, aimed at the throat of the beast on his left. Blood sprayed into the air, and something tugged at Karl's sword arm. A sharp tug pulled it free, and Karl saw a spectral image of the dying giant being forcefully ripped from its body by a string attached to the haint claw. The weapon was getting thirsty, and while the giant's body was healing as it tried to retreat, the soul siphon was stubborn. The others were shouting something in giant, but Karl couldn't make it out as he used Rend to parry the attacks coming his way. The giants in the back were horrified by the attack, so Karl decided to take advantage. Ghost Fire, coated on 4 arcs of Rend, hurled from his fingertips barely grazed the giants, but it set them on fire and established the soul damage to give the weapon a link. Oddly, that made it easier for their shaman to free the mortally wounded fighter. There must be a limit on how much soul energy the haint claw could steal, and when it was pulled from multiple targets, it was easier to deal with. A flash of his blade, and the judicious application of Nullify over Disintegrate, took the head off another giant, right before Karl was hit by the flat of a blade and sent flying. He twisted in the air to keep his eyes on the giants, and landed on his feet, sliding a few more meters before he came to a stop unharmed. "Oh, they're in trouble now." Kara laughed from the far side of the battlefield, where she was helping Thor and Tessa push the giants away from the defenders on that side, to give everyone a break. Karl braced his feet and pushed off to jump back into battle, then threw a flurry of Rend, attacks ahead of him to put the defenders off balance. Another soul was grabbed by the haint claw as Karl took an arm off the giant, then followed up with a slash across the back of its legs as it turned to defend the weakened side. This time, the giant was too close to death, and the haint claw ripped its energy free of the body, causing the giant to crumple dead on the ground. Then a roar went up through the giants as an overlord fell to the combined efforts of Ray and Neil. The giants were surging in their direction, but the feeling was different. They were not looking to overrun the humans, they wanted to recover the body and retreat. "Let them have that one. It will make them go away," Karl instructed Ray. "Fine. I've done pretty good today. They can have one to bring back to life. We will just kill him again later." With the death of the overlord, the giants had realized that things were not going their way and began to retreat towards the portals. They were in for a shock when they got there, as Ray and Neil had killed anything that moved in the camp on the other side, and then had returned here to ambush an overlord together. It was good to see Ray making friends with similar interests. Karl rejoined the others as the giants ran away, but didn't let down his guard. Keep ready. They're going to find a massacre on the other side of the portals, and they might come back. He warned before Neil could. The monarch leading the other team came over to shake his hand with a smile. I've already greeted the others. I am Lady Othello, head knight of the Silver Blades. She introduced herself. Karl, the Beast Master. She smiled. I gathered that much from the Sero. I must say, young Thor is quite the cavalry unit. I don't think that I've ever seen a breaching charge quite so effective. Thor stomped his feet and wobbled his head in pleasure at the praise. Gravity Slam and Earthquake worked amazingly well to put the giants off balance for him to charge into the defense lines. I appreciate the rescue. Even with a paladin of my power, we were having issues. But what is that combat power you have? Not your beasts, which are an unfair advantage to start with, but your personal combat power. Lady Othello asked, an excited gleam in her eyes at the chance to gain new knowledge. I can share some of the skills and physical stats of my beasts. With 5 of them at monarch rank, I would estimate that my base physical abilities are twice what an average monarch's are. Mostly, I only use a few of the most efficient attack skills, though there are more. Like Soul Chain. The Overlord rank Paladin asked. Karl shook his head. I have a weapon with soul steel and soul damage on it. That's the effect you're seeing, not one of my personal skills. She shrugged. Either way, you should have seen how terrified they were when you literally ripped the soul essence out of a monarch-ranked giant. It makes a bit of a spectacle, and I do hope that you have a plan for when they start to focus on you to eliminate the threat. Karl nodded silently, while Ray transformed back to human and rode one of her golems over to the conversation. Are we making plans to deal with the mountain giants? I vote genocide. Lady Othello looked confused at the new arrival, but Neil just laughed. Lady O, meet Queen Ray Bloodbath. One of Karl's bonded partners and a monarch-rank bloodbath spider. He explained with a wink toward his counterpart. Othello smiled at Ray. I saw your handiwork today, and I have no doubt that it is an actual possibility. Tabitha came over and cleared her throat. I hate to break up the happy fun time, but the giants have clearly advanced past our lines. We need to scout them out and find the advanced strike force teams that have made it past the defenders. That brought everyone back on task. Karl nodded in agreement. Right, we found the first group nearly 5 kilometers from here, closer to the capital. They were waiting next to where we entered by portal. They seemed determined that they would raise the capital with this offensive, so they won't be alone. Hawk, what do you see? Any more targets? Karl asked. Sure. Do you want weak ones, lots of weak ones, strong ones, or lots of strong ones? How many groups do you see that aren't fighting? Maybe 50? Karl cleared his throat to get everyone's attention back on him. Hawk says there are at least 50 groups of mountain giants past the defenders, and that's just the ones that aren't fighting anyone right now. Only 4 that have big ones stronger than you. 4 of them with overlords. Karl added. This portion of the border near Lake Chiptonrith marked the closest spot for the giants to cross their border and head to the GDN capital. It was a long way from any mountain giant population center, as far as anyone else knew. So, it was normally a safe route for travelers to pass through to move between the Golden Dragon Nation and Nubon. Should we split up? Lady Othello asked. The other overlords nodded, and then Tabitha sighed. I think it's for the best. I will go with your response team, and the other 2 will stay with the Beast Master and his team. Most of the giants should be operating with 1 overlord at the most, and this will give us the advantage. Karl frowned. There are a few large groups as well. Should we deal with them before we split? Othello looked at him like he was insane. You want to get into a fight where you know you're outnumbered? Karl smiled at her. More loot from the loot god. Besides, we specialize in it. Othello hummed to herself as she thought about the answer, then realized that Kara was wearing a gaudy golden chain around her neck. Wait, I don't remember that. When did the Void Badger start wearing bling? She asked. Karl inspected the chain, then laughed. Chain of Disruption grants the wearer's crowd control and interrupt type abilities a 5% greater chance of success. It looks Cyclops made, and it's Monarch rank, so my guess is she got it sometime in the last hour. It looks good on her, though. Very fashionable. Karl definitely wasn't going to mention that it looked like a cat collar made of gold. Dana reached down to pet Kara's head. It increases her chance to disrupt enemy attacks. You know, the fact that the Giants' equipment doesn't bond or vanish with the dead makes them a pretty good target for upgrades. My own gear could use a bit of a refresher, but nothing that they wear is suitable for a battle mage who needs mobility. Othello shrugged. Most of the Cyclops-made gear does bond to the user. However, bonded gear that is in use remains on the body when you die. It can be claimed by anyone after you're gone. It's just the items that are put away that remain locked away. Tabitha sighed as the group got sidetracked. So, what first? The big group, or hunt another overlord? We have 3 permanent kills today, and if we had claimed the body, it would have been 4. Neil shrugged. It was better to encourage them to leave than to make them fight for the body. Besides, we can get another when we hit a group with only 1 overlord. Overlord Ahmad nodded in agreement. We should hit the largest groups in the area first, so they don't reach the city, then go hunting overlords. For on 1, they won't even be able to run away. Who knows, maybe our young friends here will manage to get an above-rank kill at Monarch. Wouldn't that be something? The others laughed and Karl smiled at the Catman mage. Now, we just need to find a way for you to get one at Overlord and shake the world. Karl offered. The mage laughed. Now you're pushing it. Totems are just built different. Literally. Their attack power is usually only half again as much as a peak overlord, but the totem advancement does something to them, and they take a tiny fraction of damage from anyone who isn't a totem. I don't know what sort of defensive skill they all get, but even the Archbishop has it, so it's not a warrior-type ability. That's why they're so important to their nations. If you had to go 50-on-1 with overlords to take on a totem, even a healer specialist would be impossible to beat. Perhaps it should be, especially a healer would be impossible to beat. 3 kilometers north, there is a huge group passing by us soon. Not strong, mostly Dana mage level. Hawk updated. We have a target. There is a large group passing 3 kilometers from us. Nobody has intercepted them, so they'll be headed straight for the city if we don't. Karl informed them. All right, we trust your scout. Lead the way. Hawk was suspiciously happy, like, I just found water magic users to torture happy. Normally, he was only bloodthirsty in specific situations, so Karl wasn't sure why this was different until they topped a hill and saw the army arrayed below them. Mountain giants, hill giants, frost giants, ogres, Etten, Cyclops, and others that Karl had no name. For we're marching in formation towards the capital, nearly 2,000 strong. Most were not at royal rank. There were hundreds of ascended and commander rank ogres and giant subspecies at the back, working in the supply section. The number that were actually at royal rank or higher was closer to a quarter of the total. That should make the start quick and bloody. Where are the leaders? Neil muttered, not seeing the overlords that should be with them. In the scouting groups all around the army, clearing the way for their advance. Our last fight let them move past us, and now we're behind their lines. Karl quietly replied, relaying Hawk's scouting intelligence. Lady Othello turned to face them with a questioning look. What's the plan? We fight. The overlords hold back for now. You can tag team the reinforcements when they try to stop us. Put the bodies in your inventory, or call for one of my beasts to do it. They can't take them back to resurrect that way, Karl suggested. You're going to try to solo an army? Tabitha asked in disbelief. I have a team. Besides, look how happy the war god is. Tessa was literally glowing red with divine energy, and the army in the valley below them would notice it soon. I called for reinforcements. If you can hold them here for 5 minutes, we will have hundreds of elites and an entire regiment of cleric-led infantry on site. Othello informed them. Dana rolled her eyes at Karl, then sighed in resignation. Don't worry, Kara will look after you. If anything happened, It would mess up her sleeping arrangement. Karl joked. Remy woke up a little from her nap. Are we fighting again? And it's a big one. We will need your spells again. But don't go too hard, they're going to have clerics trying to counterspell them. Remy came out with her bodyguards, and Karl prepared for the charge. For the record, this is a terrible idea. Overlord Ahmad reminded them. Noted. But I'm going to do it anyhow. Remember, don't get too involved in the battle at the start. You'll need to be free to deal with the overlords when they arrive. The Catman mage smiled. Go, enjoy your personal flavor of crazy. Karl started the charge down the hill towards the back of the convoy, where the commander and low royal-ranked giants were pulling the supply carts. Every army moves on its stomach, and while they were only a few hours from the capital at a giant's marching speed, destroying their food and gear would make a siege much more difficult. Plus, there were other advantages. Hawk, Remy. Area suppression, if you would. Dozens of Hellstorm vortexes spawned in the rear of the army, demolishing wagons and tearing apart the commander-ranked giants and weaker support team members before they could even understand what was happening. The royals fared a bit better, but everyone was so distracted by the attack that they didn't even notice Karl's team until Tessa led Thor past him and into their lines with her golden spear leveled. Thor knocked an entire column to the ground with gravity slam, then trampled them as Tessa spun her spear and slit throats as they passed. The Tessa really is one of us when she gets feisty, isn't she? Kara laughed. Normally, she was on defense with Thor, but a war cleric in combat was a fearsome sight, especially when she had a long spear and a monarch-ranked Sero mount. Karl sent his Lamia bodyguards to the right, towards the main force with him, while Remy went left with hers to finish the back of the supply column. Karl laughed as the giants hurled stones, ice, and spears at him, all of which simply bounced off his barriers, doing too little damage to get past the reduction of Void Body. Skill Master 4 activation. Skill. Rampage has improved by 1 tier. New skill, Rampage 2 gained. Rampage Tier 2. Every time any enemy is damaged by the Pack Master or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Pack Master and all bonded beasts for 1 minute. It was a one-word change from the original version, but a critical change. Every bit of damage they did would increase everyone's damage, not just their own. The damage caused by the Hellstorm vortexes wasn't only increasing the damage done by Remy and Hawk anymore, but the entire team. Karl returned fire, using Disintegrate, Covered, Rend attacks for area coverage. He was mildly horrified by the way that the first rows of commander and royal rank giants were simply eviscerated, split in half by the attacks as the damage continued to stack. Over and over, Karl hurled the flat arcs of power into the giants, cutting the weaker members down as if he were harvesting wheat. That was sure to get someone powerful's attention, and then he could really test the extent of the new Rampage upgrade. In his mind, Ray was laughing hysterically as her legs punched through armor like warm butter. All the blood was hers. She didn't even particularly want this flavor, and she could have it with just a casual stab. So, instead of keeping them for herself, she started hurling the bodies into the air. The severed limbs detached as they flew, causing the bodies to rain blood over the battlefield as Ray wove her webs and made the killing fields an impossible maze of sticky silk. This was the single greatest day of her life. In the distance, the overlords watched in horror as Karl's group went wild through the back ranks of the army. You know, if the reinforcements don't get here soon, he really is going to solo an army. Overlord Neil noted. He's certainly efficient at removing targets below his rank. But what is up with that spider? That is the most gruesome thing I have ever seen. Othello agreed. What you fail to realize is that she's not even serious yet. She is a night haunter, and I taught her to use vibrating blade. The rogue overlord laughed. The paladin frowned. You're saying that she could be invisible, incorporeal, and immune to physical damage, but she's just running around enjoying herself? No wonder the old generations tried to exterminate her species. Oh, you knew about them? Neil asked, surprised at her recognition. History buff, what can I say? But the first Overlord-led group of giants is on the way. We should get going. Neil nodded. I will move us all with advanced shadow step. Below them, Karl had finally reached the first of the monarch-ranked giants that had come to intervene. Fully equipped with shaman barriers, they had charged through the vortexes to reach him. Karl opened his fingers and hurled disintegrate coated in nullify at them, shattering barriers and cracking armor with the first strike. The power of his improved skills was a heady thing, and combined with void body, Karl was beginning to feel like an invincible god of battle. Then the counterattack hit, and he realized that he might have overestimated his immortality. 10 cleave attacks from the monarch-ranked giants hit him at once, shattering eternal lightning and carving deep lines in his armor, then the flesh underneath. His body began to rapidly mend itself, but the point was made. 10% of his life reduced from every attack by void body was no small amount, but all 10 of them were at the same rank as he was, and cleave was a slow casting, high damage skill. Karl charged into their ranks as he reactivated eternal lightning, getting too close for them all to attack at once. 3 frost giants fell in the first 10 seconds, hacked apart with ghost fire, laced attacks that targeted their weakness to heat. But the mountain giants had Cyclops-forged armor, and they were smart enough not to fall for simple tricks. Karl spun and parried for a few seconds before the bodyguards made it to him. The Lamia pair sliced into the giants with rend, allowing Karl to break free of their attacks and target one to take down. There is a cap on the stack damage. It's not growing anymore. Hawk complained. It says 1 minute. Karl reminded him. Not the whole minute. It stopped before that. Hawk amended. So, there was some hidden soft cap to keep him from using an army of small creatures to stack millions of minuscule attacks for the skill effect. Well, now we know how strong we can be. Is it enough? Karl asked as he defended the Lamia pair, allowing them to land constant attacks. It should be. Karl threw up an earth barrier between himself and the rest of the battle and realized the weakness in his new skill. Rampage only increased damage, not overall power. His defensive skills weren't getting any better. With time, only his offensive. So, in a way, he was becoming a glass cannon. Assuming that he was fighting something of similar skill, that was. These monarch-ranked giants were good, but nowhere near his increased speed, even if they were nearly equal to him in strength. The stone barrier came down only seconds later, hacked apart by the earth magic of the hill giants, who were trying to pelt him and the Lamia with magical stones. The size that they could throw without risking hitting the giants he was in combat with was not large enough to make it past void body, so Karl wasn't too concerned. However, the constant pelting made it hard to keep his balance, so he had to split his attention to avoid the majority of them. Progress was down to a crawl for the moment, but the fight behind Karl was close to over, and then Remy and Hawk would be able to focus their attacks on the main force of the army. Behind Karl, Neil popped in and dropped 3 Overlord rank giant bodies, then vanished again, going back to his team. Karl tossed the bodies in Ray's space, knowing that the giants would be hurting badly after that. Days fighting. Overlords are here for Lotus. The cat overlord died. Thor updated him. How did that happen? Did they get there fast enough? Karl replied, trying not to get too distracted from the fight. Fast enough. He's standing again, but Lotus is tired. Tessa is tying her to my back. Well, that was a start. At least they had managed to save their fallen overlord, while collecting 3 more from the giants. By Hawk's early scouting reports, that meant there was only 1 more giant overlord nearby, so the strike team could afford a moment to rest and recover. The other weak groups are coming this way. Ray, can you warn the Tessa? On it. That was another 200 giants, by Karl's estimate of Hawk's reports. They were going to need reinforcements of their own soon because the number of hellstorm vortexes was falling, and there were still enough giant shamans that they were only up for 5 or 10 seconds each before being dispelled. Even Eternal Lightning couldn't refresh energy fast enough to keep up a full assault, and as a Result, the stacked damage would soon start falling when the total fell below the cap. Karl was sent flying by a strike to his side that shattered ribs as it cut through his armor, and then the Lamia were in trouble. They were frantically parrying the giant's attacks, but they were more of a caster type than melee combatants, and they didn't have the brute strength of the Naga warriors. Karl focused on refreshing his armor spell and waited a few seconds for his regeneration to heal his ribs, then called a fresh pair of bodyguards beside him, giving up some ground, but gaining time to recover some energy. "How long has it been?" Karl asked, trying to time the arrival of the reinforcements. 10 minutes. Remy replied grimly. She had also been keeping time, and the reinforcements were well overdue. Or not coming at all, depending on whether any of the giants' forces had reached the capital's security zone. The giants approached carefully, waiting for Karl to make a move. They knew that they couldn't afford to be reckless against his speed, but this strange human also appeared to heal unnaturally quickly, despite being separated from his healers. Karl was using Rend with Nullify to get past the defensive abilities of the giants and force them to parry the skills, which kept them at a distance. The fight speed had slowed to a crawl, and the whole battle was falling into a lull as the human stamina ran low. Thor's efforts would have them recovered in no more than 5 minutes, but that was a long time in combat. The giants backed off a little, and a horde of ogres advanced. They were only royal rank, the leaders of their species. But fighting them would burn more energy, and the giants didn't care about expending them as cannon fodder. They had put stronger barriers over the weaker species, but when Nullify hit them, the barriers put up no real resistance. But another wave stepped over the bodies of the fallen, then another and another. "We're done at the back, you can retreat to our position, and we will prepare to attack again," Thor informed Karl, who was alone with his bodyguards, fighting the seemingly endless tide of ogres. One full force backwards leap disengaged Karl from the attackers and showed him that the ogres were nearly depleted, and the remainder were being forced forward by the giants, as they weren't willingly fighting anymore. The move put the battle in a tense standoff, with the two sides 30 meters apart and staring at each other, waiting for some sort of trigger to continue. More groups of giants were joining the survivors, but they wouldn't make much difference in the short term. What they needed was someone who could challenge Karl one-on-one and keep him from sweeping through their ranks. "What's the news?" Karl asked as he reached the others, while Tessa cast a small healing spell and a refreshing ability on him. "We weren't fast enough to respond. The capital is under attack by the giants' allies. Right now, it's ogres and goblins. We got the giant army slowed down enough that they haven't engaged yet. But there should be more forces in the area, which may or may not have been engaged by the other strike teams and the border guard. There is nothing on the radio at all. We think that they might have a spell that is blocking the signals. Even trying to communicate between groups, we can see doesn't work," Neil explained. "So, we finish up here and then hunt? Or do we return to the capital to defend the city walls?" Karl asked. The 4 overlords looked at each other. Without orders, it was their call. Ahmad looked to the sky, as if for inspiration. "Well, we're all on the stronger side of Overlord, so we're needed in both spots. I don't know which would be better, but now that I've recovered enough, I will mount a full assault against the remainder of the army. My skills, like yours, are not great against single targets, but highly effective against large groups, though the energy drain is incredibly high. I'm a rank over the strongest of the remaining forces, so I should be able to wipe them out if I can last long enough. We just need to keep them from running away until I finish. With your Thor here, I will recover quickly enough to be ready for the next battle, I hope. Then we can follow the scouting reports of Hawk to see if we're still needed here." Karl nodded in agreement. "I will have Hawk and Remy assist you so that there are too many spells for the giant shamans to effectively dispel them all. It will save you some mana, and hopefully allow us to clear this group. Head northeast, there is a group that will be crossing behind us on a path to intercept where this team should be." Hawk instructed, then remembered to add details. 3 teams, led by the monarchs and made up mostly of royals. Karl didn't set a fast pace, so everyone would be mostly rested when they made it to the target, but this shouldn't be a hard battle. The numbers were very close to even, and Karl's group was much stronger than their adversaries. I can take care of this with Hawk. They will never even know what happened to them. Ray suggested as Karl and the others casually jogged along. I won't stop you if you want to play. Hawk can find us another target after. Ray vanished in spider form, followed by Overlord Neil, who was more interested in what she was up to than staying with the group. Turn further east, towards the city. There is a monarch-led group that way as well, but only 5 giants. Hawk suggested, and Karl quietly altered the route. Nobody asked where the 2 assassins had gone, they just accepted that they were doing sneaky things. The Inquisitor frequently vanished to take care of some secret objective, and the other overlords were used to it. So, when Ray did the same, they just assumed that it was part of some established plan. A minute later, the group came into sight, and Karl chuckled as he realized what Hawk had done. These were all frost giants, and the water-hating bird had sent everyone else to deal with them while he played with the mountain giants. He hated water magic, but not enough to willingly expose himself to it. There weren't many things that Hawk could do now that would actually surprise the group, and sending them all to deal with the parts that he didn't like was no shock at all. What was surprising was that there was a monarch-ranked frost giant here. As Karl had been informed, the frost giants were the weakest of their kin, so there shouldn't be many monarch-ranked giants in the entire nation, and now to see one here with 5 royals was certainly a surprise. Perhaps he should talk to them for a moment first. At least long enough to satisfy his curiosity. I want to try to talk to this giant before anything else happens. Something is off if we're finding monarch-ranked frost giants coming from the west. Karl informed the group as they advanced. Monarch frost giants? I wonder which one? I might have met them before. Lady Othello suggested. That about settled it. If he didn't want to talk to them, someone would. Karl slowed as he came into sight of the giants, then raised a hand in greeting and stopped 20 meters from the group, who were all facing him with weapons drawn. Greetings, I am Karl, and this is Overlord Othello. We have a few questions and a request for you. Karl informed the leader of the group, a frost giant shaman woman wearing long white robes. The human wants parley? The giant seemed confused. Why are you invading from the west, so far from your borders, when your presence is needed at home? Karl began. The frost giant looked annoyed. The mountain giants rallied all the giants to their great benefactor. Today, we conquer the humans and claim the system for ourselves. Well, as a reason, that made sense. But Othello had a question. A great benefactor, not the mountain giant sage? She asked. Old sage is dead. Titan benefactor wants the system. We know that the humans have it in their capital. You, beast man, why do you work with the humans? The shaman demanded, gesturing to Karl. I was born here. The human nation is my home. That was a good enough reason for the giant, and she just nodded before turning back to Othello. I know you. You should leave this place. The great benefactor will kill all humans once he has system stuff for the giants. Othello sighed. Turn around and go back. If you continue, we have to fight. You came, you did your duty to the great benefactor and delayed us here. Now go and return home. The giants might not be very bright, but they could do enough math to know that royal versus overlord equaled dead. If there was a fight, it would be a very short one. The frost giant shaman took out a delicately carved magic stone from her pouch and opened a small portal, then led her people through. It wasn't as good as dead, but they weren't on the attack anymore. More importantly, Karl had many questions about who this benefactor was that appeared to have killed the old sage that led the mountain giants. That wasn't the mountain giant totem that Karl had met, or so he assumed. But it had to be a strong totem rank creature, perhaps even a second mythical rank creature had appeared on the continent. I think that we need to go back to the city. Right now. Othello whispered. I will call the others back. Ray can lead Neil back to us. Karl agreed. I heard the conversation. Neil knows now. We're just cleaning up our mess and we will be back. Ray agreed. That made life easier for everyone. Two groups reduced, plus the army of reinforcements. But if there was a new force driving the mountain giants to hunt in the GDN for system relics, this war would not be ended easily. Let's go. They will catch up if we just jog. I would assume that Ahmad is the one with the portal spells, so we're not going to be getting an instant trip back until he wakes up, and that's not going to be anytime soon, Karl suggested. Tabitha sighed and began to jog toward the city, leaving everyone else to catch up. Hawk, how far are we? Karl asked. About 70 kilometers? 2 hours at a jog should be enough. Maybe a bit more than that, as Thor's jog was a bit slower than others so that he didn't dislodge his passengers. But given a couple of hours, they would be back at the city walls, and they would be able to pass on a message. Wait, turn right. There are trucks stopped on the road. You can steal those. Hawk corrected. Overlord, this way. There is a convoy on the road. A convoy that was definitely not expecting to have their vehicles commandeered. Tabitha didn't even wait for them to get out. She just threw the driver into the passenger seat and turned a truck around with a shouted order for everyone else to follow her. There has been a thing. We're going back to the city. The overlords will explain once we're there. Karl offered, as the others climbed into the back of a munitions truck and Thor transformed into his humanoid form to keep them company. Karl climbed in the passenger seat, while a very harassed-looking driver flinched at the glare Lady Othello was giving him in the mirror. I suggest that you follow them as fast as humanly possible. Plus a few if the truck is up to it. Trust me, it's that important. Karl instructed. The ride was rough and the engine was screaming as the cargo truck did its best to follow Tabitha down the gravel road, with the other vehicles falling further behind. Ray and Neil had found their way to the lead vehicle, only appearing among the troops sitting in the back with one perplexed cleric once they were already comfortably settled on the floor. Can you tell me what is so important that we had to turn around? We were expected to be the reinforcements for a group of overlords who were fighting a large invasion force. They're going to be pissed that we're not coming. The driver asked timidly. That was us. That fight is already over. But we learned what is happening and why. It's crucial that we get the information to the cathedral so that they can properly protect what needs to be guarded. Karl explained. The man's eyes briefly flashed pure black, and his scent changed just a little. A transformed spy, Karl was certain of it. Ray, check all the humans in your truck to see if they're actually human, or something else disguised as human. I think that my driver is a spy, Karl instructed. That put all the beasts on high alert, and overhead, Hawk began to scour the auras of all the soldiers. The driver of yours and the driver of one of the other trucks don't match the rest of the soldiers. They're not the same thing. Hawk updated. That was good enough for Karl. Incoming on the left. Karl warned his driver, who turned to look out the window, right as Karl hit him in the back of the head with a disintegrate attack. The head vaporized, and Karl was about to throw him in the passenger seat when the body began to grow. So, he threw him out the passenger window. Hawk, tell me what that dead driver turns into. The body should be far enough from the road that the other drivers don't see it. Some sort of giant. For arms, blonde body hair. Hawk updated, then swooped down to grab the body and toss it into a space. It was a young giant, still with the perfect skin of one who hadn't seen a life of combat or exposure to the elements, but already at the commander rank. Whatever species that was, it had to be a powerful one if it could hit Commander before it had even finished puberty. I killed the truck with the other suspect in it. He also turned into a giant. Ray updated. Karl wasn't sure what she meant by killed the truck, but dead was dead, and it looked like they had removed the spies from their convoy. Overlord Othello climbed out of the canvas-covered bed and into the passenger side through the window. Care to explain what that was all about? And do you even know how to drive? She asked. I can drive a mining truck, and it's kind of similar. I've never taken one above 5 kilometers an hour. Before, though, the overlord laughed. Change seats. I will drive. You explain why you threw a body out the window, and where the driver went. Karl gave her an overview of what he had found and suspected, then waited for her to process it. So, there were spies passing information, dressed as regular soldiers from the supply department, where they would be able to see our deployments just by what we needed for the area. Insidious. We're going to have to get the Inquisitors to do a full search of the service after this to root out all of the others. To think that there are so many spies that they sent to in the same convoy. It might have been deliberate as they were coming to aid us, but it could well have just been coincidence. If it was just by chance, we've got a real problem. She muttered, mostly talking to herself, while Karl had Ray relay her thoughts to Neil. I'm a super secret Inquisition spy asset. Ray giggled. Really, she was just whispering what Karl was hearing to Neil, but if it were arranged, she really would be an incredible spy. The trucks were making good time back to the city, bouncing along the gravel road, which was in surprisingly good condition, considering that the nation typically didn't improve roads that went to the borders. It would take them under an hour to get to the city limits, but well before that, they were starting to see signs of battle, and Hawk had picked out defense patrols in the distance. There are battles on the north side of the city. I think that they're trying to force the humans into the water. Hawk noted with disdain. That made a cruel sort of sense. The giants sounded like they didn't want survivors after they took the city, so they would want the residents backed into the lake and not able to flee out the far side in trucks and buses. Most likely, they would try to surround the city once the rest of their forces arrived. A frantic message from Sybil using the system's message function caught Karl's attention. Mr. Karl, they say that we're being activated to defend the city, and we're all in a bus, but they're talking on the radio and nobody is signing, and there are no clerics on the bus. What direction are you headed? We're coming back from our mission with information, but we're not in the city yet. Karl replied. North. The others are talking about goblins now, but I'm not with the rest of the trainee group. They split us all up into different buses with ascended rank team leaders. Sybil explained. No clerics, and they split up a team that hadn't even made it to the academy yet, to send them out on patrol against goblins and whatever other small monsters the ogres had managed to force to join them. What a mess. I will send people to you as soon as I can. Let me know if your bus stops and where it is when you stop. There are so many people in the street, the bus can barely move. I will tell you when we get somewhere or when someone starts talking where I can see them.